Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry found true love and a new family with the Weasleys. Here is short summary. Harry Potter's journey takes a heartwarming turn as he discovers love and redefines his bond with the Weasley family, forging connections that change his life forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry entered his house and stopped in shock, his eyes scanning the room before him. Furniture lay overturned, the floor was covered with debris from one end to the other. A large vase lay smashed, though to Harry it wasn't a great loss. Neither he nor Ginny really liked the thing, they had only kept it because it had been a wedding gift from her Aunt Muriel. Pictures hung askew, drinks were spilled, the room lay in utter chaos. Harry jumped slightly as he heard a crash come from the kitchen. Gingerly he picked his way across the room, trying to avoid stepping on anything that would give his presence away. Wand at the ready, he slipped quietly into the kitchen. If the parlor had been bad, the kitchen was worse, much worse. All the cupboards were open and most of their contents lay scattered about the room. Pots and pans lay everywhere. Every surface in the room was coated with a layer of flour, other ingredients were everywhere too. Something dripped down before him and looking up he saw several splattered eggs creating a rather interesting image. "Thank Merlin you're here," he heard, drawing his attention. Harry had to stifle a laugh as he took in the sight of his wife. A very pregnant Ginny stood in the center of the room. Her hair was half out of its ponytail and it was sprinkled liberally with flour. His two sons sat nearby, happily playing with several pots and pans and a few other items. They were equally coated in flour and other various powdery substances. Ginny idly swiped a strand of hair out of her face, inadvertently leaving a smudge of flour across her cheek. Harry tucked his wand away and crossed the room, enveloping his wife in a hug. Giving her a brief but intense key asterisk, he couldn't help but chuckle. "I'd ask how your day was, but I think things speak for themselves." Ginny snuggled into Harry's embrace. Sighing and with a wan smile, she glanced around. "I took a flow call from Mum and the next thing I knew our two little lords had already begun their activities." Patting her large abdomen, she said, "Being this large, I just couldn't keep up with them." Turning her gently, he patted her on the bum, causing a small puff of flour to rise. Giving her a small push on her back he said, "Why don't you go clean up and lay down for a bit while I take care of our sons and tidy up?" Looking back over her shoulder, she gave him a look of pure love. "Thank you," she said with a warm smile. "I'll just let you take care of our little hellions." As Ginny left the room, Harry turned to his sons. "All right you two, let's see if we can't get this place cleaned up a little." Spun on the dance floor, oblivious to the others who swirled around them, they only had eyes for one another. As the song came to an end, Arthur came over to claim his daughter. Harry stepped back with a smile, looking at the love that passed between the two of them. Turning, he found Molly right next to him. Taking her by the hand, he led her out onto the dance floor to join Arthur and Ginny. "It's good to see you looking so happy," Molly said, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears. "How couldn't I be?" Harry replied, glancing over at his wife, a smile a mile wide gracing his face. Molly sighed wistfully. "I'm so happy that you two found one another." Harry just blushed, not knowing what to say. Molly glanced at her daughter before looking back into Harry's eyes. "When I think of all you two have been through," she sighed. "Especially when you were off doing what you had to do and we were stuck at Aunt Muriel's. In one sense I think it was a good thing. Ginny and I had time to sit down and talk about everything and I learned just how deep her feelings for you really went." Harry felt his love for his surrogate mother grow. "It was a hard time for all of us, especially Ginny. I second-guessed myself every second I was apart from her. I know I hurt her by breaking up with her, but I did what I felt was right at the time." Molly gave a low laugh. "You didn't hurt her as much as you think you did. She understood why you did it and in reality didn't consider you two broken up. She always knew that you'd come back to her." Harry glanced at his wife and smiled. "Yeah, well she's always been much smarter than me." Molly gave a low laugh, her eyes twinkling. "She's grown into a fine woman," she said proudly. Though smiling, Harry looked at his mother-in-law with an arched eyebrow. Molly smiled at him. I know, she said. "While she will always be my child, I know she's grown up now, no matter what some believe." Harry chuckled. Everyone knew how hard it had been for her to let go of her children, especially after Fred's death. As the song came to an end, Harry hugged Molly hard. "You're a mum, and I would have given just about anything to grow up with one as wonderful as you. You and Dad should be proud of the wonderful job you did in raising Ginny and her brothers to be the great people that they are." Molly's eyes sparkled with her tears, but she was smiling widely. "Thank you, Harry," she whispered huskily. Arthur and Ginny appeared at their side and they exchanged partners. As they started the next dance, Ginny looked into Harry's eyes. "What did you say to Mum that has her in such a dither?" she asked, her eyes dancing with mirth. "I told her what a wonderful mum I thought she was and I would have loved to grow up with someone like her as mine," he explained wistfully. "Beep up," Ginny teased playfully. Harry gave a little shrug. "It's the truth," he said softly. Ginny's look softened. "I know," she whispered. She shuddered as she took in the look of pure love Harry gave her as he leaned in and captured her lips in a spine-tingling key. The song came to an end and the band leader announced it was time to cut the cake. Hand in hand made their way over to the table that held the magnificent wedding cake that Molly had made. Working their way to the front, they stood and looked on as Teddy and Victoire cut the cake and smeared it into each other's faces to the delight of the crowd. "Think they'll be as happy as we are?" Harry asked, wrapping his arms around his wife. Ginny tenderly ran one hand through his hair as she keyed him lovingly. "I think if they are half as happy as we are, they'll be very happy indeed," she whispered. It was early evening and sat snuggled on the couch, reading. Ginny's book was one of the latest wizarding romance novels, while Harry had one of the Reacher novels by Lee Child. He had recently stumbled upon one of them and finding he liked them he was voraciously reading the series. He was currently on his third one. Ginny marked the place in her book and set it aside. "I feel like some ice cream, want some?" Harry looked at his new wife of 2 months and smiled. "That sounds brilliant," he said, rising. Hand in hand they headed for the kitchen. Ginny smiled at her husband, loving the fact that he wanted to do everything with her. Even something as simple as getting some ice cream, something she could have easily done herself. While Harry went to retrieve the ice cream, she went and grabbed a couple of bowls, spoons and the chocolate sauce. It was a new item they had run across at a Muggle grocer's. It came in a squeeze bottle that supposedly made applying it much easier. Settling at the table, Ginny dished out the ice cream while Harry struggled to open the bottle of chocolate sauce. Growling in frustration, he gripped the bottle tightly as he cut off the spout, causing a small spray of sauce to fly out. Unfortunately, with the way he was holding it, the majority landed on Ginny, mostly on her face. "Harry," she laughed, "look at the mess you've made of me." Ginny saw Harry's eyes darken and with a mischievous grin he said, "Well, since I made such a mess, I'd better clean it up." Ginny's eyes widened as Harry leaned in and began to lick and beat the chocolate from her face. Unconsciously she beeped out, loving the feelings Harry's mouth and tongue were causing on her skin. All too soon for her liking, Harry had finished cleaning off the chocolate. Glancing down, she grabbed the bottle and applied a dollop on her exposed neck. "You missed a spot," she whispered huskily. Now some referred to Harry as being kind of thick, but even he knew what his wife wanted and he immediately lowered his mouth to Ginny's neck. Ginny was wearing one of Harry's jumpers, making it rather large on her. Grabbing one side she tugged, exposing her shoulder where she applied some more chocolate. Harry's eyes locked with Ginny's for a moment before he dove down and fastened his mouth to Ginny's shoulder. Ron stepped out of the flow, surprised to not see sitting in front of the fire like usual. Hearing a noise from the kitchen, he made his way over to the door. There he froze, taking in the scene before him. Wide-eyed and pale he saw laying on the table a jumper and a bra. Just beyond he caught sight of his sister sitting on the counter. Luckily, Harry's body blocked most of the view of her body. He could see her head thrown back, a look of pure ecstasy gracing her features. There was a large dribble of chocolate dripping down from her shoulder onto her chest where Harry's mouth was firmly attached, leaving no doubt to where it was. He must have made some sort of noise because Ginny opened her eyes and looked at him, a smug smile on her face. Ron stumbled back and he hurriedly flowed away. Falling out of the fireplace at the burrow, he looked up at Hermione sitting on the couch, her mouth open in shock at seeing him laying there. "Hermione," he croaked, "obliviate me." Molly Weasley puttered around the kitchen, humming along with the wireless as her favorite artist, Celestina Warbeck, trilled out huskily, "That old black magic." As the song came to an end, Molly thought back to the simpler and more peaceful time before black magic had acquired such a bad connotation. She began humming again as Celestina began her next song, Witchcraft. Smiling, she turned her attention to making dinner. Tonight she wanted it to be extra special because it was one of the wizarding world's favorite holidays, Halloween. She was happy that it was Saturday so that Arthur was home. He who must not be named was causing terror everywhere and things at the ministry were tenuous at best. Placing the roast into the oven, she cast a timing charm and went to check on the children who were all in the parlor. Stopping inside the door, she took in everyone. Bill, the oldest at 10, well almost 11 now, his birthday fell at the end of November, was sitting at the small table in the corner. It was where the kids sat to draw, read or do other crafts. She watched with a smile as he worked on a puzzle box that his Grandma Pruitt has given him. How he loved puzzles of all types, the harder the better. Though sometimes he got frustrated, he never gave up until he had solved whatever it was. 8-year-old Charlie sat next to him, drawing what looked like another picture of a dragon. Shaking her head, she wondered where he got his fascination with magical creatures, and it seemed the more dangerous the better. Percy, her 5-year-old, was sitting cross-legged in a chair by the fire, a large old book in his lap. Molly knew it was way beyond his reading level. She had once asked him about what he was reading and he made up a long outrageous story about working at the ministry. As long as it made him happy and kept him out of trouble, she let him alone. He was a fastidious child and hated to get dirty. She worried about him a little and hoped he'd grow out of it. Sitting right below him was her 20-month-old, Ron. She laughed lowly as she watched him play with his favorite toy, a stuffed pygmy puff, bright pink of all colors, but again as long as it kept him quiet and out of trouble, who was she to say anything? Curled up asleep on the couch were her twins, Fred and George, having worn themselves out. They were the two who were going to give her premature gray hair. Even at 3 they were a handful, causing more trouble than any of their siblings. Not to say they were bad kids, they were just extremely rambunctious and curious, getting into everything. Somehow she knew it was only going to get worse as they got older. Finally her eyes came to rest on her youngest, 2.5-month-old Ginevra, or Ginny as Arthur had started to call her. She was their little angel, the first girl born into the Weasley family in 7 generations. Being the 7th child, she knew they could expect her to be an extraordinary witch. Even at her age, she had already shown signs of how powerful she was going to be, summoning toys to her crib with accidental magic, practically unheard of from someone so young. She was also an extremely happy baby, never crying without a reason, only when she was hungry or needed her nappy changed. Even when she was tired, she'd just fuss a little until she was put into her crib where she'd fall asleep immediately. Deciding to get feeding Ginny out of the way before dinner was ready, she went over to the bassinet that was near the table where her 2 oldest were. Ginny was gurgling happily, beeping on her toes. She fastened her eyes on her mother as she was lifted out, smiling widely. Molly took her over to her rocking chair by the fire and began to beep feed her baby girl. Deftly, she exposed her beep and Ginny latched on and began to beeple hungrily. Molly gazed on her daughter lovingly. Already her hair was growing out, a spectacular shade of red. Sighing contentedly, she began to hum a soft song, something Ginny loved so much. Finished feeding her daughter, she lifted her up onto her shoulder, patting her on the back till she burped. She returned her to her bassinet and tucked a blanket around her. Ginny smiled happily before closing her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Molly bent down and placed a soft key on her daughter's forehead, and with a smile she headed back out to the kitchen to finish preparing dinner. As she finished getting the food on the table, Arthur came in through the back door. Hanging up his cloak, he came over and gave his wife a quick key. Molly was glad to see him smiling and relaxed. Something that was rare of late, what with all the fear and turmoil that plagued the wizarding world right now. She knew he'd been out in his shed playing with his muggle things. "Have fun, dear?" she asked with a smile. Arthur's face lit up. "Oh yes, I was trying to figure out this new thing Perkins brought in and gave me. A remotely, I think he called it. It has all these buttons on it and actually uses batteries of all things. So far all it does is light up a little light on it when you push one of the buttons, but it doesn't seem to do anything else. Fascinating really, though I don't really know what muggles use them for." Molly patted his cheek with a smile. "That sounds lovely, dear," she said, though she really didn't have any idea what he was talking about. She then called her children into dinner and she was happy to see Bill carrying Ron along with him, and Percy had each of the twins by a hand, leading them in. With Arthur's help dinner was taken care of, even if it was a bit of a struggle as the twins seemed to want to wear more of their food than eat it. She was just starting to take Ron up to get his bath before putting him to bed when Ginny began to scream. Far away from the little village of Ottery Street, Catchpole in Devon, a sinister-looking man approached a small cottage. Pausing at the gate, he laughed maliciously. "Tonight is the night that I destroy the hope of all those who oppose me," he whispered to himself with an evil smile. "After I take care of the Potter brat, I'll make sure that the other, the spawn of the Longbottoms, is also eliminated just to be sure." Somehow he knew that this half-blood, like him, would be the greatest threat. Drawing his wand, he pushed the gate open and began to walk up toward the front door. As he got closer, he glanced through the window into the parlor where a young couple sat with a toddler. With a malevolent sneer he thought, "They're dead, they just don't know it yet." He was slightly surprised there weren't any other wards besides the Fidelius to warn them of anyone approaching. How stupid, he thought. They placed their trust in the wrong person. With one simple spell he blasted the front door open. Stepping inside he heard the man shout to his wife, who unbelievably ran upstairs. He turned his attention to Potter, surprised to see no fear in his face, just a grim defiance as he charged towards him. Laughing evilly he cast his spell and watched in satisfaction as his opponent fell. Shaking his head in disbelief, the man didn't even have his wand drawn. His eyes darted to the stairway where the woman had disappeared with the child and he casually followed. He couldn't believe how easy things were going. He had at least expected them to put up a fight. No matter, the results would have been the same. At the top of the stairs he paused, then hearing movement he turned and made his way towards its source. The door at the end of the hall stood open and he saw the woman standing in front of a cot. Again he was surprised, though standing there defiantly, she didn't have her wand drawn. Though pleased, he actually found it a bit unsettling. In deference to his servant, he told the woman to stand aside, not that he really cared one way or the other. Unsurprisingly, she refused and he disposed of her as easily as he had her husband. With an unholy light in his eyes, he stared at the boy standing in the cot. He was staring back, not making a sound. He actually found it a bit unnerving. There was something about the look in the boy's emerald eyes. Shaking himself, he turned his wand to the boy. No matter, in seconds the boy would be dead. Laughing manically he brandished his wand. "Avada Kedavra," he shouted. His eyes widened in shock as the green light rebounded off the boy and headed straight back at him. Too close to do anything, his world exploded in pain. Molly thrust Ron at Bill, who was right behind her, and she ran into the parlor to get to Ginny, who continued to scream at the top of her lungs. In an instant she was at her daughter's side and she lifted her out, cradling her to her chest, crooning softly, trying to calm the frantic baby. It took a long time, but finally Ginny quieted, only whimpering softly, allowing Molly to get a good look at her daughter. Molly's eyes widened in shock. There on her baby's forehead was a red lightning bolt mark, and though it faded from view eventually, once she heard the story of the boy who lived, she knew in her heart that they were somehow connected. She just prayed that they'd survive. It had been 2 months since they'd sent Lily, their last child, off to Hogwarts for her first year. It had been an idyllic time for. It was if they were newlyweds again. In fact, if Ginny's brother Ron had any idea of some of the places they had made love, he probably would never have set foot into the Potter's home again. As idyllic as the time had been, Harry had begun to notice a subtle difference with his wife. It had only been a week or so that he swore he saw fleeting looks pass over her face. Usually it happened when he came across her unaware. She'd have a look about her, slightly sad or contemplative, but as soon as she saw him she'd break out into a brilliant smile. Every moment together was pure bliss. Ginny was always her vivacious, happy, mischievous self, and he couldn't help but second-guess what he thought he saw. It wasn't until he came home one evening that things finally to a head. He found her curled up on the couch, her legs drawn up to her chest, a half-finished mug of hot chocolate beside her wrapped in one of the kids' old blankets that Molly had knitted, holding something he couldn't see because it was stuffed between her legs and chest, tears trickling down her cheeks, that he knew for sure that something was wrong. Dropping what he was carrying, not concerned where they landed, he was instantly by her side. "What's wrong, love?" he asked in great concern. Ginny hastily wiped her tears away with her sleeve, flashing him a smile, though he could see it didn't reach her eyes. Suddenly a horrible thought reared up in his mind, his old insecurities raising its ugly head. "It's not. You don't want to," he said hesitantly, his eyes filling with pain. Ginny looked at him exasperatedly. "I could just hex you for ever thinking I'd want to leave you," she said with a wan smile. Relieved, but no less concerned, he asked, "Then what's wrong?" Giving a sigh, she slumped down. "It's nothing." "Well, not nothing. I'm just being stupid." "Well, not stupid. Just silly." "Well, not silly." Harry stopped her by placing a finger on her lips. "You're rambling," he teased lightly. "Just tell me what's bothering you," he said softly. She started. Then she huffed in frustration, her eyes darting around the room. Harry followed her gaze, taking in where she had looked. First was a basket of toys by the fireplace, a rather worn hippogriff sticking out of the top. Next was a children's broom, propped on the other side of the fireplace. Then it was some drawings that the kids had done when they were quite young. For some reason they just couldn't take them down, much to the embarrassment of the artists. Everywhere Ginny had looked, there was something that belonged to one of their children. Things they should have picked up and put away, but they just couldn't do it. Looking back at his wife, he was surprised by the insecure, pleading look in her eyes. "I want to have another baby," she whispered. Harry's eyes widened in shock, taken totally by surprise. "Another baby?" he choked out. "Really?" Ginny nodded her head almost imperceptibly, a slightly fearful look on her face. A smile slowly spread till it threatened to split Harry's face in half. "We can have as many children as you want to bear," he whispered emotionally. "I think it's a bloody brilliant idea," he added before keying her passionately. Suddenly Harry found himself laying flat on his back from the force of Ginny tackling him. The stuffed dragon she had been holding flying across the room, followed shortly by their clothing. Much later they lay snuggled under the blanket that Ginny had wrapped herself in earlier. Ginny was resting half on top of her husband, a contented smile on her face. Her head rested on his chest and she relished the warmth she felt laying on him. Harry was idly stroking one hand through her long luxurious hair, taking as much pleasure as his wife was from their close contact. "So when do you want to try having a baby?" he asked softly. Ginny gave a little giggle. "I stopped my potion a month ago. With any luck it stopped working this morning." "You mean?" "Yup. As fertile as we Weasleys are, I'm pretty sure we just took care of that." Harry wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly. He thought about how interesting and exciting Ginny made his life, and he wouldn't have it any other way. Ginny rushed into the house, hoping she had beaten Harry home. She was running a little late and was cutting it a bit close. She just hoped she could keep her secret a little longer. She hurried to hide her old Gryffindor book bag that she was using to keep everything from Harry. She spun into the darkened parlor to put it in her special hiding spot when she froze at the sight before her. Harry was sitting on one of the squishy chairs by the fire, a large single malt whiskey in one hand. He found he preferred them to fire whiskey. Ginny winced at the hurt look in Harry's eyes and she knew she'd been caught. Moving once again, she slowly made her way into the room. She sat down on the edge of the other chair in front of the fire and opened her mouth to speak. Harry beat her to it. I got off a little early tonight. Richards had given me 4 tickets to the Puddlemere Cannons game for this coming weekend, he said softly, his voice tight and raw. I stopped by Ron's and Hermione's to see if he and George wanted to go with us. Ginny grimaced. Imagine my surprise when Hermione opened the door, Harry continued. Ginny fought the urge to roll her eyes. Hermione couldn't lie to save her life, she couldn't think fast on her feet at all. She'd blush, stammer and act like a firstie caught red-handed by one of the professors. Harry smiled wanly. It was rather comical to see the look on her face when she saw it was me. Looking up, he stared into Ginny's eyes. She had to fight against her tears as she saw the pain and devastation she saw in his eyes. Why'd you lie to me, Ginny? He asked softly, his voice so filled with anguish it about tore her heart in two. I didn't think I'd get caught. It was supposed to be a secret, Ginny whispered, the tears trickling down her cheeks. Godric, Ginny, get a hold of yourself. You're bollocksing this all up. Ginny rose and went and knelt before Harry, taking his free hand in hers and holding it to her cheek. She leaned into it. Smiling wanly at him, looking up into his emerald eyes that showed so much pain, she said, I'm taking a class. She saw his surprise. Why the secret? Why lie to me? He whispered. Smiling sadly, Ginny said, I wanted to surprise you. Rising, she wiped the tears from her face and she went and grabbed her book bag. Returning to her place kneeling at Harry's chair, she began to take things out of her bag. Harry saw her remove several bottles filled with a rather viscous fluid. Several pillar candles joined the bottles on the floor by his feet. Last she removed 2 books, which she placed in his lap. Harry stared at the titles, The Art of Erotic Massage, and The Art of Sensual Massage. Harry stared into Ginny's eyes, a look of shock on his face. Ginny blushed. You've pampered me so much, I just wanted to learn something special to return the favor, she said embarrassingly. Harry sat his drink down and grabbing Ginny under her arms, he hauled her into his lap. I'm sorry for not trusting you, he whispered emotionally, before capturing her mouth with his. Ginny returned his key with equal vigor. Though surprised by Harry's initial reaction, she knew that they had never kept any secrets from each other before. Ginny broke the key asterisk, eliciting a beep from Harry. She dipped her head to the side and lightly nibbled on his ear. How about we go and practice what I've been learning, she whispered seductively. Harry rose so quickly, Ginny almost fell over. Laughing lightly, she quickly gathered her paraphernalia and grabbing his hand they ran up to their bedroom. Harry awoke slowly and groaned. The images of his dream burned into his mind. Far from the nightmares that usually plagued his sleep, his dream had been a highly erotic one concerning his new girlfriend, Ginny Weasley. Though they'd only been going together for a little over a week, he found himself almost always thinking about her. Harry didn't think he'd ever been as hard as he was at that moment, and taking matters in hand, he continued fantasizing about what he'd like to eventually do with Ginny. Luckily, due to his nightmares, he was in the habit of casting privacy charms around his bed so he wouldn't wake his fellow dorm mates. Beeping out as he reached his release, he lay back enjoying the afterglow of his actions. He had a huge smile on his face as he thought about all the things he and Dream Ginny had done. Reaching under his pillow, he grabbed his wand and cast a quick cleaning charm, wondering how he'd be able to look at Ginny later that morning when they went to breakfast without blushing. Ginny awoke with a shudder, her body aflame with what she was feeling. She'd just had the most amazing erotic dream about her boyfriend, Harry. She was only a little surprised to find her nightgown bunched at her hips, one hand idly playing with her dripping center. She couldn't believe how wet she was. Though she'd had a couple of boyfriends before Harry, she'd never done anything but snog them. Closing her eyes, she let her thoughts go back to the dream and she let her fingers take care of themselves until she felt like she was flying and falling at the same time. Biting her lip, she stifled her beeps as she gave into the wonderful feelings she was experiencing, though in her mind it was Harry who was causing them. Breathing deeply, she smiled as her racing heart began to return to normal and her tense muscles relaxed. Now all she had to do was keep calm and not blush fiercely when she met Harry for breakfast. Harry glanced across the common room, watching Ginny say goodbye to her boyfriend, Dean. They seemed to be having a quiet but intense and somewhat heated discussion. Harry was pretty sure it had to do with Ginny remaining at Hogwarts for the Christmas holidays, where Dean was heading home. He saw Dean glance at his watch and say, "I have to go." What really caught his attention was when Dean went to key Ginny goodbye, she turned her head and took the key on her cheek. Dean scowled at her angrily before turning and storming out of the portrait hole. He was really surprised at Ginny's reaction, though she frowned as Dean left. As soon as he was gone, a smile broke out on her face as she turned and headed over to where he, Ron and Hermione were sitting by the fireplace. As she sat down, she immediately joined in the discussion they were having to plan out the next few days leading up to Christmas. If she was bothered by Dean's actions while leaving, she showed no signs of it. She laughed and smiled as she interacted with everyone. She had chosen to sit in the chair closest to Hermione, who was seated on the couch with Ron and himself. This gave him a good close-up look at her. He couldn't help but notice how alive and animated she was. Her eyes sparkled with delight as they discussed the decorations that adorned the school, and he was mesmerized by her mouth and lips that looked so full and delectable. With a small sigh, he admitted to himself that he fancied Ginny Weasley. Too bad she had a boyfriend. His only hope was she'd get tired of the prat and then maybe he'd have a chance. He was broken out of his ruminations by Ron giving him an elbow to the ribs. Glancing around, he saw the other three looking at him. Ron was giving him a funny look, while Hermione was looking at him in annoyance. Ginny, however, had a smirk on her face and appeared to be trying not to laugh. His attention went back to Hermione, who was talking. "I said, do you think you want to head down to lunch?" "What?" he replied before thinking about what she had said. "Oh, yeah, okay. That sounds good." Hermione frowned at him while rolling her eyes. The four of them rose and headed for the portrait hole, Ron falling in beside Hermione and said something to her. She huffed and began to reply in that tone that set Harry's teeth on edge, knowing that it was probably a start to another bickering session between his two friends. Of course that left Ginny back with him, and she came up beside him. She looked at him, her eyes still sparkling. "Get lost in your thoughts," she said with a smirk. Harry fought his blush but lost, and he felt his cheeks warm. "Yeah, something like that," he muttered, trying not to look into Ginny's eyes. "Come on, Potter," she chided playfully. "Maybe lunch will do you some good." "Yeah, maybe," he replied softly, glad that Ginny couldn't read his mind. Ginny just laughed, and without any further teasing they headed down to lunch. It was Christmas Eve day and the four Gryffindors were bored. They had been outside earlier, but it had turned very cold and windy, so much so that it became quite uncomfortable. Ginny looked at the others a little hesitantly. "I know it's the holidays, but I was wondering, since we are looking for something to do, that maybe we could head up to the room of requirement and practice some spells that I'm sure will be on my owls." Ron shot a disapproving look at his sister. "Bloody hell, Ginny, it's Christmas." Hermione had long ago stopped correcting his language, but she glared at him hard enough to make him blanch. "I think it's a fine idea," she said haughtily. Everyone then looked at Harry, who noticed the slightly pleading look in Ginny's eyes. Looking apologetically at Ron, he said, "Yeah, might as well, there's nothing better to do." Ron frowned at him and said, "Well, I'm not going. I think I'll go up and take a kip before dinner." With that he turned and headed off up to the dorms. Hermione huffed as she watched him go, and with a shake of her head she said, "Come on, let's go." She then turned and headed for the portrait hole. Ginny came up to Harry as they headed out. "Thanks, Harry, I really appreciate it," she said a little hesitantly. Harry just smiled at her. "Hey, it's no problem. Like you said, we have nothing better to do, and I'd rather help a friend than sit around doing nothing." It was a couple of hours later when Hermione said that they ought to stop and head back to get ready for dinner. While not as lavish as the feast on Christmas Day, the meal on Christmas Eve was still something special. Harry couldn't believe how fast the time had flown. They had had so much fun, even Hermione. It had started out pretty normal, but as they worked, he and Ginny had taken things a bit far. Not to say they weren't working hard, it just deteriorated a little when he and Ginny began to mess around a little. Harry had started it by adding reindeer antlers to the mice he was conjuring, and it became a bit of a competition after that to see who could come up with the most outrageous Christmas-themed addition to their work. Even Hermione had gotten into the spirit. As Hermione headed for the door, Ginny called out to her, "I'll be along in a minute, I just want to give this transformation one last try." "Okay, Ginny," Hermione replied with a smile. "What about you?" she added, looking at Harry. Harry glanced at Hermione and shrugged. "I'll stay here to help Ginny in case she has any problems." He then glanced at Ginny, who was giving him a look, one eyebrow raised into her fringe, silently saying, "What, you think I can't do this?" Backtracking hastily, "Not that I think she can't do it," Harry said, earning him a laugh from Hermione. He then turned his attention back to Ginny, who performed a flawless transformation of a hedgehog into a teapot, resplendent with an understated Christmas theme. "Well done, Ginny," Harry said with pride at how well she had done. Ginny blushed slightly, feeling pleased to receive Harry's praise. Slowly they made their way towards the door, both smiling and stealing glances at the other. They paused at the door, both looking like they wanted to say something but didn't know just what to say. Suddenly Ginny looked up in surprise, her mouth forming a perfect little O. Harry followed her gaze and was just as surprised as Ginny. There, hanging above them, was a large sprig of mistletoe. Ginny looked at Harry dubiously. "Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't ask the room for any mistletoe," Harry stated in his defense. "What, you think I did?" Ginny asked incredulously. Her look then softened, her eyes darting about as if to make sure they were really alone. "Well, since we seem to be alone and it is tradition," she said hesitantly, a small smile creeping on her face. Harry couldn't help but smile back. "We wouldn't want to break tradition," he said softly. Slowly they leaned into one another till their lips met. Ginny felt a jolt run through her like electricity. Never before had she experienced a kiss so all-encompassing. She felt a fire spring to life and she found herself beeping as she wrapped her arms around Harry. One finding its way into his messy black hair, the other gripping him tightly so that he couldn't get away and that she wouldn't fall down because she felt so weak in the knees. Harry couldn't believe how wonderful keying Ginny was. Never would he have believed that a key could be so powerful. His world shrunk to Ginny and what she was doing to him. Unconsciously he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her body into his body where they molded together like two pieces of a puzzle. Outside the door, Hermione tucked her wand away, a smug smile on her face. Now all she had to do was think of something to say to Ron in case he wondered where Harry and his sister were. Sat on the couch in front of the fire at the burrow. They had spent several hours with Molly going over plans for their wedding that would take place in a week's time. Somehow during their going over the plans someone had mentioned something about photographs. Molly had laughed and gone up to the attic and retrieved a box full of them showing the family as they grew up. After they had finished going over all the last-minute details, the three had sat down enjoying tea and began to go through the box, laughing and having a great time looking at all the Weasley children's childhoods. Harry loving all the ones of Ginny's, much to her embarrassment at some of them. Especially the one of baby Ginny being bathed in the sink. At the moment they were roaring with laughter at one of Fred and George, laying mostly hidden under the Christmas tree that lay atop of them. Molly was explaining that the twins, at 2, had decided to help undecorate the tree as a surprise for her. She had heard this crash and came running into the parlor to find the tree laying on the ground, and it wasn't until she came over to it that she found the very sheepish-looking twins staring up at her. As Ginny was looking at it closely, Harry reached into the box and drew out a small stack that were of Ginny. He smiled lovingly, looking at the pictures of his intended as a small child. As he went through them, he found they were going in reverse chronological order, Ginny getting younger and younger the deeper he went. There were ones of her standing by the couch, holding herself up and beeping on her thumb and taking her first hesitant steps, smiling and waving at the camera. They progressed back with her being held by various family members. Harry really liked the one of Bill holding his baby sister, a look of such love on his face. He was passing them to Ginny as he went through them and laughing when he heard her comments of, "Really, Mum? Did you really need to take one of Dad changing my nappy?" and similar comments. Harry reached the last one in the stack and froze, a shocked look on his face as he stared incredulously at the photograph. Ginny finally noticed and leaning over to see what he was looking at. "Mum," she whispered in shock. "What is it, dear?" Molly asked, wondering what was going on. Shakily Ginny took the photograph from Harry's hand and held it out for her mother to take. Molly's eyes widened in shock. "I'd forgotten we'd taken one of this," she whispered. With tears in her eyes she looked at the bewildered couple sitting on the couch and told them the story of that fateful Halloween so many years ago. How Ginny had screamed for the first time in her life and they found the lightning bolt mark on her forehead. Molly watched as Ginny, who had her own tears flowing down her cheeks, turned to Harry who was sitting there, staring off into space. You could see his mind working as he sat there, mouth open, gasping for breath. He blinked several times, tears beginning to leak out of the corners of his eyes, a small smile eventually forming on his lips. Suddenly he turned and took Ginny into his arms, crushing her to him in a hug that rivaled her mum's. Ginny nestled into Harry, her head right next to his, and though her tears were still flowing, she said with a smile, "I guess I was meant for you all along, even before I knew it." Harry could only nod his head, to overcome with emotion to say anything, knowing this proved what he had always felt. He and Ginny belonged together and he couldn't have been happier if he tried. Harry sat and watched in satisfaction as the Gryffindor Quidditch team flew below him. As the newly appointed captain he had worked hard to devise some new strategies, and though he had picked Ron's brain, he had added his own twists to things. His eyes drifted to the chasers, focusing on one in particular, Ginny Weasley. He couldn't help but smile as he saw her dodge a bludger, execute a barrel roll and fire a perfect shot, scoring a goal against her brother. Her look of pure determination changing to one of elation as she was congratulated by her fellow chasers. Their keeper, Ron, had a look of shock on his face, having been totally fooled by his sister's maneuver. Harry blew his whistle, calling the team together. As he flew down the team gathered around him. "Great practice everyone," he said with pride. "Slytherin won't stand a chance next Saturday." He watched as smiles broke out on everyone's faces as they chatted excitedly about the upcoming game. As usual, his glance rested on one more than any of the others. The look on Ginny's face really caught his attention. It was flushed from exertion with a few stray strands of her fiery hair curled about her cheeks, having come free from her long play, but it was her smile that he found most striking. Harry loved looking at Ginny when she was smiling. Her face lit up and seemed somehow more than it usually was, and this afternoon was no exception. In fact, Harry couldn't ever remember seeing her happier. Her face practically glowed with her excitement. Even her eyes danced with merriment as she talked to her fellow chasers, Katie Bell and Demelza Robbins. They all spiraled down to the ground, landing next to the chest for the Quidditch balls. The snitch still rested in its proper place, as Harry had been working on drilling the rest of the team. He figured that he'd stay out and let it loose after he had dismissed the team. Using his wand, he summoned the bludgers and strapped them in their respective places. Looking up he saw Katie toss the quaffle to Ginny, who easily snagged it one-handed and tucked it under her arm, before heading towards the chest to put it away. "Okay, everyone, like I said, great practice. You're all dismissed, go get something to eat and I'll see you all later," Harry said with a smile. Most of the team headed straight off. Harry had to chuckle as Ron walked by muttering about what his sister had done on that last move, never even acknowledging Harry as he did so. Harry was just reaching for the snitch when Ginny came up and placed the quaffle away. Seeing what Harry was reaching for, she smiled. "Going to practice?" she asked inquisitively. Harry looked up into her smiling face, which was inches from his because both were leaning into the chest. He was struck speechless for a moment as his attention was caught by Ginny's eyes. They were a dark smoky brown, filled with tiny flecks of gold and bronze. He was broken out of his comatose state by the sound of Ginny giggling. "What's the matter, Potter? Kneazle got your tongue." Having been caught, the only thing Harry could think of doing was brazen it through. "Nah, I was just taken by your blazing beauty," he answered with a wry lopsided grin. Harry watched as Ginny's eyes widened and she blushed prettily. Letting her suffer for a moment, he grabbed the snitch and said, "Yeah, now that the team is done practicing I figured I spend a little time chasing the snitch." Pulling herself back together, Ginny asked, "Want a little competition?" Harry smiled, always up flying against someone rather than just searching for the snitch. He knew that even though his firebolt outclassed Ginny's clean sweep, its raw speed wasn't always what was needed when trying to get the snitch. Maneuverability and quick reactions were more important. And if it was one thing he knew about Ginny, it was that she was a superb flyer. "Sure, it's always more fun to fly against someone else," he replied. He was gratified to see the smile break out on Ginny's face, and he felt his stomach do a little flip-flop. Locking his eyes with Ginny's, who stared back at him, he released the snitch. "On 20, he asked. Ginny just gave him a curt nod and he began to count out softly. When he reached 20, they both rocketed into the air. Harry was pleased as he noticed Ginny didn't pace him like all the other team's seekers did. She concentrated on finding the snitch herself. Both tried several feints and dives with limited success as each figured out that the other was faking. Harry couldn't believe the fun he was having flying against the youngest Weasley. She flew and soared with such abandon. Both were laughing and smiling as they teased each other over things they were doing. Finally, after about a half an hour, the snitch showed itself. It was a little closer to Ginny and Harry had to flatten himself on his broom to try and close the distance. Harry got a slight break as the snitch dove as Ginny got close, giving him just enough time to pull even. With one last burst of speed, Harry was able to close his hand on the snitch with Ginny's hand grabbing his as he made the capture. Landing, Harry heard Ginny mutter, "Damn firebolt," but it was without any rancor. Looking into her eyes, he was once again taken with how beautiful she looked. Her face was flushed from their exertions and she was smiling at him. On impulse he held out his firebolt. "Want to take a go?" he asked softly. Ginny's face brightened. "Really?" she asked in disbelief. Harry nodded. "Yeah, really," he replied, giving her a smile in return. Not one to turn down a chance to fly a world-class broom, Ginny handed Harry her broom while she took the firebolt. After giving her a quick rundown on its controls and what to expect with the more powerful broom, he urged her into the sky. Ginny took off and shrieked with joy as she rocketed aloft. Harry watched mesmerized for a few minutes, just enjoying looking at Ginny fly. She swooped down near his head, shouting, "Come on, Potter, get your ass on my broom and get up here." Harry laughed and joined Ginny in the air. They flew together until the sky began to darken. He had a continuous smile on his face as he watched Ginny soar with such exuberance and joy. But like all good things, it came to an end as it became too dark to fly safely. They landed and Ginny returned Harry's broom. Without thought, she hugged Harry hard. Thank you," she said over and over. Harry was taken by surprise at Ginny's hug, but he soon gave himself over to it, loving the tantalizing fragrance of her hair as he buried his face into her shoulder. After more time than just two friends should be hugging, they slowly parted. Ginny looking at him enigmatically, a shy smile on her face. Slowly they made their way back to the castle, talking about their flying. All too soon for either of them, they arrived back at the castle. Suddenly Dean, Ginny's boyfriend, appeared before them, looking quite angry. "Where have you been?" he chastised hotly. Ginny scowled. "I was helping put the equipment away," she answered lowly, trying to keep her anger in check. "Why'd that take so long?" Dean asked, glaring in Harry's direction. "The rest of the team has been back for over an hour." "I helped Harry practice his seeker moves," Ginny replied, her lips a thin line with her displeasure. "Whatever," Dean replied with a scowl, grabbing Ginny's hand and began to lead her off. Ginny looked back at Harry over her shoulder apologetically. Harry gave her a nod and a small smile, letting her know that he was okay. Ginny smiled slightly at him before she was dragged out of sight. Harry watched her go, remembering the hug they had shared and the feeling that maybe Ginny had wanted a little bit more. Yes, things merited watching, he thought to himself. If indications were what he suspected, Dean's days as Ginny's boyfriend were numbered and he'd be there when that happened and they'd see where things went from there. It was a very happy Harry that made his way up to his dorm to get ready for dinner. His heart soaring with thoughts of one Ginny Weasley and what the future may hold. "We're just sitting down to dinner when a large barn owl came tapping at the window." Ginny, who had just taken her seat, sighed and began to get up. "I'll get it," Harry said with a smile. Ginny breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, dear. I don't think I've sat down for more than 5 minutes since I got home." No problem, Harry replied as he rose and went to the window. He relieved the owl of its burden, who without waiting for a reward, took flight and left. Harry frowned slightly, recognizing the green ink and elegant handwriting without even looking at the crest emblazoned on the envelope. "Who's it from?" Ginny asked, slightly concerned by Harry's reaction. "Minerva," Harry said curtly as he opened the letter and began to read. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Potter, please make arrangements to visit me at your earliest convenience as we have serious matters to discuss concerning your children. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "What's it say?" Ginny asked, growing concerned by the look on her husband's face. Harry just handed her the letter and let her read it for herself. "Good Godric, what have they gotten themselves into now?" Ginny muttered lowly. "I'll flow Minerva and let her know we'll be there as soon as we're finished eating, as long as that's okay with you," Harry said, heading towards the parlor. "Yeah, best not put it off," Ginny replied, wondering what their children had done now. After a hurried and mostly silent dinner, the Potters found themselves in Minerva's office. Shared a glance as they took in their 3 children sitting slightly off to one side. James and Albus looked absolutely terrified while Lily looked much calmer. In fact, they could swear they could see a slightly smug look on her face. Took their seats across from the headmistress, though they could still see their children off to the side. "Mr. and Mrs. Potter," Professor McGonagall began. "While I rarely get the parents involved when it comes to disciplining their children, I feel that because of the scope of this matter, I had no other choice. From the exploding toilets, pink Slytherins, dancing flamingos and a mess in the Great Hall larger than anything I've ever seen in all my years here at Hogwarts, I felt it necessary. It has the hands of a Potter written all over it, and as your 2 sons have been caught numerous times, I can't help but believe that they were involved," Minerva said with disapproval. Turned their attention to their 2 sons. "Well boys, what do you have to say for yourselves?" Ginny asked sternly. "Mum, I swear we didn't have anything to do with it," James pleaded, Albus nodding his head vigorously in agreement. While Ginny was talking to their sons, Harry was looking at their daughter, Lily. Though her face showed no emotion, he couldn't help but notice her eyes were twinkling with delight. Harry turned back to Minerva. "May I ask why Lily is here?" Minerva gave a small shrug. "She said she wanted to be here to support her brothers," she replied. "And since you were going to be here, I saw no reason not to comply." Harry listened while his wife read the riot act to their sons, chastising them for their actions and not having the wherewithal to admit their misdeeds when they were caught. All thought their lambasting. James and Albus continued to claim they had nothing to do with what had happened. Ginny finally ran down and turned to the headmistress. "What is their punishment going to be?" she asked with a sigh. Minerva glanced at the 2 boys who were sitting there looking quite forlorn. Neither would meet their parents' eyes, staring instead at the floor before their feet. "They will each receive 2 weeks' detention and will be forbidden from going to the next Hogsmeade visit," she said sternly. 2 weeks. James protested in distress. "Be glad it isn't more," Ginny snapped. James and Albus nodded in acceptance, hanging their heads. "You 3 are dismissed," Minerva said to the children. As they got up and departed, Harry said to Minerva, "One moment." As he got up and followed his children. Lily was the last in line and he caught up to her on the landing outside the door. "Lily, 1 minute," he said softly. Lily stopped and turned to her father, her eyes wide. Harry waited until James and Albus disappeared from sight and he bent down level with his daughter. "It was you," he said softly, his eyes crinkling. When Lily looked like she was going to protest, Harry said, "Don't try and deny it. I know it was you." Lily looked at her father fearfully. "All I can say is, well done," he said, his voice full of pride. Lily's face changed from one of fear to one of relief. "Pink Slytherins," Harry said with a smile. "They were your Uncle Fred's and Uncle George's favorites." "I know," Lily whispered. "I did that to honor them. Plus you didn't get caught," Harry chuckled. "You truly have the marauder's spirit." Lily beamed at her father. Harry leaned in and kissed his daughter on the cheek. "All right, off with you. Your mum and I will see you at Christmas." "Thanks, Dad," Lily said, giving him a hug. She gave him an impish grin and darted down the stairs. Harry watched her go, a smile on his face. Taking a deep breath, he schooled his face and returned to Ginny and Minerva. He found them chatting amicably and sipping tea while they waited for his return. Harry gratefully accepted his own cup of tea as he sat down, noticing the smile on Minerva's face. "Harry, Ginny," she said with a chuckle. "Sorry if I worried you, but I just knew you'd want to be here and see things for yourself." Looked at her in surprise. "First off, let me tell you, I know it was Lily, but there is no proof of that. In fact, it was the boys' wands that were used to cast the charms for the majority of the pranks. The other part was done with a rather delicate little potion, something Albus is excellent at and would have had no problem in brewing," she explained with a laugh. "Lily certainly has the guile to borrow her brother's wands." Ginny glanced over at Harry and with a smile said, "So what did our daughter have to say for herself?" Harry actually had to blink back his tears. "She said she did it to honor Fred and George," he said huskily. Harry saw Ginny react just as he was, fighting the tears that threatened to fall at the memory of her dear brother Fred, who had died fighting in the war. Hearing a sniffle, he turned and saw Minerva dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Gathering herself, Minerva gave a low laugh as she pointed at her head, which was sprinkled with gray. "You see these," she said with a smile. "Most are the result of your daughter, and she's only been here a year and a couple of months." Ginny glanced slyly at her husband before looking back at Minerva. "Harry said before her first year that she'd be the one to give you gray hair," she said with a grin. Minerva looked at, her eyes warm with affection. "She truly is the best of both of you. I expect great things from her." Then with a smirk she added, "Pranks aside." Laughed as they shared an amused glance. Finishing their tea they rose to leave. Fighting a smirk, Minerva said, "I'll keep you apprised of anything Lily gets up to." Causing to laugh. Flowing home, they cuddled up on the couch. Harry almost lost it when Ginny said, "I wonder what Lily will get up to next." What he found really funny was he was thinking that exact same thing. Harry stood out in the back garden at the burrow. He was taking in the silent winter splendor. Fresh snow had fallen overnight, coating the world in a blanket of sparkling white. The sky was a brilliant blue and there wasn't a cloud to be seen anywhere. With the sun behind him, the snow glistened like thousands of diamonds, flashing and glittering in the early morning light. Harry closed his eyes, smiling as he let the peace and tranquility of the setting seep into him. The only sounds were of the glorious nature around him. Some birds were singing nearby and what he supposed was a rabbit, moving through the bushes accompanied by the sounds of the gentle breeze blowing through the trees. Splat! A snowball hit him in the back of his head, knocking his knit cap down into his eyes. Straightening his cap as he whirled around, eyes scanning his surroundings. At first he didn't see anything out of the usual, but then with a small puff of the breeze he saw several strands of long fiery hair flutter out from behind a nearby tree, accompanied by a soft giggle. Harry deftly bent down and scooped up a handful of snow, forming it into a perfect snowball. Keeping it hidden in his hand down at his side, he stalked his attacker. Suddenly Ginny's head peeked out from around the tree, her beautiful brown eyes opening wide in surprise at see Harry coming her way. "So Miss Weasley, attacking me when I had my back turned. Not very sporting of you, don't you think?" Harry said playfully. Brazening it out, Ginny stepped from behind the tree. "I was just trying to get your attention," she laughed. Though Harry noticed she had another snowball in her hand. "There are other less violent ways to get my attention," Harry countered, smiling the whole time. Suddenly they both threw their snowballs at each other. Harry's slightly off target, but it hit the tree, showering the side of Ginny's face with the spray. Ginny's aim was better, but Harry ignored it as it hit him in the chest as he charged forward at his attacker. "Harry!" Ginny squealed in delight as she took off running from him as fast as she could. Ginny looked back over her shoulder, her face alight with joy. Both were laughing hysterically as Harry pursued his quarry. Ginny tried to dodge at the last moment, but Harry wasn't fooled and he wrapped his arms around her as he caught her, tackling her into the snow. They rolled over with Harry ending up on top. He tenderly wiped some snow and several strands of hair from her face. Harry was taken by her beauty. Her eyes were dancing with laughter and the stark contrast of her fiery red hair against the brilliant white snow took his breath away. He felt his love for her swell in his heart. "I've got you now," he whispered. "So what are you going to do with me?" she asked coyly, a smile on her face. Harry didn't answer, at least verbally. He slowly leaned down and captured her lips in a tender kiss, which soon became much more passionate. Ginny beeped in response, wrapping her arms around him and pulling him closer, vaguely surprised the snow she was laying in wasn't melting due to the fire Harry was igniting in her. "Merlin, I love him," she thought as she opened her mouth to let Harry's demanding tongue in. Harry entered their home through the kitchen and he was surprised not to see Ginny making dinner. He was startled out of his thoughts by the sound of something crashing in the parlor. Hurrying forward, he stopped dead as he took in the sight before him. The room was in shambles. One of the chairs lay knocked over, the pillows and cushions from the couch were scattered about, several lamps and vases lay shattered on the floor, pictures hung askew and books and magazines lay everywhere. Their dog, Griffin, lay huddled under a table, looking out with a frightened look on his face, and the hair on his back was standing straight up. At the top of the stairs their Weasel, Magic, glared down, back arched and hissing her displeasure. His eyes ended up resting on his wife, Ginny, who was holding a struggling James in one hand and a small broom in the other. When she saw him, she shot him a glare. WHO thought it would be a good idea to give their son a broom for his second birthday, she asked rhetorically. Harry grimaced at the look on his wife's face, but then his lips began to twitch as he fought a smile. He chuckled softly as he saw Ginny doing the same thing. He stepped over to her, giving her a key as he took the broom from her hand. "Why don't you go sit down while I take care of this mess?" he said softly. Ginny smiled and sighed in relief. "I'll just go get dinner started while you clean up in here." "Don't bother. Just go relax a little and I'll order us some takeaway as soon as I'm done here," Harry replied, giving her a small key and a pat on her bum as he steered her towards the stairs. Ginny smiled saucily over her shoulder as she went to put James in his room and lay down to recover from her arduous afternoon. At Harry's return look she thought that maybe they wouldn't be eating till rather late. Ginny sat in her room at the Burrow, counting down the minutes before she'd head downstairs and marry the man of her dreams, Harry Potter. She was sitting at her dressing table with its magic mirror which was being uncharacteristically quiet, holding the small cloth doll of the boy who lived from her childhood that she had found. She smiled slyly, glancing at the little scroll she had found listing the bet she and her brothers had made all those years ago. Yes, she was going to have fun springing that on them at the reception. She was idly running her fingers over its black yarn hair, reminiscing about growing up at the Burrow. She felt tears sting her eyes. "Godric, I'm going to miss you today, Fred," she whispered. Just then there was a light knock at the door and before she could answer, Luna slipped into the room. She smiled at the slight blonde girl. "Where's Hermione?" she asked. Luna giggled. "Down taking care of Ron," she replied, more focused than Ginny ever remembered. At Ginny's questioning look, she said, "Don't ask. You really don't want to know." Ginny rolled her eyes and shook her head. Luna was right, she really didn't want to know. Nothing was going to spoil her wedding day. Coming over to Ginny, Luna took the brush from the table, ready to fix Ginny's hair. Looking down she saw what Ginny was holding. Gently she reached down and gave the doll a tug. Ginny let go a little reluctantly. Luna looked her in the eyes. "This is the Harry from your childhood. The real one is downstairs waiting to begin the next phase of your life together," she said softly. Ginny smiled and nodded at her friend. She turned and looked at herself in the mirror, watching as Luna began to take care of her hair. She braided 2 strands, one on each side of her head, which she wrapped up around Ginny like a crown, leaving the rest long and wavy down her back and framing her face, just like Harry loved it the most. They talked and chatted about all sorts of things, from Luna's recent trip to Scandinavia hunting snorkax, to her recent boyfriend Rolf Scamander, and where Ginny was going on her honeymoon. Ginny didn't know, Harry was keeping it a secret. Luna pinned on her veil and set Aunt Muriel's tiara on top, finishing off getting Ginny ready. Luna's eyes met hers in the mirror. "Goblin-made items keep the Nargles away so nothing should go wrong when Harry kisses you," she said dreamily. Ginny couldn't help but laugh. Whimsical, dreamy, wonderful Luna was back and she wouldn't have had it any other way. Ginny sat for a moment just staring at herself in the mirror, who finally spoke. "You look beautiful, dear," it said breathlessly. For the first time, Ginny agreed. Will I ever see you again?" the mirror asked hesitantly. "Yes, I left you here for this very day," Ginny replied with a smile. "After the honeymoon you'll be moving into the new house," she reassured the mirror. Ginny was startled by a knock on the door and her father's voice saying, "Ginny, dear. It's time." Luna bent and gave her a quick key on her cheek. "I'll see you downstairs," she whispered. It seemed in just seconds she was down out in the garden, her father at her side, leading her down the aisle. At first she was aware of all those seated for the wedding. She was glad both she and Harry wanted a small ceremony with just family and friends in attendance. Then her eyes fell on Harry and the rest all faded into the background. Harry seemed to have a bright halo of lights around him, leaving everyone else covered by a transparent white fog, still visible but cloaked in the background, barely visible. Ginny smiled widely, matching the one on Harry's face. "Yes," she thought, "there's where my future lies, with Harry." And she stepped forward ready to start her new life with the man of her dreams. Harry sat out in the back garden at the burrow enjoying a butterbeer and the warm early summer weather, thinking happily about the way his life was going. He had a beautiful wife, 3 wonderful children and an extended family that was all he could have wished for. His musing was interrupted by the sounds of giggling. Looking in the direction of the sound he saw his daughter, Lily, sitting with some of her cousins. Molly, Roxanne, Dominique, Lucy and Victoire. Though they were speaking softly, they were close enough that Harry could hear bits of their conversation. He heard Victoire say something about Teddy, eliciting another round of giggles from the younger girls. He looked at Victoire and had to smile. She had just finished her first year at Hogwarts and being part Vila, she was already beginning to mature into the beautiful young woman she would become. Whispering some confidence, the younger girls broke out in another fit of giggles. Closing his eyes, he let the musical sound of their giggles wash over him, filling him with a warm, wonderful feeling. This made him think back to his own time at Hogwarts when the sound of girls giggling evoked a totally different response. He shuddered at the memory of Romilda Vane, Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil and scores of other girls who giggled and pointed at him. Especially when he had been entered into the Tri-Wizard tournament. How he hated that sound back then. Then a smile crept back onto his face, remembering the one giggle he had found so enticing back then. The sound of Ginny's giggle. For some reason it was so totally different from all the others. It too had made him experience that warm, wonderful feeling. Yes, hearing Ginny's giggle was much different than anyone else's. His musing was brought to an end by someone flopping down into his lap. Even without opening his eyes, he knew who it was by her tantalizing fragrance. He smiled as she leaned in and captured his lips in a warm, loving kiss, which caused a new round of giggling from the nearby group of girls. Harry opened his eyes and glanced over at the group who were staring at him and Ginny. They were whispering excitedly while watching the pair, giggling now and again. He turned his attention back to his wife who was looking at him with a smirk on her face. "Sue," she drawled, reminiscing about giggling girls, "are we?" she asked humorously. "How did you know?" he asked in surprise, though he knew he shouldn't be. Ginny always had an uncanny ability to know what he was thinking. Ginny's only response was to smirk and raise one eyebrow high into her fringe. Harry couldn't help but laugh lowly. He gently reached up and placed a hand on the back of Ginny's head, pulling her down to share another key. This, of course, caused another round of giggles from their audience. Yeah, Harry thought, giggling girls aren't so bad after all. Harry walked down towards the pond at the burrow. His hands were thrust into his pockets and he was thinking heavily. The past year had been a little tough. Ginny had finally decided to go back to Hogwarts and finish her education while he had somewhat reluctantly joined the Aurors at the pleading of Kingsley Shacklebolt, the new Minister of Magic. Though he still had some reservations about hunting dark wizards, he couldn't help but admit that he was enjoying most of what he did. Arriving at the pond, he stopped at the edge and let his thoughts drift. It wasn't much later that he heard someone approaching, and as they came up to him he wasn't surprised to see Ginny. She came up to him and gave him a hug. Harry sighed contentedly. If it was one thing he loved, it was getting hugged by Ginny. It filled him with such a feeling of warmth and love, and he knew he'd never tire of receiving them from her. "So, out here thinking about the last year," she stated more than asked. Harry lightly shook his head, smiling at his girlfriend. It was a wonder to him how she had an uncanny ability to know what he was thinking. "Do you read my mind?" he asked playfully. Ginny just smirked at him, one eyebrow rising high. Harry couldn't help but laugh. "So when do you have your tryout with the Harpies?" he asked, changing the subject. Ginny smiled brightly. "Next Wednesday," she replied. "I can't hardly wait." "You'll do great," Harry reassured her. "You're the best flyer I've ever seen." Ginny blushed slightly and looked at him dubiously, thinking back to the Quidditch World Cup and how well all the players had flown. Harry then grinned at her. "Besides, you have to make it so I can get free tickets to see your games." Ginny looked at him with a modicum of outrage. "So that's all I am to you, someone to get you free tickets?" Harry laughed at her. "You know that's not the only reason I love you," he said playfully. Ginny gave a low playful growl and bumped Harry's hip with hers. Harry started to laugh, but then he felt his feet slip. He had been standing at the very edge of the pond. Arms flailing, a startled look on his face, he splashed heavily into the water. Ginny's eyes widened in shock as she watched Harry tumble into the water. Her look changed to a smile as Harry stood, sputtering, a look of disbelief on his face. Ginny broke out with laughter as she took in the sight of him. He was standing chest deep, water plants hanging from his messy black hair and his glasses dotted with water drops. "I'm so sorry," she said, reaching a hand towards him to help him out of the pond. She was caught unaware, as a mischievous look enveloped Harry's face, and instead of allowing Ginny to pull him from the pond, he gave a hard tug. Ginny had just a moment to shut her mouth as she fell into the pond. As she rose, she stared at him in shock. "I can't believe you did that," she said in outrage. Harry just smiled at her. Suddenly he splashed her in the face. "Oh, you are in such trouble, Potter," she replied as she splashed him back. The next several moments were filled with laughter and squealing as they attacked each other. Finally they wound down and Ginny found Harry looking at her with a strange look in his eyes. Glancing down, she noticed that her white t-shirt and white sheer were virtually transparent. Blushing, she said, "Harry." Instead of answering, Harry rushed forward and swept Ginny into his arms, keying her passionately. Ginny beeped deeply, giving herself over to the feelings Harry was creating. Harry picked her up bridal style and carried her out of the pond and under a nearby tree. Setting her down for a moment, he drew his wand and conjured a blanket before pulling her down onto it. Their kiss became more urgent and passionate, hands roaming, giving pleasure to each other. Eventually their ardor died back and they lay snuggled together. Ginny laughed lowly as she picked a water plant out of Harry's hair, not that he seemed to notice it was there. Ginny loved the look Harry was giving her. It was one of such pure love it made her heart beat a little faster. If this was the result of ending up in the pond, she thought she'd just have to arrange for it to happen again. "We're walking down Diagon Alley, really just window shopping, not looking for anything in particular." Suddenly Harry pulled Ginny to a stop. Ginny glanced where Harry was looking. They had stopped in front of Elop's Owl Emporium. He had a wistful but slightly sad look on his face. After pausing for a moment, Harry turned to Ginny. "Let's go in here for a moment," he said softly. Ginny looked at him in concern. "Are you sure?" she asked. Harry gave her a small nod. "Yeah, it's time," he replied lowly. Ginny knew how much Harry missed Hedwig and she was a little worried about him replacing his beloved familiar. "Okay," she replied, giving his hand a small squeeze. Harry gave her a tight smile as they entered the shop. Ginny paid more attention to Harry than she did to the multitude of owls that filled the store. Harry slowly wandered the aisles looking at all the owls closely. Ginny watched as he'd stop occasionally, looking closely at different owls, but he'd just sigh and move on. He seemed to be looking for something special in the owl, and as they wandered further and further into the depths of the shop, Ginny wondered if he'd ever find what he was looking for. At the very back, Harry suddenly stopped, a small smile breaking out on his face. Ginny looked at where he was staring and was shocked to see a beautiful snowy owl staring back at him. "This one," Harry whispered. "Are you sure?" Ginny asked. wondering if he really wanted another snowy owl after Hedwig. "Yeah," Harry said, a look of joy on his face. He then motioned to the shopkeeper, who came scurrying over. Ginny had to bite back from laughing. He looked very owlish himself. "May I help you?" he asked. "Yeah," Harry replied. "I'd like to buy this one," he said, pointing at the snowy owl. "Are you sure?" the man asked. "She's a bit of a feisty one and hasn't taken to anyone who has looked at her." Harry gave a low chuckle. "Yeah, I'm sure. How much?" Ginny looked at Harry questioningly, but he whispered, later, to her. 10 galleons, the man replied. "I'll even throw in a couple of bags of owl treats." "Perfect," Harry said, as they made their way up to the till. As soon as he had paid, Harry opened the cage and put his arm in front of it. The owl immediately hopped out onto his arm and scrambled up to his shoulder, rubbing her head against Harry's cheek. Ginny grabbed the cage and the package containing the owl treats as they exited the shop. "So, why did you laugh when the man said that she was a feisty one?" she asked inquisitively. Harry smiled at her. "Hagrid told me that when he bought Hedwig, the man said the very same thing." Ginny couldn't help but laugh as Harry stroked his new owl. "So what are you going to name her?" she asked. Harry gazed into the owl's bright amber eyes. "Hedwig II, he whispered after a moment. Ginny looked surprised, but the owl hooted her approval, rubbing her head into Harry's caress. Harry looked at Ginny, seeing her surprise. He gave a little shrug. "It just seems right." Harry looked once more into Hedwig's eyes. "See you at home," he said as she launched herself into the sky. Harry watched till she was out of sight, Ginny watching him as a smile bloomed on his face. Though it probably wouldn't have been her choice, but as long as it made Harry happy, it was all right with her. Ginny glanced at the calendar and sighed. Tomorrow was the day she dreaded the most, May 2nd. Not because of her feelings but what it did to her husband, Harry. And she knew this year would be worse. It was the 10th anniversary of the end of the war. She had long ago made her peace with Fred's death, but Harry just couldn't seem to let go of all the pain and sorrow. Of course he had lost more than just a brother, and she felt the loss of people like Tonks and Remus, but not nearly as keenly as Harry did. She knew a lot of it had to do with Harry's childhood, growing up unloved and unwanted. He had embraced those who had loved him, and their loss struck deep into his soul. Every year as the date approached, she saw him slip further into melancholy, withdrawing into himself as his feelings overcame him. Of course, as soon as the day was past, he would apologize profusely for ignoring her and the children, and she would immediately forgive him, knowing just how much the day affected him. Just then the object of her musing walking into the kitchen from out back. She looked at him closely, noticing the bags under his eyes. He always had trouble sleeping the week leading up to the 2nd of May. "Hey, love," she called out softly. "Can I make you some breakfast?" Harry gave her a wan smile, but surprisingly he nodded his head. "What would you like?" she asked, turning toward the stove. "Whatever the kids are having," he replied with a shrug. "Well, I'm making the boys scrambled eggs and bacon, but you can't have what Lily had," she said with a smirk, just having finished beep-feeding their daughter. "Why?" he asked, giving her a saucy wink. "Harry," she squealed in protest, smiling because of how playful he was being. Something that was very unusual for it being so close to the day. Harry just wagged his eyebrows at her. "Prat," she said lovingly. Ginny awoke and wasn't surprised to find herself alone in bed. The soft light of the pre-dawn was filtering through the window. Sighing, she got up, put on her dressing gown and went looking for her husband. She was surprised to find him almost immediately. He was standing in the doorway to Lily's nursery, looking quite thoughtful. "Okay, love," she whispered softly, sidling up to him and wrapping an arm around his waist. Harry wrapped his arms around her, pulling her in close and rested his head on her shoulder. "Yeah, I am," he said softly. Ginny snuggled in tightly. Her favorite place in the whole wide world was in Harry's arms. She always felt so safe and cherished. "May I ask what you were doing here?" "It's not where I usually find you," she said softly. Harry sighed and tucked his head further into Ginny's neck, nuzzling into her hair and breathing deeply. Ginny smiled. Knowing Harry's penchant for sniffing her hair, having told her on numerous occasions how calming he found her fragrance. Of course, she couldn't help but think of the other occasions when it did anything but calm him. "I've been thinking," he replied quietly. Ginny didn't press him, knowing that he'd tell her when he was ready. "Come back to bed," she urged. "I'll never get back to sleep," he protested lightly. "So, we can just cuddle and you can think some more if you need to," she countered. Harry chuckled lowly. "What would I do without you? Good thing you'll never have to find out, now isn't it?" Ginny said with a smile. Harry kissed her tenderly and let himself be led back to their bedroom. They laid down together, Ginny snuggled tightly into his side. Harry smiled as she drifted back off to sleep. At least one of them would be rested for the coming day. Ginny watched Harry carefully all during the memorial service, thankful that Luna and a bunch of the 7th-year girls were taking care of the children. She was a bit surprised, pleasantly so, that though she could see a touch of sadness in him, Harry seemed more pensive than anything. She was also glad that they hadn't asked him to speak this year, it being the 10th anniversary. Harry had only spoken at the 1st anniversary and only then because Kingsley had pleaded with him. Every year after he had refused till they finally quit asking. Ginny heard the applause ripple through the crowd and people began rising. Some going forward to talk to Minerva, Kingsley and a few of the other speakers while the majority headed for the gates, leaving now that it was over. Harry remained seated till the crowd thinned considerably. He glanced at her, his expression unreadable. Rising, he extended his hand to her. "Come with me, please," he said softly. Ginny fought off rolling her eyes, knowing that by asking, he was telling her he really needed her support right at the moment. They headed forward and at first she thought Harry was going to talk to Minerva or Kingsley, but he veered to the side, walking up to the memorial that had been raised honoring those who had fallen while fighting Riddle. Ginny was surprised that there was no one there when they arrived. The few that had stopped by, leaving before they got there, it having been erected at the 2nd anniversary memorial service. It was a tall, stark black obelisk, engraved with all the names of those who had died fighting against Riddle and his Death Eaters. They stopped a bit short and she watched as Harry's eyes traced the names of those that meant the most to him. James and Lily Potter, Sirius Black, Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, Remus and Tonks Lupin, Colin Creevey, Alistair Moody, Fred Weasley and last but not least Dobby. Harry then stumbled forward, resting his hand on the cold dark stone, and Ginny was shocked to see tears flowing down his face. He had always been so stoic when he had visited in the past. Slowly he sank to his knees, resting his forehead against the stone pillar, pulling her down with him, having never let go of her hand the whole time. "Thank you," he sobbed. "Thank you for your sacrifice, not only for me but for everyone who has enjoyed the life you made possible. A life free of the terror that Tom wrought upon our world. A life that has allowed our children to grow up happy and without fear. Thank you." Fighting her own tears, Ginny smiled. Harry was finally letting go of all that he had held inside for so long. Suddenly Harry wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into a fierce hug. "And thank you, Ginny. Thank you most of all, for making my life so worth living, for loving me and giving me the most precious thing in the world, yourself and our children. I can never thank you enough for that." Ginny didn't know how long they kneeled there and she didn't care. All she cared about was her husband and the healing he was experiencing. She knew in her heart that he'd never again be as affected by this day as he had been in the past. Ginny just let the warmth and love she was feeling from Harry fill her, just as she knew he was doing the same. Slowly they pulled back and she looked at Harry's face. Though the tears were still fresh on his cheeks, he smiled at her. "Come on, love. Let's get the children and go home," she whispered. "Home," Harry said smiling, like it was the most wonderful thing in the world. They rose together, heading off to gather James, Albus and Lily to live the happy life that had been bought at such a terrible price, but a price that some very special people had been willing to pay. It was early morning, the sun just starting to peek over the horizon, giving just enough light to see by. Ginny Weasley slowly rolled over onto her side and looked at her sleeping fiancé, Harry Potter. She couldn't remember the number of times she had done the very same thing. Simply watching him sleep, he looked so peaceful and tranquil that it made her so happy and sad at the same time. Happy because he looked so relaxed, and so much younger because without the creases and lines that adorned his face while awake his skin was much smoother. It also made her sad because she knew what he had suffered through that put those lines and creases there, and it hurt her that he had suffered so much while so young. She smiled a little as she studied his face closer, glancing first at his eyes, closed now, but she loved it when they looked at her, shining bright emerald, showing how much he loved her. Then there were his lashes and how they stood out, black against his tan skin. She'd never told him how much she loved his eyelashes, ones to die for. They were so long, and though he'd hate to hear it, delicate, each one standing starkly from the other, framing his eyes and making them all that more gorgeous. Her attention then drifted to his nose, and she found she had to stifle a giggle. Something she didn't do much of late, giggle that was. It had changed into a more mature, deeper chuckle reflecting the woman she was now and not the girl of her youth. His nose, she sighed. Many times she had tried to describe his nose and failed miserably each and every time. It was just there, neither too large nor too small. It wasn't upturned or hooked. It just sat there in the center of his face like some supporting actor, playing its role but not standing out. His cheeks though were another story. Somewhat high and slightly chiseled, they gave such form and character to his face, along with his strong chin. All in all it combined to make Harry an extremely handsome man. Then there was his mouth. Full lips that were so soft and warm that were able to do such amazing things. The pleasures they could give, whether just keying her or drifting to other parts of her anatomy. Just thinking about it made her shiver. Lastly her eyes drifted to his forehead where the famous scar was just visible sticking out from his fringe. It was faded some now, this year since the death of Riddle, and that was how she and Harry now saw him. No grand lord of anything, no self-aggrandized name. Just Tom Riddle, orphan, loner, insecure. They pitied him a little, so much potential wasted. Also, in some respects from a similar background as Harry. It was amazing how different they had turned out. Ginny returned her focus back to the scar. They were rather happy it was fading, and the healers had said it would continue to do so. It was just one less thing that brought unwanted attention Harry's way. He'd hated how people always looked at his scar and not at him. Pointing and muttering, focusing on the boy who lived and not on Harry, the person. She chuckled lowly, remembering an incident from just the other day. A comely shop girl had flirted with him, but she turned disappointed when she didn't see his scar, lighter and half hidden in his fringe. She had made the comment that he looked a lot like Harry Potter. Harry had looked relieved and said, "Yeah, I get that a lot." They had a good laugh about it when they exited the shop. Her eyes drifted back to his mouth, slightly open as he slept silently. It had actually freaked her out a little the first couple of times she had noticed. It seemed he wasn't breathing at all. It was only when she looked closely and saw the slow rise and fall of his chest that she knew he was alive. She was again taken with how peaceful and serene he looked. She noticed his eyes flutter and opened, his emerald orbs taking in her, looking at him. "Watching me sleep again?" he asked humorously. Blushing, she leaned over and gave him a tender key. "Yeah," she admitted. A smile crept onto his face. "You're balmy," he said softly. "Yup, balmy in love with you," she whispered as she leaned in for another key. "And I wouldn't have it any other way," he replied, his arms wrapping around her as he keyed his way across her jawline and worked his way further down, inflaming Ginny's desire. "Yes," Ginny thought as Harry invoked the pleasures that only he could. "I love you," she murmured as she gave herself over to the passion she was feeling. "I love you too," Harry replied as they joined together in the age-old dance of love shared by man and woman. Harry entered the house with trepidation. Lately Ginny had been touchier than a blast-end scroot. From one moment to the next he couldn't tell what her mood would be. He'd find her either giddy, angry or crying her eyes out, and it was driving round the twist. He had tried to talk to her about what was going on, but that had either raised her anger or set her off crying. Either way she refused to talk about it. Setting his things down, he called out hopefully, "Ginny, I'm home." "I'm in the kitchen," came her cheerful reply. Harry made his way into the kitchen where he found his wife cooking dinner. While nowhere near as accomplished as her mother, Ginny had become a more than adequate cook and baker, her homemade bread being one of her specialities. Harry's mouth watered as he took in the wonderful aroma of the bread baking in the oven. On the stove she had a pot of stew going, adding to the aromas that just said, "Home," to Harry. Glancing around with a puzzled look he asked, "Where is James?" Ginny turned from the stove. "He's upstairs sleeping like a baby." She then giggled, "Good thing he's a baby." Harry sighed in relief. It looked like happy Ginny was present for the moment. Ginny looked at him hopefully. "If you can finish getting dinner ready, I'll go up and feed and change James." "Sounds like a plan, dear," he said with a smile. Ginny hurried off to take care of James. Harry checked on the stew and finding it doing okay, he set the table. He took the bread out of the oven and set it aside to cool slightly, gave the stew one last stir and headed off to check on his wife. He found her in the nursery, sitting in the rocker, feeding their son. He paused in the doorway, a smile forming on his face as he listened to Ginny sing softly as James beepled happily. Harry found himself fighting back his tears as he took in the scene of pure love before him. He must have made a sound because Ginny suddenly looked up at him. "He's just about done," she said softly. Harry walked over, bent down and keyed Ginny on the top of her head. Ginny looked at him and saw him looking down on her and James with a huge grin on his face. "What?" she asked with a smile. Harry gave a little shrug. "Just seeing you holding and feeding James, it just struck me. The love I see and feel. It's a dream come true." Ginny couldn't help but smile back, so glad seeing Harry so happy. She had to fight back her own tears as her emotions threatened to overwhelm her. James released his mouth and yawned mightily. Ginny raised him up over her shoulder and gently patted his back. This caused James to burp loudly, much louder than you would have expected from someone so small. They both laughed as Ginny handed James to Harry, and while she straightened her clothing, Harry went and placed his son in his crib. As he stood there for a moment just staring at James, Ginny came up to him, wrapped an arm around his waist and rested her head against his shoulder. "We have a beautiful son," she sighed contentedly. Harry leaned his head over onto Ginny's. "Yes we do," he said softly. Harry's stomach chose that moment to rumble lowly. Ginny straightened up and looked at Harry with a smile. "Well, I've fed James, I guess I need to feed you now," she said with a chuckle. Harry quickly cast a monitoring charm and they headed down to the kitchen. They had just started to eat when Ginny's head popped up and she smiled brightly. "I almost forgot," James said his first word today. Harry stopped eating, eager to hear what his wife had to say. They had a little bet on what James's first word would be. Harry sure it would be mum or some variation of it, and Ginny positive that it would be da. "So who won?" Harry asked with a grin. Ginny laughed. "No one." When Harry looked at her questioningly, she rolled her eyes. James's first word was Griffin, or at least it sounded like it. He was looking right at the puppy when he said it, she explained. Harry sighed, a sad smile on his face. "I should have guessed it," he said softly. "What is it?" Ginny asked, wondering about Harry's demeanor. Harry looked at Ginny and she could see a touch of pain reflected in his eyes. "I was just remembering something Remus told me. He said my parents had a bet like ours and my first word was Padfoot, or as he said it Pafu," he said with a sad sigh. Ginny just stared at him for a moment before she burst into tears and fled from the room. Harry stared in shock, wondering what was wrong. Rising quickly he followed Ginny upstairs, where he found their bedroom door shut and locked. Not wanting to upset her more by opening the door magically, he knocked softly. "Ginny," he called out concerned. "Just leave me alone," Ginny sobbed. "Are you all right?" he asked, slightly distressed at how she was acting. When she didn't answer, he called out again. "Ginny. I will be, just leave me alone for now, okay?" "All right, love," he replied, wondering what was going on with his wife. He wandered back downstairs feeling so bewildered. Slowly he cleaned up the kitchen, first wondering if he should put Ginny's dinner under a warming charm, but finally deciding to put it away. He'd just reheat it if she wanted more to eat. All the while he was working he kept thinking about what to do. After feeding Griffin, he came to a conclusion. If he had no clue as to what was going on, he'd just have to ask someone who might. Heading into the parlor and grabbed a pinch of flow powder. Tossing it into the grate, he called out. The burrow, and stuck his head into the green flames. Molly was sitting in the kitchen enjoying a cup of tea when the flow flared and Harry's head popped into existence. Harry, what can I do for you, dear? She asked kindly. Is Dad available to talk to? He asked, cringing slightly. He's out in his shed. Why don't you pop over and go talk to him? Molly replied with a smile. A moment later Harry stepped out of the flow. Everything all right? Molly asked, seeing the look on Harry's face. Harry gave a non-committal shrug. I just need to talk to Dad about something, he said, not wanting to tell his mother-in-law what was going on. Molly gave him a smirk, which Harry missed because he didn't want to meet Molly's eyes. You just head on out and talk to Arthur, she said knowingly. She figured he wanted to talk to her husband about something concerning Ginny. As Harry walked out the door, she sat back down and sipped her tea while shaking her head with a smile. Harry entered Arthur's shed and found him playing with some sort of Muggle appliance. It was in so many pieces that he couldn't even tell what it had been. His father-in-law looked up and saw Harry enter. Harry, this is a surprise. When he saw the look on Harry's face, he put down his screwdriver and asked, what is the problem? Harry gave him a sad grin. Is it that obvious? He asked lowly. Well, you have a troubled look about you, so I could guess that something must be on your mind, the older man said with a smile. Harry took a deep breath. It's Ginny. She's acting all crazy and it's making me barmy, he replied, looking at the man he considered a father, hopefully. Ah, Arthur replied with a knowing look. He pulled his wand and conjured a couple of chairs. Have a seat, he said, turning to his workbench. He reached up to the shelf above it and pulled down a huge old book. Reaching in where it had been, he pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey and couple of tumblers. He poured a generous amount in each glass and handed one to Harry as he took his seat. Why don't you tell me what's going on? He said, taking a sip of his fire whiskey. Harry sighed deeply, slumping back into his chair. He took a gulp of the dark smoky liquid, feeling it burn slightly as he swallowed. He gazed at Arthur, a slightly bewildered look in his eyes. It's Ginny. Well, 1 minute she's happy as can be and then at the drop of a wand, she's either so angry or bawling her eyes out. Arthur gave a small laugh, drawing a glare from Harry. How long has this been going on? Arthur asked, ignoring Harry's harsh look. Harry thought for a moment. A week and a half or thereabout, he replied. Arthur gave him a smile. I take it she's as touchy as a dragon guarding her eggs. Harry couldn't help but smile back. Yeah, something like that, he said with a touch of humor. Arthur relaxed back into his chair, taking another sip of his fire whiskey. Ah, yes, I remember it well, he said with a fond smile. When Harry looked at him in surprise, he gave a low laugh. When Molly carried Bill, it was just like when Ginny carried James, smooth sailing the whole time, but with Charlie, well, let's just say that it was a completely different kettle of fish. The most minor things set her off. Harry looked at him in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. You mean? I'd bet my last galleon on it, Arthur said with a smirk. Harry sat there lost in thought and idly took a sip of his fire whiskey, a smile breaking out on his face, causing Arthur to chuckle lowly. She's pregnant, he said in awe. I believe so, Arthur replied with a grin. Harry stood suddenly and gulped down the last of his drink. Thanks, Dad, he said with a huge smile. I've got to go. I've got to get back to Ginny. Arthur stood and Harry took him into a fierce hug. As he turned to leave, Arthur said, Don't worry, Harry, I won't tell a soul, not even Molly. Harry nodded and rushed from the shed. When he arrived home he found Ginny sitting hunched up on the couch, her eyes red and puffy from crying. I'm sorry, she said softly. I just don't know what's wrong with me lately. Harry sat down next to her and drew her into his body. Where did you go? She asked sadly. Harry smiled at her. I went and talked to Dad, he said tenderly. About me, I suppose, she said, her eyes misting slightly. Yeah, but it was a good talk and he told me what is probably why you are acting like you are, he said a soft smile. Ginny looked at him in surprise. What did he say? Harry could help but grin at her. He thinks you're pregnant. Really? Ginny asked wide-eyed. Really? Harry replied. But I can't be, Ginny said slowly. Then her eyes brightened and she smiled widely. Another baby, she whispered with a smile. Another baby, Harry echoed. He then leaned in and captured Ginny's mouth in a tender kiss which quickly became more and more passionate. Harry picked Ginny up and headed for their bedroom, praying that James's monitoring charm wouldn't interrupt. Harry looked across the room at his beloved Ginny. She was in an animated conversation with Neville and his new girlfriend, Hannah Abbott. She looked so happy and carefree, smiling and chatting, it took his breath away. Then, looking at Ginny always took his breath away, either because of how beautiful she was or how much her love for him overwhelmed him. He couldn't believe how lucky he felt for having her in his life. He was startled out of his musing by someone coming up to him. Great party, Hermione said. Yeah, it is, Harry agreed, his eyes going back to Ginny, eliciting a giggle from his companion. So what did you get the birthday girl? Hermione asked. Harry smiled at her. Oh, you know, the usual. The sun, the moon and the stars. Hermione sighed with a smile. I never would believe at just how romantic you've become, she said, her eyes darting to her boyfriend, Ron. I wish someone else was as romantic as you've turned out to be, she added wistfully. Sorry, Harry said with a smirk. There are some things even the savior of the wizarding world can't do. Hermione gave him a patronizing look, glad that Harry could now joke about all the names and titles that he had acquired over the years. Hermione glanced at him again. So really, what did you get Ginny for her birthday? She pressed. Harry took a quick glance to make sure Ginny was still across the room. I'm taking her away for the next week on holiday. Hermione smiled brightly. Where are you taking her? She asked curiously. Sorry, that's privileged information, Harry replied with a smirk. Only Arthur knows in case someone needs to get a hold of us and he's sworn to secrecy. Hermione huffed in displeasure. Surely you can trust me, she pouted. Harry laughed at her. Never while attending Hogwarts had he seen Hermione pout. She had changed quite a bit herself since then. Sorry, but you can never keep anything from Ron and he can't keep his mouth shut if his life depended on it, he said humorously. Hermione sighed in acceptance, knowing what Harry had just said was the truth. Just then two small, soft, warm hands covered Harry's eyes. Guess who? He heard whispered in his ear. Not even having to guess, her tantalizing fragrance giving her away, the love of my life, he answered with a smile. Ginny slipped in front of him and wrapped her arms around his neck, giving him a short but rather intense kiss, leaving Harry wanting more. Good answer, she said playfully as she stared into his emerald eyes. Hermione gave them a somewhat exasperated look. I'll just leave you two lovebirds alone, she said with a sigh, heading off to join her boyfriend. Barely acknowledged her departure, lost in each other's eyes. Ginny's eyes darted about mischievously. Want to go for a walk? She whispered into his ear. Harry looked at her in surprise. You know, this is your party. So, Ginny shrugged with a smile. Since it's my party I can do what I want and what I want right now is to be alone with my boyfriend. Harry saw no reason to disagree with her. A short time later, they were down at one of their favorite spots, the pond at the Burrow. Harry glanced at the heavens, resplendent in their shining glory. Looking down at the warm wonderful woman snuggled into his side, he felt a sensation of peace descend on him. He shifted slightly, wrapping his arms around Ginny. Seeing the look of pure love in her eyes, he bent and captured her lips in a searing kiss. Harry couldn't believe what he was feeling. Yes, they'd shared so many wonderful kisses, but for some reason, this one surpassed all the others. The only thing he could think of to describe it was sheer bliss. Ginny stared into Harry's emerald eyes and what she found there startled her. The fire she saw was deeper than it had ever been before. Slowly his head descended and his mouth covered hers. She beeped out softly, overcome by what she was feeling. While she had enjoyed their previous kiss, this one contained so much more and she gave herself totally to the bliss she was feeling. Slowly, they parted, Ginny resting her head on his shoulder, too overcome at the moment to speak. After a few moments, she heard Harry chuckle. What? She asked, not bothering to lift her head. Here I thought you'd try to get what I'm giving you for your birthday out of me, he replied, stroking a hand through her long luxurious hair. Oh, that, she replied with a giggle. Let's just say that I'm all packed and ready to go. Harry threw his head back and laughed. Merlin, I love you, he said, smiling widely. Good, because I love you too, Ginny replied, snuggling back into his body. Harry tightened his grip around her slightly. Smiling, he keyed the side of her head, thinking that growing up he never expected to be as happy as he was right now, and this warm, loving, wonderful witch he was holding was the reason. So how do you know where we're going? He whispered humorously. A woman never reveals her secrets, Ginny replied with a smirk. Ginny Weasley sat before her mirror, finishing getting ready for the day. She had great plans concerning spending some alone time with her boyfriend, Harry Potter. She had just gotten home from her last year at Hogwarts and was so happy that she could spend her time with Harry as she wished. Though they had seen each other during the school year, it was only on Hogsmeade weekends and at Quidditch games. Not nearly enough time in her opinion, one shared completely by Harry. Pleased with how she looked, she finished by tying her hair back in a ponytail. You look lovely, her mirror said to her. Thanks, she said with a smile, for once she agreed with the mirror. She hurried down to the kitchen where her mother was just finishing up making breakfast. You look lovely, her mother said, echoing what the mirror had said. So what are you up to today? I have plans to spend the day with Harry, she replied with a smile. I figure we can go do some shopping, then have a picnic somewhere, maybe go flying and then just be together for the rest of the day. That sounds wonderful, Molly replied, happy for her daughter and the young man that she loved so much. Ginny had just finished eating when she heard the flow flare. She was up in a flash and ran into the parlor where Harry was dusting himself off. Before he could recover, Ginny slammed into him, wrapping her arms around him and keying him soundly. As they parted, Harry murmured, Merlin, I've missed you. Not as much as I've missed you, Ginny whispered back. She then smiled at him. I've got the whole day planned so we can spend it together, she said happily. Harry gave her a pained look. Well, you see, the thing is I have something I have to do this morning. Ginny frowned sadly. She so wanted to spend time with Harry and now it looked like all her plans were for naught. Harry looked at her, seeing her crestfallen look. You see, today is the day I go and visit Teddy. He looked at her hopefully. Would you like to come with me? I'm sure Andromeda won't mind. Ginny almost laughed at Harry's puppy dog look. Sure, it wasn't the alone time she had planned, but she knew it was important to Harry to spend time with his godson. That sounds wonderful, she replied with a smile. In no time at all the pair found themselves at Andromeda's. Ginny was shocked as they entered and Harry went immediately to Teddy and picked him up, blowing raspberries on his stomach. Teddy laughed and squealed at Harry's action, his hair cycling from its normal turquoise through the whole rainbow before ending up black like Harry's. Howee, he squealed. Andromeda came up to Ginny, seeing her shocked look. He wasn't always so free with Teddy. You should have seen him the first time he showed up. When Ginny looked at her questioningly, she continued. I had him sit down and placed Teddy in his arms. He looked so frightened, like he was going to hurt or break Teddy. It was rather comical really. She gazed at Harry playing with Teddy, a smile on her face. He's come a long way since then. She had Ginny sit while she went and quickly made a pot of tea. She returned and sat with Ginny, both watching as Harry and Teddy played on the floor. They saw Teddy scrunch up his face and Harry suddenly wrinkled his nose in disgust. Merlin, Teddy, what have you been eating? When Andromeda went to put down her teacup, Harry bound up with Teddy. Stay where you are, I've got this, he said with a smile as he left the room. Ginny couldn't help herself and followed discreetly behind, stopping in the doorway to Teddy's nursery. She watched in awe as Harry deftly changed Teddy's nappy, talking to him the whole time. As Harry finished up, she quietly slipped back to the parlor and rejoined Andromeda. The older witch smiled at the look on Ginny's face. He's going to make a fine father when the time comes, she said softly. Ginny blushed slightly. I think so too, she replied. Harry rejoined them moments later and he came over to Ginny. Would you like to hold him? He asked. Of course, she replied with a brilliant smile. Harry gently handed Teddy off to Ginny, who cuddled him into herself. Teddy stared at her for a moment before his hair changed from Harry's black to Ginny's fiery red. Andromeda gave a laugh. Well, it certainly looks like Teddy is taken with you. Ginny looked down at the small toddler she held in her lap, gazing into his eyes that stared up at her intensely. She noticed they were a dark gray that seemed to twinkle with an inner light. He has Tonks eyes, she whispered. Yes, he does, though his nose and mouth are all Remus, Andromeda said with a sad smile. He really is a blend of both of them, she sighed. Harry smiled at the vision of Ginny holding the toddler on her lap. He could imagine that in a few years that might be their child she was holding. What? Ginny said, when she noticed him staring at her. There was something about the look in his eyes that struck deep inside her. It was a look of such love that it made her breath catch. Nothing, Harry said, blushing slightly. He didn't want to say what he was imagining with Andromeda there. The way he reacted and the look on her face made Ginny think, and she was pretty sure what Harry had been thinking, causing her to blush too. Harry quickly looked at Andromeda. Do you need to do anything or run any errands? Ginny and I would be happy to watch Teddy for a while, wouldn't you, Ginny? He said in a rush. Yes, I wouldn't mind at all, Ginny concurred. Andromeda looked hesitant for a moment, then said, well, I do need a few things from the grocer's. If you really wouldn't mind, I could run there, if it wouldn't be a bother. Harry laughed after getting a reassuring look from Ginny. It's no bother at all. Go, take as much time as you need. I'm sure Ginny and I can handle this little guy for a while. Andromeda smiled and went and hurriedly changed. In less than 10 minutes she was out the door, thanking them profusely before she left. It wasn't a minute after Andromeda left that Teddy squirmed in Ginny's lap. Down, he said. Ginny set him down and he walked a bit unsteadily over to where a couple of his toys lay on the ground. He chose a stuffed dragon and brought it over to Ginny. Holding it up at her he smiled and yelled, "R-A-R-R-R-R." Ginny couldn't help but laugh at his antics. A minute later he was stuffing the dragon's head in his mouth. Harry gently took it away, causing Teddy to frown at him. The frown turned to squeals of delight when Harry pulled his wand and levitated the dragon around the room. Dragon Freeway, he cried as he stumbled around after it. Ended up on the floor playing with Teddy, though half the time Ginny just sat back and watched Harry with Teddy. She was taken with how well Harry did with Teddy. It was evident how much he loved that little boy. She was a little sad that it wasn't Remus there with his son, but she thought that Harry was a pretty good substitute. She knew that Teddy would never lack the love that Harry had been denied growing up. Andromeda returned a little after an hour and a half, thanking for watching Teddy for her. They both reassured her that they loved taking care of Teddy and that they'd love doing it again so that Andromeda could have some time to herself. The older witch assured them that she would be taking them up on that. Teddy gave a huge yawn and looked like he was about to fall asleep, so Harry picked him up. Teddy reached for Ginny, so Harry let her take him. He hugged her and said, "Janie, love you." Ginny fought her tears as she kissed him on the cheek. "I love you too, Teddy," she said softly. Harry took Teddy back and he curled into Harry's shoulder, beeping his thumb as his eyes began to drift shut. Harry carried him into his nursery and tucked him into his cot, whispering, "I love you, little guy." Teddy whispered, "Love you," as he drifted off to sleep. Ginny watched as Harry left with Teddy, fighting to get her emotions under control. Her eyes met Andromeda's, who just smiled at her, no words being necessary, each understanding what the other was feeling. Harry returned quickly and he and Ginny got ready to leave. Andromeda gave them both hugs and kisses, telling them they could visit or watch Teddy any time they wanted. As walked away, Harry checked his watch. It was only 1:30. He smiled at Ginny. "It's not too late, we could still have that picnic and go flying," he said with a smile. Ginny smiled back. "Sounds like a plan," she said happily. Though her plans hadn't gone the way she had wanted, she wouldn't have changed anything if she could. The morning spent with Harry and Teddy would be one she treasured for the rest of her life. Harry lay alone in Bill's old bedroom at the Burrow. He found sleep evaded him as he thought about the person who meant the most in the world to him, his beloved Ginny. She had left just that morning for her final year at Hogwarts, and he found he already missed her more than he thought possible. With a sigh, he wondered how he was going to last till she was with him again. Sure, he'd be able to see her on the odd Hogsmeade weekend and the handful of Quidditch games spaced through the year, but that couldn't compare with what they had shared the night before. Ginny had snuck into his room after everyone had gone to bed. They had shared many passionate kisses, and hands had roamed further than ever before, but it was sleeping with her in his arms that he'd miss the most. As they snuggled together after their ardor had died back, he had told her he loved her and she had said the same back. Though they had both felt it, that was the first time they had said it out loud. It had slipped off his tongue so easily, as if it was second nature, something so sure and concrete that it was said without consciousness thought. It came from the heart and not the head. It was easy for him to understand why he loved Ginny. She was such a remarkable person. She was feisty and fiery, always willing to put him in his place when he needed it. She was also funny and mischievous, able to give better than she got, ramping things up till the other person screamed enough. Just thinking about that had him chuckling. She could also be so tender and kind. Watching her with Teddy was a sight to behold. She couldn't love that little boy any more if he was her own. She was also a superb flyer, and though she had tons of natural talent, she didn't rely on that alone. She worked damn hard to polish her skills, and that was one of the reasons she was the top scorer for the Gryffindor team, besides being named its captain for this coming year. The captain, just one facet that showed off her leadership skills. The other was of her running the DA while he was off hunting the Horcruxes. That led to her being humble on top of it. She had tried to deny she was the leader, but Neville, Seamus and a few others had quietly told him the truth. That without her that the DA would have probably never been reborn, or even if it did, it would have died quickly under the assault the Carrows brought down on all but the Slytherins. The question that bothered Harry and rattled around inside his mind all the time was, why? Why did she love him so much, or at all? In his own mind he knew he was nothing special. He didn't consider himself a very powerful or particularly gifted wizard. Without Hermione he knew he probably wouldn't have passed half his classes. Even when they were out hunting the Horcruxes, it was her knowledge that got them through. And when the others weren't there he survived by, as McGonagall put it, sheer dumb luck. Everything he was credited for others had a hand in. From saving the Philosopher's Stone, where he would have failed without Hermione's and Ron's help. The next year with saving Ginny from the Chamber of Secrets. Again it was the knowledge that Hermione provided that led him and Ron to Beeping Myrtle's bathroom and the discovery of the entrance. Hell, if Ron's wand hadn't been broken, he and Ron would be in the long-term care ward at St. Mungo's without their minds. Just plain dumb luck. His third year just continued to confirm it in his mind. Saving Sirius, Dumbledore had set that all up, and Hermione again, without her time turner, all would have been lost. Fourth year was another fiasco. Entered into the damn Tri-Wizard tournament against his will. Every step of the way he had been given help. From Hagrid telling him what the challenge would be for the first task and the fake Mad-Eye telling him to use his broom, a double dose of help. The second task was no different. It was Dobby who had provided him with the gillyweed the very morning of the task. If it hadn't been for him, he would never have started, let alone finished. That brought him to one of his worst memories, the dreadful third task and the death of Cedric Diggory. He had learned that his way through the maze was made easier by the fake Mad-Eye, who had also imperioused Victor Krum, who had attacked Fleur, taking her out of the running. He had even tried to take out Cedric, and only by him stumbling across the two and stunning Krum had prevented that from happening, though in hindsight he now wished he had let the Bulgarian stun Cedric. It would have been much preferable to what actually happened. The memory still haunted his dreams. Injured by the Acromantula, he had in his stupidity and arrogance agreed to take the cup together with Cedric. Then what did he do? Nothing. Did he shout at Cedric to apparate a way to get help or to run? No, he had not. Kill the spare still echoed through his mind, sometimes even when he was awake. But even that wasn't his biggest failure. The end of his fifth year, that was the clincher as far as he was concerned. He had let Tom Riddle, aka the Dark Lord or Lord Voldemort as he preferred to be called, trick him into going to rescue his godfather, Sirius at the Ministry of Magic, who didn't really need to be saved. It was a clever trap to obtain the orb containing a copy of the damn prophecy, leading to Sirius and other members of the Order of the Phoenix coming to rescue him and his friends, with many being injured and Sirius killed. Again his arrogance and hubris got the one person in his life who truly wanted to look out for him and loved him like a father, killed. Then finally, the final battle and the events leading up to it. All those who had died that night in what should have been his place. Riddle inadvertently making him a pseudo-Horcrux. A fact he would have never known except for the gift of Snape's memories as the man died. Then Narcissa Malfoy lying to Riddle, protecting once again. Even the death of Riddle was really by his own hand, casting the killing curse that rebounded and struck the caster. Harry lay there till well after midnight, pondering why. He was suddenly startled out of his musing by the rapping on the window of a huge barn owl, one he recognized as one of the Hogwarts owls. Rising slowly, he wondered who would have sent him anything from there. It was too soon for something from Ginny, she'd only gotten there this past evening. Taking the scroll and finding a couple of owl treats which he gave to the grateful owl, he slowly unrolled the scroll. Dearest Harry, something prompted me to write to you tonight. Things just kept rolling around in my brain and I feel I just have to write you and tell you something. I know you struggle with accepting that I love you. You feel you need to know why. I want you to know it's not because of all the things you've done. I love you because you're my Harry. My sweet, kind, compassionate Harry. The one who loves me with all your heart. The one who puts up with my damn temper when it gets me into trouble. The one who forgives me when I get mad at you for silly reasons. The one who will do anything for my family. And especially the one who would do anything in your power to make me happy. Please never doubt my love for you. Love, your Ginny. Harry reread the letter 3 times until his eyes so filled with tears he couldn't read anymore. Finally falling asleep with a smile on his face. Ginny loved him and that's all that mattered. Harry walked into the kitchen to get something to drink. Ginny was there preparing the dough for the bread for that evening's meal. As he got his drink, his daughter came in to get something to drink herself. He looked at his daughter and what a beautiful young woman she had grown up to be. Though not quite the spitting image of Ginny, she did have her fiery red hair, beautiful brown eyes and cute button nose, but her mouth was definitely his, the lips fuller, just making her all the more devastatingly beautiful. Hey, Mum, Lily said offhandedly. I'm going out with Bill this afternoon. Harry wondered why she'd be going out with his brother-in-law. Well, just don't stay out too late, dear. We have an early morning tomorrow and I don't want to have to fight to get you out of bed, Ginny said a bit sternly. Yes, Mother, Lily replied, rolling her eyes. Is he bringing his cycle? Ginny asked with a raised eyebrow. I believe he is, Lily replied. Now Harry was really confused. He didn't even know Bill had a motorcycle. Well, dress appropriately, Ginny said firmly. Yes, Mother, Lily replied sarcastically. Don't take that tone with me, young lady, Ginny said with a frown. You won't be going on another date for a month of Sundays. Date, Harry thought, finally realizing whoever this Bill was, he wasn't Bill Weasley, his brother-in-law. Yes, Mum, his daughter said contritely, knowing her mother meant every word. Okay then, come and give your mum a hug and then go get ready, Ginny said with a smile. Lily dashed across the kitchen and wrapped her arms around her mother. You're the best, she said softly. And don't you forget it, Ginny chided playfully. Lily left quickly and headed upstairs to get ready. Ginny noticed Harry standing there, his drink halfway to his lips, a stunned look on his face. All right there, she asked with a smile, fighting down the laugh that threatened to escape. Harry snapped back to himself. Who is this Bill? He said, staring at Ginny. Ginny rolled her eyes. He's Lily's new boyfriend, she explained calmly. And why haven't I met him? Harry asked firmly. They've only been going out about a month, Ginny replied patiently. That's no excuse, Harry said with a frown. Yes, dear, Ginny replied, giving him a patronizing look. Harry looked at her unhappily and sat down at the table, contemplating what he wanted to do. Slowly a smile spread across his face and a mischievous look sprang into his eyes. A short time later he heard Lily descend back down into the parlor. Lily, come here, please, he called out. Lily came into the kitchen a bit reluctantly. Yes, Dad, she asked. Ginny looked over her daughter, pleased to see what she was wearing. She had put on a heavy pair of black jeans and a nice emerald green scoop neck tee that had a lace detail at the neck. She had also plaited her hair and had a weird sister's denim jacket draped over her arm. She gave Lily a curt nod in approval that elicited a small smile from her daughter. Harry locked eyes with his daughter. I want you to introduce me to your boyfriend before you leave, he said pointedly. Yes, Dad, she replied in resignation. Harry gave her a nod and Lily went back into the parlor. As Ginny placed the bread into the oven, she gave Harry a questioning look. What are you up to? She asked lowly. Harry just smiled benignly at her, though she could see his eyes sparkling deviously. A short while later the sound of a motorcycle could be heard approaching. Harry sprung up and went to the cupboard, taking out wand cleaning kit. He sat back down at the table and hastily took out the supplies. He quickly ruffled his hair, making sure that his scar was visible. Drawing his wand he began to clean and polish it. Ginny looked at him in surprise. Really? She said, her eyebrows rising into her hairline. Harry just shrugged. Just making a point, he said airily. Ginny rolled her eyes and shook her head. They heard the front door open and Lily leave. Harry frowned, but before he could say anything they heard Lily come back in. She was talking softly but intently with someone, causing Harry to smile. Lily came in leading her boyfriend by the arm. Daddy, this is my boyfriend, Bill Thompson, she said cautiously, a hopeful smile on her face. Harry looked up nonchalantly, looking as if he was a bit surprised. He took in the young man before him. He was wearing a black leather motorcycle jacket, unzipped almost all the way down, exposing a rather nice pale blue button-down shirt. He also had on a pair of heavy black denim jeans. He had a slightly chiseled face with bright blue eyes, medium brown hair that was cut neatly. He also sported what looked like several days of growth on his cheeks and chin. Though he looked rather nervous, all in all, Harry was rather impressed by the young man. Bill, this is my father, Harry Potter, she said in introduction. Bill's eyes flitted up and landed on Harry's scar, his eyes widening in surprise and his nervousness increased tenfold as he realized just who Lily's father actually was. Undeterred, he stepped forward and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, sir, he said confidently. Harry gave him a genuine smile as he stood. He extended his hand acting like he was surprised to see he still had his wand in it. He quickly switched it to his other hand and shook Bill's hand. He was pleased when Bill shook his hand firmly. It's nice to meet you too, he said amicably. So, tell me a little about yourself, he said with a slight smirk. Bill's eyes widened in surprise and he opened his mouth to speak. Daddy, please, Lily cried in embarrassment. We're going to be late, she pleaded. Oh, where are you going? Harry asked inquisitively, a small smile on his face. We're going to hear a new band play down at that new place on Willow, Lily said in exasperation. Harry looked at her with a raised eyebrow. It's a tea house, Daddy, just a tea house and they only serve tea and coffee and some of those muggle soft drinks, really, she said, slightly panicky. Harry smiled at her, his eyes dancing with mirth. That sounds nice, pumpkin. Have a nice time and remember what your mum said about being home early. Lily's face burned in embarrassment, wishing the floor would just open up and swallow her. We will and I will, she said hurriedly, grabbing her boyfriend's arm and trying to drag him towards the door. Bill looked back over his shoulder. It was nice meeting you, sir, he said looking a bit bewildered. It was nice meeting you too, Harry said with a smile. Don't be a stranger, he added as his daughter managed to drag him from the room. They heard the door slam and Harry went to sit back down, a smug look on his face. Ginny burst into laughter. Did you see the look on his face when he realized who you were? She said trying to catch her breath, tears running down her cheeks. Yeah, wasn't it great? Harry replied, grinning at his wife. Ginny flopped down into Harry's lap and she wrapped her arms around his neck, giving him a quick key. Yeah, it was, but I wonder how long it will be before your daughter speaks to you again. Then she laughed. Merlin, pumpkin, really? You haven't called her that since she was 9 and told you not to. Nice touch. Harry smiled smugly. Yeah, It just came to me and I couldn't resist. Suddenly his eyes darted around the room as if he was looking for someone. It's awful quiet, don't you think? Whatever will we do now that we're all alone? He asked lowly. Ginny's eyes lit up and she keyed him passionately. Race you, she said huskily as she sprang up and ran for the stairway. Harry smiled as he took off after his wife, loving her all the more, especially with how much she enjoyed his teasing of his daughter. Ginny came home quite late, having had to spend some time at St. Mungo's for a bludger injury that the team trainer thought it was best if someone with a bit more skill should treat. Though she was very tired, she knew she wouldn't be able to fall asleep right away, so she made herself a pot of tea and sat down at the kitchen table. Her mind went back to the game from that afternoon. She'd actually played quite well, scoring 12 goals and helped the Harpies cement their position going into the playoffs. She smiled as she remembered the goal that was the turning point in the game. She had taken a great pass that was thrown exceedingly hard at a difficult angle to score the goal. It was also the one where she took the bludger to her thigh. She had seen it coming at the last second and could have rolled out of its path, but to do so she would have taken herself out of scoring position or at least allowed Ballycastle's keeper to recover in time to block her shot. Ignoring the bludger, she took the shot milliseconds before the bludger struck. It had hurt for a moment, but the elation she felt from scoring pushed it from her mind. It was her selfless action, literally, taking one for the team, that had inspired her teammates to pick up their game and drove them on to victory. It was only after the snitch had been caught and she went to land did the injury make itself known again. She had grimaced heavily, barely keeping from crying out as she almost collapsed from the pain. She bravely waved to the crowd, and it was only because of the support from one of her fellow chasers that she was able to walk off the pitch. Even now after treatment it still throbbed some. Glancing down at her leg, though her jeans covered it, she knew she'd have a spectacular bruise in the morning. Sipping her tea, she sat there thinking about her long career. Rookie of the Year, top scoring chaser in her second year and 8 out of 9 since then. Reserve chaser on the English team during their World Cup winning season. Even though she wasn't a starter, she still scored 6 goals during the short time she had gotten to play. All in all, she thought she had done rather well. She was startled out of her reminiscing by the sound of someone standing in the doorway. She smiled as she took in the sight of her husband, Harry, standing there, his hair tousled from sleep and his glasses were slightly askew. He looked at her questioningly as he came over to her. Everything all right? He asked as he took her into a hug. Ginny didn't answer right away. She just enjoyed being held by her husband, taking in his warmth and gentle touch. I'm fine, she answered eventually. When Harry raised an eyebrow and smiled at her, she couldn't help but laugh. It was usually Harry who said he was fine, no matter what his condition was, and it was something of a joke between them. Ginny laughed too. No, really, I'm fine, she said. I did take a nasty bludger to my leg and will be sporting a pretty bruise tomorrow, but I'm all right. Okay, I'll take your word for it this time, he said with a smile, tenderly caressing her cheek. Ginny closed her eyes and leaned into Harry's caress, letting all the love he felt for her fill her up as a sense of peace settled over her. Without opening her eyes she whispered, "It's not fun anymore." She missed Harry's look of surprise, though she knew he was wearing it. Slowly she opened her eyes, staring straight into Harry's emerald orbs. She saw all the love and understanding that he held. "If you're sure," he said softly. "Yeah, I am," Ginny replied. "I'll play out the rest of the year as far as we make it in the playoffs, but after that, I'm done," she said with surety. "Whatever you want, love. You know I'll support you in any decision you make. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me," Harry said tenderly. Ginny smiled at him, knowing he was telling her the truth. "Let's go to bed," she said tiredly. Harry nodded and rose, with Ginny following. She winced when she put weight on her leg. Harry looked at her with concern, but she tried to brush it off. "It's nothing, really," she protested. Harry suddenly picked her up bridal style. She squealed in protest. Laughing she said, "Put me down." But Harry wouldn't be deterred and carried her all the way up to their bedroom. It was quite a bit later before they fell asleep. Ginny was even more exhausted but fell asleep with a smile on her face as she snuggled into Harry's loving embrace. Ginny Potter was having the day from hell. First, she had overslept, and while the reason for doing so was both a good and bad, good because she and Harry had stayed up late making love, and bad because she had forgotten to set her alarm, it had made her late getting to the stadium in Holyhead and Gwenog had blown a gasket. It really irritated Ginny because it was the first time she had been late in her 5 years on the team, well except for that one time the portkey arranged by the team had malfunctioned and she and 2 other players had ended up in Paris, Texas instead of Paris, France. Other than that, she was usually at the stadium early as she liked to beat the crowd and spend some quiet time getting ready for the game. She enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere that permeated the locker room before the whole team showed up. She'd spend time talking to the trainers, equipment girls and the other miscellaneous personnel that kept the team running behind the scenes. Ginny felt that most of the time they didn't get enough credit. Then the lace on her one boot broke, not normally a big deal, but with her running a little late, a situation exacerbated by Gwenog lecturing her for 10 minutes about being on time, just put her further behind. While Ginny finished getting changed, one of the trainers had taken the boot to replace the lace, but the damn harpies had them wearing boots that went all the way up to their knees. Do you know how long the laces are for those things? You could make an emergency harness for a hippogriff with one. Finally outfitted in her kit, she went to head out to the pitch and they couldn't find her broom. It had been sent back to the factory for a minor problem with one of the charms on it and they had promised to send it back via express. Well, one of the idiots in the front office gotten their hands on it and forgot to bring it down. Though Gwenog didn't blame Ginny directly, she had glared at her like she was purposely trying to ruin their captain's day. Practice had gone well enough once her broom had been tracked down and she was actually able to get in the air. Lunch had been another fiasco. Somehow the delivery person had lost her part of the order, and once they had figured out whose was missing and gotten a replacement order sent and made, Ginny had missed half of the time, so she didn't get to eat all of her lunch. Plus she had to gulp down what she could, leading to a massive case of heartburn that just made flying that afternoon just peachy. Ginny had thought about vomiting on Gwenog just for principle's sake but had decided not to as she didn't think it would be all that great a prank. She'd have to figure out something much more subtle and couldn't be traced back to her. That she decided to leave for another day. The afternoon practice was going better until Glinda, don't even go there, got a case of the giggles because of a comment made by their reserve keeper about doing something highly suggestive about Gwenog because she was in one of her moods that day. Things had devolved from there, with everyone having to run extra laps and do extra calisthenics, much to the displeasure of the rest of the team. So here it was, Ginny crawling into the house later than normal, her body aching and wanting nothing more than a hot bath and to go to bed early. She was slightly surprised as she came through the door. Most of the lights were off, the few that were lit in the parlor were dimmed way down. She looked around, wondering what was going on when Harry walked into the room from the kitchen. "There you are finally," he said with a smile. "I was about to call the MLE to have you tracked down." He came over, gave her a key and began to lead her into the dining room. In her tired state, Ginny wondered what had gotten into Harry. They never ate in the dining room unless it was some special occasion. Once inside the door, she stopped dead, her eyes wide as she looked at the table. It was set with their best china, a large bouquet of flowers as a centerpiece, candles lit and a scrumptious dinner waiting. She could see all her favorites: roast beast, mashed potatoes, string beans, fresh bread and a luscious strawberry shortcake for putting along with a bottle of her favorite wine. "Harry, what's all this?" she said incredulously. Harry looked at her a little concerned. "Ah, Ginny, it's our anniversary," he said slowly. Ginny just stared at him in shock, a blank look on her face. Suddenly she burst into tears. "I can't believe I forgot it was today," she sobbed. Harry immediately took her into his arms, cradling her into his body. "Shish, shish," he whispered. "It's okay. No harm done." Ginny cried on his shoulder for several minutes. Finally, when she began to get herself under control, she told him about her day that had gone so badly. Harry comforted her, holding her close, stroking one hand through her hair while the other rubbed her back gently. When Ginny had finally calmed down, he sat her at the table and opened the wine and poured her a healthy glassful. As he raised his glass to her, he began to chuckle. Ginny pouted a little, saying, "You shouldn't laugh at the day I've had." "Oh, I'm not," Harry replied, his eyes sparkling mischievously. When Ginny gave him a look asking silently what he was thinking, he said, "I'm just imagining what your family will say when I tell them you forgot our anniversary, but I remembered." Ginny's eyes widened in shock. "You wouldn't," she cried. Harry wagged his eyebrows at her. "What's it worth to you?" he said suggestively. Ginny arched an eyebrow and her eyes darkened in passion. "Well, how about we negotiate that after dinner?" she said seductively. Harry laughed, but his eyes darkened like his wife's. "I look forward to it," he replied huskily. They ate in record time, leaving the dishes till the next day. Though tired, Ginny lay in their bed, looking at the exhausted Harry laying next to her, a contented smile on his face. She had to dig deep for reserves of energy and done a few things they only did on special occasions, but from the looks of it, she didn't have anything to worry about Harry telling her family that she was the one who forgotten their anniversary. Not that she wasn't willing to pay the price, after all she got just as much out of it as Harry had. Happy anniversary, indeed. On some level, Harry was always aware of Ginny Weasley. Early on, it was very subdued but still there. He seemed to know instinctively where she was and when she was around. It was very low-key the first few years when they were together at Hogwarts, but it grew as they became better friends. He was definitely aware when she started dating. First with Michael Corner and then with Dean Thomas. It was then that the monster inside of him had made itself known. At first it had surprised him, but then as he thought about it, he knew what it meant. He fancied the slight young girl, with her fiery hair and disposition to match. The more he thought about her, the more he found to like and admire. From her zest for life, her amazing flying, her take-no-nonsense from anyone attitude, and her fun, mischievous side. Yes, there was a lot about her that he found very appealing. Then he'd gotten his chance. That first key they shared when she had won the game, cementing their winning the Quidditch Cup, still brought shivers. He remembered sadly when he had broken things off with her. He hated to do it but felt it necessary. She, of course, had taken it rather stoically. How he marveled at her strength. Then came their reunion after the fall of Riddle. How bittersweet that had been. Yes, they rejoiced at the fall of the Dark Lord, but it was tempered by all they had lost. They had taken things slowly at first, building on the trust they had started when first going out. It had led to the strong, loving relationship that they now shared. He smiled when he felt his new fiancée move against him, snuggling closer into his side as she sighed contentedly in her sleep. He was so aware of what she meant to him and all she gave him. He placed a tender key on top of her head and snuggled down into her as he drifted off to sleep, reveling in the love her felt from and for her. Ginny came into Harry's office where he was working on the next year's lesson plans for his defense against the dark arts classes at Hogwarts. "Hey love, Teddy is here and would like to talk to you," she said with a smile. Harry sighed dramatically. "Thank Merlin, I could use a break anyway," he said with a mock frown. "You love it and you know it. I know you love to come up with all kinds of ways to torture your students," she said with a laugh. Harry's eyes sparkled with devious delight. "You know me too well. I guess you don't want me to send him in here then?" she asked. "Nah, I'll come out," he replied, standing and stretching out his neck and shoulders. "Any idea what he wants to see me for?" Ginny smirked. "I think he wants girl advice." "Really? I thought things were going well between him and Victoire," Harry said with a look of surprise. "Oh, I think things are going exceedingly well, if you know what I mean," Ginny replied knowingly. "Ah," Harry said, smiling back at his wife. "You think he's ready to take the next big step, don't you?" "Maybe," Ginny said coyly. Harry arched an eyebrow and looked at her appraising. "Been talking to Fleur lately?" he asked. Ginny just grinned at him. "Nope," she said, popping the pea. The Canute dropped and Harry laughed. "I take it that Victoire has been over to talk to Aunt Ginny then?" Ginny laughed. "Good second guess," she replied. As they entered the parlor, Ginny said softly, "He's in the kitchen. I'll just go and find myself something to occupy myself for a while." From the look of him, it may take some time for him to work up the courage to tell you why he's really here. That nervous, huh? He said with a smirk. Oh yeah, Ginny replied, her eyes dancing with mirth. As Ginny headed off up the stairs, Harry headed into the kitchen. He found Teddy nursing a glass of pumpkin juice, staring out the back door. Harry paused and leaned against the door frame, arms crossed across his chest, and just studied the young man for a moment. He could tell how nervous Teddy was by the way he was shifting from one foot to the other and the way he was swirling the contents of his glass. Wiping the smirk off his face, he schooled his features. Ginny said you wanted to talk to me, he said quietly. You'd thought he had shouted the way Teddy jumped. He stared at Harry in surprise for a moment before he dropped his eyes and scuffed the floor with the toe of one boot. Yeah, I guess, he said nervously. Harry pushed himself off the door frame and stepped further into the room. Now that he was closer and Teddy had turned around, he could see the telltale small square box shape in Teddy's front pocket. It took all Harry had to not burst out laughing. Taking a breath, he said, "Want to take a walk out back?" Teddy shrugged. "Whatever," he replied non-committally. Harry smiled a little. "How about we grab a couple of brooms and fly for a bit?" he offered as an alternative. Teddy's eyes lit up and he smiled at his godfather. "Yeah, I'd like that," he replied, looking a little more at ease. Teddy set his drink down and the two of them headed out back to the broom shed. Harry grabbed his firebolt and handed Teddy Ginny's firebolt 3. Teddy's eyes widened in surprise. "You sure Ginny is okay with this?" he asked hesitantly. Harry nodded. "Yeah, it's fine," he replied with a smile. Though he hadn't asked, he was pretty sure she wouldn't begrudge Teddy using her broom given the circumstances, at least he hoped so. Teddy just shrugged. "It's your funeral." Harry shrugged back, a smirk on his face as he watched Teddy run a hand down the finely polished handle of Ginny's broom, a look of awe on his face. Harry jumped on his broom. "Are you going to stand there all day admiring it or are we going to fly?" he challenged. Teddy looked up, returning Harry's challenge with one of his own. "You're in for it now, old man." Harry just laughed and rocketed into the air, Teddy close behind. They flew like madmen for the next hour, each trying to outdo the other. It wasn't until Teddy almost plowed himself on the first and bailed early on the second Ronsky feint that they slowed down and landed. "I guess the old man showed you a thing or two," Harry teased. "Hey, you were the seeker, I was just a chaser," Teddy replied, but he was smiling ear to ear. "Besides, everyone knows you're the best male flyer in the extended Potter, Weasley clan." When Harry raised an eyebrow and looked at him questioningly, he said, "It's a toss-up between you and Ginny depending on what day it is." Harry nodded his head in agreement. His wife could fly. They settled under a nearby tree after Harry grabbed a couple of butterbeers from the broom shed that he kept stashed there because it was more convenient than running into the house after flying hard. After taking a big swig of his butterbeer, he looked at Teddy and asked, "So what did you want to talk about?" Teddy stared off for a moment, surreptitiously running his hand over the box in his pocket. "How did you know Ginny was the one?" he asked lowly. Harry took a deep breath and blew it out slowly. "How did you tell someone about the million little things that made you sure you had found that one special person?" Besides all the shared interests, it started with the way she looked at me, and I looked at her. It was in her touch, whether just holding hands or when she'd caress my cheek. The way her kiss sent shivers down my spine, still do, he said with a smile. It was the way she smiled at me with the one she only had for me. It was the way she felt in my arms and the way I missed holding her even right after she left, even if she was just in the next room. It was the sharing of laughs as well as the sorrows, the way she'd make me feel when I was down or being a prat. It was just realizing one day that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her, to make her happy, he said softly with a smile as he reminisced about his life with Ginny. He glanced at Teddy, who had a smile on his face. "Yeah," he said breathlessly. Then he grinned at Harry. "I didn't know you were so sappy," he teased. Harry shrugged with a smile. "When it comes to Ginny, I'll admit it any day. The right woman will do that to you." Teddy grinned goofily. "I know what you mean. So when you going to ask her?" Harry asked slyly. Teddy got a shocked look on his face, then it softened. "Soon. I need to talk to Bill first. Harry chuckled. Don't let him intimidate you, he's a big softy at heart. Teddy looked at him skeptically. If you say so, he replied as if he didn't believe him. A word of advice, Harry said with a grin. Don't tell Tori you asked for her hand, though if she's anything like Ginny, she'll know anyway. Teddy looked at him wide-eyed. And she didn't hex you? He asked incredulously. Harry laughed. Believe it or not, no she didn't. They got up and headed back towards the house. Want to stay for dinner? Harry asked. Teddy shook his head. I'd love to but I've got to go and talk to a man about his daughter, he replied. Harry patted him on the back. Good luck, just be respectful but confident. Tori loves you and it's her you need to make happy. Teddy stopped and took Harry into a fierce hug. You're a damn fine father, he whispered emotionally. Harry felt his eyes misting up. A finer compliment I couldn't ask for. I just try to make Remus proud. Teddy squeezed Harry harder for a moment before stepping back. I know you miss them as much as or more than I do, but you've been a wonderful substitute, he said huskily. Harry could only nod, the lump in his throat preventing him from speaking. Teddy's eyes misted just as much as Harry's. Give Ginny my love, he said as he turned away. I will, and let me know how things go with Bill, Harry said with a smile. Teddy nodded before he headed off. Harry found Ginny in the kitchen, starting dinner. How'd it go? She asked with a smile. Harry walked over and wrapped his arms around his wife, keying her solidly. After several long minutes where Ginny gave as good as she got, they came up for air. Ginny smiled at him with that knowing look of hers. Let me guess. He asked how did you know I was the one? Harry chuckled deeply. Yeah he did. So what did you tell him? Ginny asked with a smirk. Harry raised one eyebrow and gave her a mischievous look. I told him what an ogre you were but you're great in bed. Ginny laughed. You did not. But then looking at him questioningly with a small frown added, you didn't, did you? Harry grinned at her. You know better, he said, putting her at ease. Then he glanced at the oven. How long till dinner's ready? He asked lowly. Ginny looked at him knowingly. I just put it in, we should have about an hour. Harry's smile grew and without warning lifted Ginny up and threw her over his shoulder, heading for the stairs. Ginny shrieked but was laughing, knowing they could always order take-away if dinner got burnt. Ginny Potter stood up and stretched out her aching back. Though in marvelous shape due the Quidditch season just ending, the hours she had spent in the garden this past morning had tightened her muscles up. She surveyed the work she had done and it looked like a pitiful small amount compared to how much she still had to do, but she didn't let that deter her as it was the first day she had done anything. There were many days left as it was just beginning to warm up as spring finally seemed to be waking up from its winter slumber. Ginny headed into the house to get some lunch, hoping Harry would be joining her as he had told her he was going to try and take the afternoon off. She smiled to herself and let her mind wander. She knew what she'd rather get up to instead of working on the garden if Harry got the afternoon off. Instead of the garden salad she had planned, she got out the leftover roast beef stew and began to warm it up as she sliced one of the loaves of fresh bread she had baked before she had headed out into the garden. She was happy to hear the flow flare just a couple of moments later and she hurried into the parlor. Harry had just exited the fireplace and was removing his aura robes as she arrived. Hey love, he said with a smile. I not only got this afternoon off but I took off tomorrow as well so we can have an extended weekend. Ginny's eyes lit up and she hurried across the room and threw herself into Harry's arms, keying deeply in thanks for arranging to be off. Harry smiled and wagged his eyebrows at his beautiful wife. If that's the thank you I'm going to get for taking an extra day off, I'll have to arrange to do it more often, he said teasingly. You won't hear any complaints from me, Ginny said happily, squirming against Harry shamelessly. After several fun moments Harry's stomach grumbled and Ginny laughed. I guess I'd better feed you or I won't be able to get a thing out of you, she said with a wink. As Harry dished out the stew, Ginny grabbed some drinks and they both sat down. Harry tasted the stew and smacked his lips dramatically. He looked thoughtful for a moment. Tarragon, he said firmly. Nope, Ginny said with a smile. Ready to give up? Never, Harry cried with a smile. They had a little bet going. Ginny had told him she had a secret ingredient that she used in her stew that her mother didn't, and that was the reason that he claimed hers was better than her mother's. There was a yet-to-be-defined reward for whoever won. In reality, she didn't really do anything different from her mother. It was her thought that because her love was different from her mother's, that was what made the difference. As love was the secret ingredient. Of course, it also could have been that they both made it freehand, not really following an exact recipe, just adding the spices and ingredients by eye rather than by measure, so there was bound to be a subtle difference in how they tasted. To none of that mattered, it was the fun of the game to them. As they were finishing eating, Harry looked at Ginny. "I guess I'd better change if we're going to be working in the garden the rest of the afternoon." Ginny looked at him seductively. "I thought that since you haven't had an afternoon off in ages, we might do a little something different," she said, her voice low and enticing. Harry looked at her in surprise. Ginny drew her wand and sent the dishes to the sink where they began washing themselves. She sashayed across the kitchen. He eyed Harry soundly, grabbed him by his tie and began to drag him towards the stairs. "I think I'd better come up and help you pick out your outfit for this afternoon," she growled huskily. Some may have called Harry thick when it came to women, but he had no problem understanding what his wife was saying to him, so he eagerly let himself be led upstairs. As they entered the bedroom, Ginny undid his tie and in one quick move stripped it from his neck and tossed it over her shoulder, not caring where it landed. She then unbuttoned his shirt and removed it also. Next, with a sly look, she undid his belt buckle and peeled his trousers down his body. Harry helped by kicking off his shoes. Ginny smiled in satisfaction as Harry was suitably undressed for the moment. Standing slowly, she ran her hand across his hardening manhood, causing him to groan. He reached for her, but she danced away, her eyes dancing smokily as she began to unbutton her own shirt. Harry stood there trembling in anticipation as his wife slowly stripped off her clothing until she stood naked before him. She smiled seductively and said throatily, "I think you're a bit overdressed, don't you agree?" Harry quickly divested himself of his remaining clothing, not caring where he flung it as he rushed to join his wife in bed. It was much later as they lay together, basking in the afterglow of their love-making, that they heard voices out back through the window that Ginny had opened earlier to air the house. "Where are they?" they heard Ron say. Harry said they'd be working in the garden all afternoon. "I have no idea," replied George, sounding a bit put out at not finding his sister and brother-in-law. Then in a devious voice he said, "Since they aren't around, maybe we should leave them a small token for lying to us." Ron chuckled evilly. "What did you have in mind?" "I think pink hair for starters," George replied thoughtfully. "Then perhaps a lip-locking charm, time delayed of course. Not to take effect till after they show up at the Burrow for dinner tonight." "I like how you think," said Ron, gleefully, wanting to get back at them for not being where they were supposed to be. Carefully peeked out of the bedroom window, watching on which items that the two men charmed as they drew their wands and began to cast some spells. "We just better make sure that Hermione and Angie don't find out, because we told them we'd be at the shop all afternoon," Ron said worriedly. "Don't worry, no one even knows we're here," George said, throwing a glance at his younger brother. "Let's go," he added as he cast one last charm on the wheelbarrow. "We don't want to get caught." With one last smug, satisfied look around, the two men apparated away. Ginny laughed as they tumbled back into bed. "I love having some dirt on my brothers," she said mischievously. Then she ran her hand down Harry's naked body. "Now where were we?" she growled as she captured Harry's lips. They'd take care of her brothers later, they had more important things to take care of at the moment. Harry sat back on his heels, brushing some dirt and a drop of sweat that was dripping down his forehead, out of his eyes. He glanced up at the wall he had been working on, satisfied with the way it looked. This past Christmas he had talked to Ginny about renovating his parents' cottage here in Godric's Hollow. Now that it was becoming warmer, he had started the job. It had taken one whole weekend just to remove the damaged portion of the roof and walls in the nursery. Even with magic it was a difficult task, as he had wanted to preserve as much as the original structure as possible. It was researching for the plans of the cottage that he and Ginny had found out that the cottage dated way back. Just how far back was a matter of conjecture, though the records showed that a cottage of some sort had stood on the property since somewhere around the 6th century, there was no proof that the current cottage was that old. Found the history of the village fascinating. They found out that the village was called West Wantry before being renamed to honor Godric Gryffindor after he had helped found Hogwarts. They found it a little strange, considering that even back then it had been a mixed village having both Muggle and magical residents. Harry mused that if his parents had lived that he would have grown up relatively close to his wife, Ginny, a distance of just about 6 miles. Godric's Hollow stood not that far from the River Otter, though it was more to the north and east than Ottery Street. Catchpole, falling somewhere between Weston and Buckerill where Ottery Street. Catchpole was between Ottery Street, Mary and Wigaton. He wondered if they would have met when young. He hoped so, but it really didn't matter, they were together now. Harry wiped his face once more, looking critically at the plastering he had done, and nodded in satisfaction. It was gratifying to see things beginning to come together after tearing things apart. It made it seem they were actually getting somewhere. He was still admiring his work when Ginny entered the room. "It looks good," she said with pride in her voice. Harry smiled at her, pleased with her compliment. He had finally begun to accept them, though just from her. He still blushed and got embarrassed when others did it. "Thanks," he said as he accepted a cold butterbeer from her. Taking a huge swallow, he sighed in appreciation as it cooled and cleared his throat of the dust he had inhaled. "Merlin, that tastes great," he said with a smile. "Glad I could be of service," Ginny said with a smile. Harry slid over and wrapped an arm around Ginny and pulled her close. Ginny rolled her eyes but didn't complain as Harry was sweaty and dusty from the work he had been doing. While not quite as gamey as Harry, she was also a bit sweaty and dirty. While he had been working here in the nursery, she had been working on other areas of the cottage. "Are you about done?" Ginny asked, a small smile on her face. Harry looked at her with a raised eyebrow, wondering what she was up to. "Yeah. The plaster needs to dry completely before I can do any more in here, and it's getting a bit late to start anything else," he said. Ginny smiled at his reply. Giving him a push towards the hall, she said with a coy look, "I've finished cleaning the hall bathroom. Go and get cleaned up and I'll have a surprise for you when you're ready." His interest further piqued, Harry hastened to comply. He always appreciated her surprises, well, at least the ones where she was giving him the look she had just done. He shuddered a little thinking about some of the pranks she had pulled when her intention wasn't as accommodating. He entered the bath and found Ginny had left him a clean set of clothes. He smiled at her thoughtfulness. Quickly he divested himself of his dirty, sweaty clothing and jumped into the shower. It felt really great to wash all the dirt and sweat from his body, though he did wish that Ginny had joined him, and he wondered just what she was up to. Once cleaned and dressed, he headed out to track down his wife. He found her down in the kitchen and he was at first surprised to see her already cleaned up and dressed nicely. She had on a short dress that showed off her curves to distraction. His thoughts about her change of attire and being cleaned up flew from his mind as he took in the scene before him. The table was set for an intimate dinner for two, with the only light being supplied by several candles on the table and a couple of places around the room. He looked at Ginny and saw her looking at him with shining eyes and a small smile on her face. "I thought we deserved a little reward for all the hard work we've been doing," she said softly. Harry stepped forward and swept Ginny into his arms, keying her soundly. When their lips finally parted, he ran his hand down her cheek in a tender caress. "I think it's a brilliant idea," he whispered, looking deep into Ginny's eyes and pouring forth all the love he felt for her. He escorted her over to the table and pulled her chair out for her to sit, before joining her at the table. It was a simple meal of shepherd's pie and fresh bread, accompanied by a bottle of their favorite wine. After all, they both had been working hard all day, and Harry vaguely wondered when Ginny had time to throw this all together. As they finished eating, Ginny looked at him with burning eyes. "I have one more surprise for you," she said lowly. Harry wondered what she could have planned, but if the look Ginny was giving him was any indication, he was going to love her surprise. Rising, Ginny took him by the hand and led him back upstairs, turning to the master bedroom when they arrived on the upper floor. Harry really was surprised. As far as he knew, nothing had been done to the room, as other things were more pressing. Once again his eyes widened at what he saw when Ginny led him into the room. Everything had been cleaned and freshened. New linens were on the bed, there were flowers around the room, adding their wonderful scent to the romantic atmosphere that was further enhanced by the light of the candles that were spaced around the room. Ginny pressed herself against him and kissed him passionately, igniting a fire in him. He kissed her back with equal intensity, further fueling the inferno that sprang forth between them. Hands roamed, clothes were shed, and they tumbled into the bed, letting loose all the love and passion that they felt for one another. Much later, as they lay snuggled together, enjoying the afterglow of their love-making, Harry thought that if this was the reward for doing some of the renovations, he wondered what the reward would be when they were done and moved in. He couldn't help but smile at the thought, thinking that if this was what Ginny had come up with now, he was sure he'd like what she came up with when they were done even better. Ginny Weasley woke up suddenly. As she looked around wondering what had woken her, she realized it was still the middle of the night. She listened intently, but for the moment only heard the stillness of the burrow. Just as she closed her eyes to try and get back to sleep, she heard a low cry. Her eyes flashed open in an instant and she listened as hard as she could. For several moments she heard nothing, then the cry came again. She rose and hastily put on her dressing gown and crept silently to her door and cracked it open. A moment later the cry came again, louder now that she had her door open. She headed in the direction it had come from, up the stairs from her room. Softly she stalked, wanting to find the source of the anguished cry she had heard. As she got to the next landing, the cry was repeated, louder again as she came closer to its source. When it came again, she had no doubt from whence it came. It was from Bill's old room where Harry was currently staying. Again the cry came, a bit softer but with such an intensity that it tore at her heart. She carefully opened the door lest she wake one of the other inhabitants of the burrow. She really didn't want to be caught sneaking into Harry's room in the middle of the night. She didn't think that any excuse she could come up with would satisfy her mother. Slipping inside and closing the door behind her, she saw Harry thrashing around on his bed, deep asleep but obviously caught in a nightmare. Thinking fast, she quickly cast a silencing charm on the room before moving quickly to Harry's bedside. She gently shook him and called his name softly. When Harry didn't respond, she shook him a bit harder and called his name louder. Harry's eyes flew open and he looked around in a panic. When his eyes found her, he bolted upright, wrapped his arms around her, closing his eyes as tears trickled down his cheeks. Ginny just let him draw comfort from her for a moment as she tenderly rubbed his back, trying to reassure him that everything was all right. Slowly his tremors stilled and his sobbing ceased, but he still clung to Ginny like his life depended on it. It took a while, but his grip slowly eased and he finally gave a great sigh and relaxed into her embrace. "Want to tell me about it?" Ginny whispered into his ear. If anyone but Ginny had asked that question, Harry would have had no problem in refusing, but this was Ginny, the girl he loved. The one who had poured out all about her nightmares that she had suffered through following her disastrous first year. Yeah, it was after they had started going out, but they had shared everything, keeping no secrets, baring their souls to one another, pouring out all that was dark and terrifying. Together they had silenced the demons that had haunted them. Now, after the defeat of Riddle, Harry's had resurfaced, coming back stronger than ever, fueled by all they had lost. Harry slowly and impassively told her how Fred, Colin, Tonks, Remus and finally his parents had come to him, full of anger and castigating him for causing their deaths. Telling him he was unworthy of theirs or anyone's love, how he was worthless and that he should have died instead of them. Ginny listened and silently cursed the Dursleys for what they had done in raising Harry like he had been. Still, after all this time and how much her family had tried to instill in him his worth and how much they loved him for who he was, he had a hard time accepting that fact. Finally Harry fell silent, only his ragged breathing giving fact to his tortured feelings. "You know that's not true," Ginny said softly and lovingly. "Every one of them knew how much you cared for them and loved you for the battles you fought. Each gave up their life, not for you but for all of us, so we may live in a better world where Riddle and his followers no longer cause terror and death." Harry nodded slowly, trying hard to accept Ginny's words as the truth. Each knew the risk in fighting against the evil they fostered. Knowing that they may pay the ultimate price, and they paid that price willingly so that we might live free, Ginny continued. Harry sat up a little but kept his hold on Ginny. He gave her a wan smile and tapped his head. I know it here, he said sadly. Then tapping his chest over his heart said, it's here that I'm having the problem with. It will take time, but I'm sure you'll get there, she said tenderly. And I'm here to help you, remind you and love you. Harry smiled at her a little brighter. I'm so glad I have you, he whispered, capturing her lips in a tender key. When Ginny looked like she was going to rise, Harry looked at her imploringly. Stay, he said softly. When she looked hesitant he said, just till I fall back asleep, he pleaded. Ginny knew she couldn't refuse him and had him move over so she could cuddle into his side. She smiled as he relaxed and drifted off to sleep. She really had planned on leaving, but laying with Harry, hearing him snore softly in peace, feeling his arm around her filling her with warmth and contentment, she soon followed him in slumber. Hours later Ginny awoke to the soft sound of the door closing and she heard a low, well, what do we have here? It took a moment but it finally sunk in and she bolted upright staring at the person staring at her and Harry. Her motion awoke Harry and he too sat up with a panicked look. There standing right inside the door stood George, the first true smile on his face since his twin, Fred, had died. I really wish I had a camera right now, he said with a grin. This would make great blackmail material. Ginny's and Harry's eyes widened in shock, looking at George in horror. George's look softened. Don't worry, I won't tell anybody. You won't? Ginny asked in shock. Nope, George said with a sad smile. I heard you enter last night and didn't hear you leave. I knew Harry needed you. You heard? Ginny said incredulously. Yeah, well, I don't sleep all that much, her brother said with a shrug. I know you and Loverboy here help each other with your nightmares, and besides, what Mum doesn't know won't hurt her. Or you for that matter, he added with a grin. Speaking of which, you probably should head back to your own room, he said, his grin back. He gave one last look at, and with a shake of his head, he turned to leave. Before doing so he said softly, take care of one another. See you at breakfast. And then he was gone. Flopped back on the bed in relief. It was Ginny who voiced her uncertainty. Turning her head, she looked at Harry. Do you think he meant it? Harry smiled at her reassuringly. Yeah, I do, he said with surety. Ginny smiled back. He's a good brother, she whispered. The best, Harry replied. Ginny sighed and then rolled towards Harry, giving him a quick key. I'd better go before Mum comes upstairs. She took a deep breath and blew it out, gave one last glance at Harry and rolled out of bed. She quickly made her way to the door, slowly opened it and slipped out, closing the door softly behind her. Harry watched her go, a smile on his face. He knew that Ginny loved him and so did George and all the rest of the Weasleys. Rising, he began to get ready for the day, knowing that he had a wonderful loving family, both living and dead, and that filled his heart. Ginny Potter sat with her eyes closed, letting the peace of her surroundings fill her. She opened her eyes and looked at the headstone of James's and Lily's graves and smiled. She found coming here to be a great place to come and think. She was sitting on the small bench that Harry had erected so they had some place to sit when they visited. Over the years their visits had become longer and longer, and now that they were older, sitting on the ground wasn't as easy or as comfortable as when they were younger. She found she liked coming out here to talk to Lily, being able to tell her things she would never have felt comfortable telling her own mum. It wasn't as if Lily really talked to her, but somehow the answers sprang into her mind. She wasn't sure if it was Lily somehow communicating with her or if she just had the time to figure things out for herself. Either way, she usually came up with the right answer, even if she didn't like some of them. She really believed it was Lily giving her the advice she needed at the time. Hey, I thought I'd find you here, someone said, surprising her as they sat down beside her. Ginny smiled as she turned and looked at Harry. So how did you know I'd be here? She asked. You usually come here at this time, he replied. Ginny looked at him in surprise. How long have you known I've been coming here? She asked. Harry chuckled. Years. Ginny was now really surprised and her face must have shown it. Harry wrapped an arm around her and drew her in close to his side. Yeah, You remember way back when I was an Auror and you just started playing for the Harpies. I noticed whenever you had an extremely tough day you'd disappear for a while. At first I thought you were going over to see your mum, but one day I had to see Ron shortly after you left and you weren't there when I arrived. I diplomatically asked Ron if you had been there and he said no. Ginny was watching Harry with interest now, a slight smile on her face. Well, after that I got a bit curious and followed you and you ended up here. I was far enough away that I couldn't hear you but I saw you talking and gesturing at Mum's headstone and I figured you were talking things out with her. Why didn't you come over? Ginny asked curiously. Harry gave a shrug. I didn't want to intrude, he said softly. You seemed to have a lot to talk about and some of it I guessed was about me sometimes. I figured you wanted an unbiased woman's point of view. Ginny laughed. And Hermione says you aren't very perceptive. Harry chuckled and gave her a squeeze. I have my moments. Ginny sat there quietly for a moment. You come here too, don't you? She said with a small grin, as if she already knew the answer. Harry nodded. Yeah, I do, he admitted. I often find myself needing the same kind of advice I think you do and there are just some things that I will not discuss with your father. Ginny laughed, her eyes sparkling. Yeah, that's why I come here too. There are just some things I could never talk to my mum about, ever. Harry nodded in agreement. I know there is no one really here, but I like to think that my mum and dad can hear me, even if they can't talk back directly. It was Ginny's turn to agree. I know just how you feel. Sitting here where it is so peaceful it's like I can hear Lily whisper the answers to me or at least whisper the advice I need. She sighed contentedly. I know I don't know what your mum really sounds like, but it's this soft comforting whisper that holds so much love that I think it's what she'd sound like. Harry smiled. Yeah, that's what it's like for me too, though sometimes it's my dad that I talk to and sometimes it's both of them. Ginny laughed lightly and smiled at Harry. I've never talked to James. If I really needed his point of view, I ask Lily anyway and let her answer for him. Harry gave her a sad grin. You don't think we've gone round the twist, do you? He asked, half kidding. Ginny reached up and ran her hand through his hair, staring him right in the eyes. No I don't, she said softly, her eyes dancing. I think that with what we know about them, they've instilled enough in us that we know what they would say, even though they might not be here. Harry smiled lovingly at her. You're so smart, he whispered right before keying her. And don't you forget it, she said out of the side of her mouth as Harry's lips captured hers. It was a tender key but loaded with a lot of emotion and Ginny began to escalate it to a much more passionate one. Harry groaned but pulled away. You might want to save that one till later, he said with regret. Why? Ginny growled, then she sighed. Who's coming over? She asked lowly. Harry grimaced slightly. Lily and her family, he said softly. Ginny chuckled and looked at him patronizingly. You still can't say no to her, can you? Shaking her head, she asked, what time are they coming over? Harry pulled out his pocket watch, the one Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had given him when he turned 17 and said with a wince, we have just enough time to get home and throw something together for dinner. Ginny sighed and looked down at Lily's grave. See what I have to put up with, Mum, she said lowly. Rising, she hauled Harry to his feet. Well, it looks like we need to be going. Till next time, Lily, and I think we need to have another long talk about your son, she said, though she was grinning. Bye Mum. Bye Dad. We'll be back, Harry said softly, staring at his parents' grave for a moment. Hand in hand they headed for the gate. You owe me for this, Ginny growled with mock irritation. Harry grinned at her cheekily. How about I make it up to you after they leave, he said huskily. Ginny's eyes sparkled. This will be the shortest dinner that Lily and her family has ever had, she said playfully. Wrapping his arms around Ginny, Harry keyed her soundly as he apparated them home. Harry Potter gracefully led his wife, Ginny, across the dance floor at the 50th anniversary ball to commemorate the ending of the Second Great Wizarding War, as it was now being called. He stared into her eyes, letting his look tell her how much he loved her. Her eyes sparkled in the dim lights of the Ministry Hall, pouring back just as much love to him. You look beautiful, he whispered, his eyes aglow. Ginny laughed lightly and rolled her eyes. Harry, I'm 66, almost 67, I'm hardly a ravishing beauty anymore. Au contraire, Harry said softly. You're as beautiful as the day I married you. Ginny blushed lightly, something she rarely did anymore, her eyes aglow with her emotions. I think you're balmy, she whispered, though Harry could tell she was pleased at the compliment. That may be, Harry replied, his eyes dancing, but I know what I see, and I see how beautiful you are even after all these years. Ginny shook her head, but she was smiling, and she snuggled in a bit closer, resting her head on Harry's shoulder. As they moved and swayed to the music, Harry thought back to the times he had danced with Ginny before. He chuckled softly to himself, remembering the first time they had danced together. It was at the Yule Ball held during the Tri-Wizard tournament. He had gone with Parvati Patil only because the champions had to attend. They had only danced the opening dance because it was a requirement for the champions. In one word, it was a disaster. Parvati had pushed, pulled and paraded him around the dance floor like he was a prized show dog. Harry had hated every single second of it and was glad when the song had ended. It wasn't until Ginny's date, Neville Longbottom, had to leave because of a walnut allergy that he danced again. Neville had asked Harry to see Ginny back to the common room, and Harry had reluctantly agreed. It was the best thing he had ever done in his life. Dancing with Ginny was totally different than dancing with Parvati. She was a patient dance partner who gave him some minor instructions, and they had had a great time. Yeah, he had felt stiff and awkward, but he could tell Ginny didn't mind and actually found it a bit amusing. The more they danced, the more relaxed he had become. It was because of that chance encounter that they began dating. The next memorable time dancing with her was on their wedding day. That had been a truly magical time. It was as if they were all alone and danced together wonderfully. Of course, it had helped that over the intervening years Ginny had given him lessons. Those he had truly enjoyed. Their dancing at their wedding was borderline erotic, fueling their desire in anticipation of their wedding night. They both had found it hard to remain at the reception, wanting to leave before the festivities had ended. Then there was dancing at Ron's and Hermione's wedding. Though they weren't as blatant as at their own wedding, Ron had huffed about the fact more people seemed to be paying attention to them than the bride and groom. Had seen that as reason enough to leave early and celebrate in their own special way in private. The next special occasion was at Teddy's and Victoire's wedding. Though they danced much more sedately, they only had eyes for one another. It was almost like being at their own wedding, and the love that they had shared was truly magical. Harry felt Ginny's body moving against him in a subtle but suggestive way, fanning the sparks into a fire, heading for an inferno. Leaning down, he keyed her on the neck in the hollow under her ear. A spot that he knew Ginny loved. Hearing her beep, he took a quick glance around. Not seeing anyone he recognized, he whispered, "Want to get out of here?" Ginny beeped again, looking him in the eyes, hers blazing with desire. "I thought you'd never ask," she whispered huskily. Together, hand in hand, they hurried to the apparition point, heading home so that they could dance together in that age-old joining of man and woman. Ginny Potter, new ex-fiancée, i.e. the new Mrs. Potter, threw down the Sunday Prophet in disgust. Harry looked up over his cup of tea, eyebrows raised. "What is it this time?" he asked with some trepidation. "Fans," Ginny growled out fiercely. Harry stifled his chuckle, knowing it would only lead to somewhere he didn't want to go. Over the years, Ginny had seemed to find Harry's dislike of all the fangirls, and a few fanboys, that followed him everywhere when he was in public undisguised, quite amusing. It was only recently, with her meteoric rise on the Holyhead Harpies, had she begun to appreciate his point of view. She had become a starter about a third of her way through her first year when one of the starting chasers had gotten injured, earning her the Rookie of the Year title. Her second year she had become the league's top-scoring chaser, something unheard of, and each subsequent year had only furthered cementing her place in the minds of the Quidditch fans. Her fan club had many members that actually supported teams other than the Harpies, such was her appeal. Of course, Harry wasn't that pleased. There were as many male as female members, many quite young, who seemed more interested in her looks than her Quidditch skills. Damn those promotional posters, Harry thought. As Ginny sipped her tea, lost in thought and not a pleasant one, if her look was any indication, she glanced at Harry, who was still looking at her questioningly. She sighed. "The Prophet published another photo from training," she said a bit morosely. When Harry's eyes just widened slightly, she frowned. "You know what I think about those new practice uniforms," she growled. "They're much too tight." She then looked down at her belly and patted it a couple of times. "Thanks to you taking me on holiday right before training camp, I put on a couple of pounds," she said regretfully. When Harry looked a little fearful, she laughed. "Not that I blame you really. The food in Greece was just so wonderful." Harry relaxed appreciable. "So what's the problem?" he asked. He knew with her work ethic the few extra pounds would be gone before she knew it. Ginny's eyes darkened. "The Prophet published a rumor along with the photo showing my slightly bigger belly, speculating that I'm pregnant." Harry choked on his tea. While they both wanted children in the future, neither was ready for that quite yet. Ginny then eyed him mischievously. "You don't think I look fat, do you?" Harry's eyes widened in real fear, causing Ginny to giggle. "Oh Godric, if you could see the look on your face," she said gleefully. Harry relaxed, knowing she was having a go at him. If anything, Harry thought the couple of extra pounds only enhanced Ginny's enticing curves. She looked more and more beautiful with every passing year as she matured further. "You know, I think you're beautiful, and a couple of extra pounds won't change that. Even when we're both old and gray, I'll still find you just as beautiful as the day we got married," Harry said lovingly. Ginny felt her eyes misting, knowing what Harry said was true. Sighing, she said, "I'll have to get the Harpies to release a statement denying the rumor." "What a bother." She flopped her head back with a groan. "Merlin, Mum's going to be a nightmare," she said lowly. Harry chuckled. "Yeah, she's going to be having measles thinking that you're pregnant." Ginny shot him a glare. "Why don't we head over a little early today for dinner so we can explain everything to Mum and Dad?" Harry said calmly. Ginny relaxed and smiled at him. "That sounds like a brilliant idea." Harry glanced at the clock and wagged his eyebrows at his wife. "We don't need to be there for quite a while," he said huskily. Ginny's eyes lit up and she slammed down the last of her tea. "Race you," she cried out as she sprung from her seat and ran for the stairs. Harry was hot on her heels, catching her just as she entered their bedroom. It was much later, as they snuggled together, that he broached the idea that they needed to come up with some way to get back at the Prophet for spreading the rumors. Ginny was all for it and even suggested getting George involved, an idea Harry was all for. Harry glanced at the clock, reaching out and cupping one of Ginny's alluring beeps as he keyed her passionately, figuring if they hurried they could make love once more before heading over to the burrow. Ginny didn't complain. There were 4 mothering Sundays that stood out in Harry Potter's mind. The first was when he was 5 years old and had started school. The Friday before, the teacher in the class had all the students draw a picture and write the words "Happy Mothering Sunday" across the top. Now Harry knew that he didn't have a mother anymore, but he had some vague memories of when he did, or at least he thought he did. He remembered a kind woman with beautiful long red hair and a man that had messy black hair just like his. He also remembered a little cottage that had green shutters, a green door and dried grass for a roof. He drew his picture as best he could. He drew the cottage with the man and lady standing out front with him. For some reason he added 2 large dogs, one black and the other a shaggy gray, with the gray one being slightly larger than the black one. He thought he did a fairly good job of it. Even the teacher said how nice it looked. At any rate, it was much better than the messy one his mean cousin drew. Sunday morning, as he went out for breakfast, he took his drawing with him. He knew Aunt Petunia didn't want him calling her mother and hadn't for several years. He just hoped he'd be able to hang it up on the fridge like she did Dudley's. Unfortunately, all he got to say was, "Aunt Petunia, I drew this for Mothering Sunday." His aunt had slapped him hard, hissing lowly, "How many times do I have to tell you I'm not your mother?" as she grabbed his drawing, crumpled it up and threw it in the rubbish bin. She then pushed him out of the kitchen and yelled, "No breakfast for you, you little freak. Go to you cupboard." Luckily for him, it was his job to take the rubbish out, so later that afternoon when he was let out to take it out to the curb, he rescued his drawing and flatted it as best he could. He hid it in his cupboard under his thin little mattress where his aunt never looked. All he had wanted to do was honor his own mother, but that wasn't allowed. The second memorable Mothering Sunday he remembered was right after Ginny had graduated from Hogwarts. Before that, They had always been at school when the holiday fell and it never came to mind. He did have some vague recollections of some students sending cards home, but since Ron didn't, he gave it no thought. He and Ginny went to the Burrow to have a special dinner in Mrs. Weasley's honor. He was taken by surprise when after dinner and Mrs. Weasley was opening her cards and she thanked him along with Ginny. When he asked Ginny a little later, she told him she had added his name to the card and hoped he didn't mind. The third one was the year of James's birth. He had gotten Ginny a card and signed his and James's names to the card and made her breakfast in bed. The tradition continued as each of the children had been born. The fourth Mothering Sunday was the one they had celebrated that very morning. For some reason he had overslept. He found out the children had turned off his alarm. He wasn't sure which one had actually done the deed, but he figured it was beyond Lily's ability, so that only left two culprits and neither was talking. He was awoken with Ginny as 5-year-old Lily, 7-year-old Albus and 9-year-old James had banged the bedroom door open and brought Ginny breakfast in bed. The eggs may have been a bit runny, the bacon a bit overdone and the toast a little burnt, but the tea and juice were fine, as was the flour that adorned her tray, and Harry gave Ginny a lot of credit because she ate every bite, well except for the piece of toast that she let Harry have. The kids were extremely pleased with themselves and Ginny thanked them for their effort. While Lily stayed with Ginny in bed and the boys charged off to play in James's room, Harry made his way down to the kitchen. What he found was a complete disaster. There were several pieces of toast that resembled charcoal briquettes, at least a half-dozen broken eggs on the floor that their dog Griffin was enjoying, and probably 2 cups of juice mixed with several tablespoons of tea leaves on the counter that their Kneazle magic was lapping up. The stove was a mess where they kids had been cooking. The cool box door was partially open, blocked by the package of remaining bacon that was hanging out. Harry just smiled as he shook his head and began to clean up. He had a quick bowl of cereal as he made himself some tea, as there were no eggs left. He took his tea back up and joined Ginny, who he found alone, nursing her own cup of tea. Lily having gone off to either get dressed or torment her brothers. At that point, Harry didn't care. Ginny smiled at him. "How bad was it?" she asked with a grin. Harry chuckled. "Remember that day I came home when you were about 8.5 months pregnant with Lily and you took that flow call from Mum?" Ginny looked at him horrified. "Well, it wasn't quite that bad," he said with a grin. "Oh, you," Ginny exclaimed, swatting him on the arm. Harry laid down beside his wife, looking thoughtful. "We will need to get more eggs." There was almost a full dozen. Ginny laughed. "Yeah, well, Griffin seemed to be enjoying them," Harry chuckled. "And we'll probably need to get more juice too." Ginny grimaced slightly, but you could see her eyes dancing. Harry slid his hand across Ginny's abdomen and whispered, "How soon do we need to be at you Mum's?" "Not till noon," Ginny growled lowly, responding to Harry's touch. "Quick, cast a locking charm on the door." Harry complied quickly, adding a silencing charm for good measure. Luckily, they weren't interrupted, though they barely made it to Molly's Mothering Sunday dinner on time. Harry smiled as Teddy came over to him. They were at the Barrow to celebrate Father's Day with the Weasleys to honor Arthur. Teddy was now a growing young boy, no longer the somewhat shy toddler of the past. He had been attending a Muggle school and it had done the boy a world of good. He was much more outgoing than before. Harry had to laugh, Andromeda had to spell his hair so he couldn't change it while at school. It was funny the first time she had done it, watching Teddy struggle, making all kinds of strange faces as he tried to change its color. Luckily he had given up, more excited about attending school, though it had been a bit of a chore convincing him at first. He noticed Teddy had something in his hand, behind his back, and he had a shy look on his face. Ginny was sitting next to him, giving him a speculative smile as she looked between Teddy and him. "Uncle Harry," he said softly as he came over. "I have something for you." Harry reached out and pulled Teddy into his lap. "What do you have?" he asked with a smile. Teddy brought what he was holding in front of him and handed it to Harry. It was a handmade card, emblazoned on the top in large letters, "Happy Father's Day." Harry felt his eyes tearing up as he stared at the card. On the front was a drawing that was obviously him and Teddy, holding hands. Harry carefully opened the card. "You may not be my father in blood, but you are in all that really matters. Love, Teddy. Harry was surprised by how mature the message was. Though he smiled, he couldn't stop the tears from falling. At first Teddy didn't seem to understand and looked frightened. Harry dispelled that notion by hugging Teddy hard. "Thank you, Teddy," Harry said emotionally. "I can't tell you how much this means to me." They hugged for several moments before Teddy squirmed and got down, heading off to play with Victoire. Harry watched him go, brushing the tears from his face, a smile a mile wide gracing his features. Ginny leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "You must be doing something right," she whispered. Harry turned to her and took her into an embrace. "Yeah, I must be. I just hope Remus doesn't mind." Ginny rolled her eyes at him. "Really, Harry, I'm sure he's thrilled that Teddy looks up to you as a father. Since he can't be here, he picked the one he wanted to take his place." Harry nodded and snuggled close into Ginny, who was thinking about what a great father Harry would be when they had children of their own. Harry was at the burrow, slowly wandering down towards the pond. He liked to visit there whenever he had the chance. It brought back so many fond memories and was the perfect place to come and think. Its tranquil setting perfect for quiet contemplation. Ahead of him he suddenly heard a girl giggle and he drew to a stop. Barely visible through the trees and undergrowth he saw two people standing, facing one another. He was about to turn and leave when his eyes were drawn to the couple. He recognized Teddy and Victoire. Teddy placed his hands on Victoire's hips while she wrapped her arms around his neck and slowly they leaned in and kissed. Harry was frozen, not wanting to draw attention to himself but feeling like he was intruding. He watched mesmerized. It was a rather chaste kiss went and didn't last that long. Through the quiet stillness he heard Victoire sigh. "My first kiss," she said lowly, but Harry could tell she was smiling. "Mine too," Teddy said, equally happy. Harry then watched as Victoire leaned up and kissed Teddy again, this time a little more enthusiastically. Harry had seen enough and slowly turned and headed back the way he had come. Chuckling lowly, though he hadn't meant to intrude, he was happy he got to see two people who meant the world to him discover the pleasures of kissing, their first kiss on top of it. He thought back on his own first kiss, and yes, there were more than one. The first was the barely remembered event of his own first ever kiss. What a fiasco that had been. It had been wet, and awkward, and very unfulfilling with, he shuddered, Cho Chong. He'd been stupid and she was still caught up in the memory of Cedric Diggory. A sure recipe for disaster. Luckily their relationship hadn't lasted much longer than their first kiss. Then there was he considered his real first kiss, the one shared with Ginny in the common room after she had caught the snitch and won not only the game but the Quidditch Cup. Now that was a key to remember. He could still feel her warm lips and the way his spine tingled as he held her, totally ignoring what was happening around him as he gave himself over to Ginny and the feelings she was invoking. Yes, that rated way up there on his list of memorable kiss. Then there was their first kiss of reunion after he had killed Tom. Of course it happened right after she had slapped him for making her think he was dead, but the kiss more than made up for it. It was a kiss of promise for their life to come. Though less spine-tingling, it was so much more emotional. Yes, that one too was near the top of his list. Next was their first kiss as man and wife. That too had been a special kiss. A kiss of joining, cementing them together in a way he had never thought possible. A kiss of such deep abiding love, it still gave him shivers when he thought about it. Finally there was the first kiss that they had shared that very morning as they both woke up. A kiss that became more passionate as it went on, leading to their making love. Yes, first morning kiss were way up on his list too. Then as he thought about it he realized that every kiss he shared with Ginny was like a first kiss, like they were brand new, just made to share with the one you loved. He wasn't surprised to see Ginny approaching as he reached the end of the path. She came right up to him, her eyes blazing with the look that took his breath away. Without a word, she put her arms around his neck and as he grabbed her waist, their lips came together in a spine-tingling kiss. Another, first kiss, made just for the two of them. They were interrupted by giggling from behind him. Turning he saw Teddy and Victoire hand in hand. Teddy's eyes briefly met his, but he blushed and looked down. Victoire on the other hand, giggled again and said, "Way to go, Aunt Ginny." Teddy glanced up once again, blushing even deeper as he and Victoire made their way past. What was that all about? Ginny asked with a smile. Harry cringed a little, worried about his wife's reaction. Stumbled upon Teddy and Victoire down by the pond sharing their first key asterisk, Harry said hesitantly. When Ginny raised an eyebrow at him, he hastily explained. It was an accident, really, he protested. Ginny looked at him dubiously. Really, Harry said in his defense. They never even saw me if their reaction or lack thereof was any indication. Ginny laughed. For a moment I thought you were channeling Ron. Heaven forbid, Harry said with a laugh. Then he looked around and seeing they were alone, he captured Ginny's lips again. Ah, yes, another first key made just for us, he thought as he gave himself over to Ginny and the key they were sharing. Harry stood back, admiring the work he had done. He was repainting the nursery in preparation for the pending arrival of their third child, a girl. They had decided to change from the predominantly blue color scheme to one of vibrant yellow and bright green. Harry heard Ginny come into the room behind him and with a glint in his eyes he said, Are you sure you wouldn't prefer pink? You know I hate pink, his wife growled, and then she saw the look in his eyes. I'm going to make you pay for that, she said with a smile. Harry set down the roller and went over and slid an arm around Ginny's waist, pulling her in and keying her soundly. You won't hurt me, he said with a grin. When Ginny raised an eyebrow at him he added, Well, at least too much. I am the father of our children, after all. Ginny rolled her eyes. I hate it when you're right, she said playfully. Harry smiled and captured her lips again, running his tongue along her lips, begging for access, which Ginny eagerly granted. After several long minutes, they parted and Ginny rested her head on Harry's shoulder. I've decided on Lily Luna, she said softly. Harry smiled. Though they had decided on Lily fairly quickly, they had debated on what to choose for a middle name. She'll be named after two wonderful witches, Harry said quietly. Ginny smiled too. Yes, Luna was certainly a wonderful, kind, gentle soul, a bit unique, but that just made her all the better as far as they were concerned. So you still have no objections to naming Luna her godmother? She asked, snuggling a bit more into Harry's embrace. None whatsoever, Harry replied, placing a key on the side of Ginny's head. He then sighed. I was thinking about who to name as her godfather, he said softly. They had been trying hard to find the perfect choice. Ron and Hermione were James's godparents and Bill and Fleur were Albus. They had eliminated Percy, they wouldn't inflict him on anyone, as well as George, that was just asking for trouble. Charlie was also discounted, he just didn't have any wish to be a parental figure to anyone. So who did you come up with? Ginny asked, quite curious. How about Teddy? Harry asked hesitantly. He felt Ginny stiffen a little in surprise. I know he's a bit young, but he's growing up to be a fine young man and I think he'd be a good choice, he said trying to justify his choice. It took a moment but then Ginny nodded. I think he's a good choice too. He may be only 10 but it's not like we're planning on going anywhere and his role would be more as a big brother and mentor. I like it, she said with a smile. Harry relaxed, he too thought that Teddy would relish the role. He was already a great big brother to their two boys and it would let him know just how much he really meant to him and Ginny, as if he didn't know already. It would also show how much they trusted him. Ginny turned in front of Harry, wrapping her arms around his waist. When do you want to ask him? She asked looking lovingly into Harry's eyes. He's coming over this weekend. I thought we could talk to him then, Harry replied, smiling at Ginny's look. Ginny leaned in and keyed Harry tenderly. Sounds like a plan, she said with a smile. Harry gazed at her and ran a hand through her hair. Have I told you lately how beautiful you are? Ginny rolled her eyes but smiled. Not lately, and in case you haven't noticed, I'm the size of a small hippogriff. Harry chuckled. You are beautiful, and this, he said, running his hand over her swelling belly, only adds to your beauty. Ginny blushed, something only Harry could make her do any more. Though she didn't want to think so, she knew that Harry really did think she was beautiful, even swollen with child. You're balmy, she whispered, her smile growing. Maybe, Harry whispered back huskily before capturing her lips again. Ginny beeped as her desire hit her. not caring if it was her hormones or not. Harry desired her and thought she was the most beautiful woman on the face of the earth. "Harry," she beeped, "take me to the bedroom." Harry lifted her bridal style and carried her across the hall. Good thing the boys were with their grandparents while they worked on the house. It was much later as they lay tangled on the bed. Harry was idly running his hand down the side of her belly, across her hip and cupping her bum. He looked at her lovingly, though there was a bit of fire in his eyes too. "Do you think your parents will mind keeping the boys for the night?" he asked lowly, looking at her with desire. Ginny ran her hand up over Harry's bare chest and kissed him deeply. "Let me go, Flo Mum, and I'll be right back," she whispered huskily. As Ginny got up and put on her dressing gown, Harry watched her with a smile on his face. "God, I love her," he thought, hardly being able to contain himself waiting for her to return. Harry Potter had a dark secret, one he shared with no one. It was the result of many factors. While only 18 he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, well, the wizarding world, but still it was a lot for someone so young to bear. Sure, he had at 17 been that very world's savior, for the second time. Having saved it once as a mere child by his survival, but that made no difference to the world at large, even though it was really the actions of his mother and her sacrifice that had saved him. Besides being the savior, he had been thrown into being a Auror with virtually no training. Yes, he knew that the Auror Corps had been decimated during the war and they needed every available wand, but there were so many times that he felt he was floundering with little or no help or guidance that it was tearing him up inside. He hadn't realized just how much he had come to depend on Hermione's help while on the run. On top of that, he had no real life. He couldn't step outside of his house without a horde of reporters or just plain ordinary people following him around. Whatever he did ended up in the papers, every move was scrutinized. Dissected, analyzed, beaten to death. He felt he couldn't move or even breathe anymore. The one bright spot that remained was his Ginny, but even that was tantalizing out of reach. She had returned to Hogwarts at her mother's insistence to finish her education, and while Harry couldn't fault her for that, he could have really used her love and support. In her place he had turned to drinking fire whiskey. It numbed the pain and let him pass the lonely hours passed out rather than sitting and brooding on all that was wrong with his life. Ginny Weasley knew she had a problem. Something in her gut told her that something was seriously wrong with the love of her life, Harry Potter. Even at Christmas when she had been home, there was just something there that nigged at her brain. Since then the feeling had only grown. When she had first returned to school, Harry wrote to her at least every couple of days, and the letters were long, filled with his excitement about what he was doing and his thoughts about her and their future together. Then slowly things had changed, imperceptibly at first but then with greater impact. The letters began to come a little more far apart until now she was lucky to get one a week. Their content changed too, becoming shorter and shorter. Now she was lucky if they were 2 small pages and spoke of nothing really, except once in a while he'd let something slip about how things were really going. It chilled Ginny to the bone and she knew she had to do something. Dumping her things in her dorm, she headed off to Headmistress McGonagall's office. Education be damned, Harry needed her and she wasn't going to fail him now. Ginny arrived at Grimmauld Place and shook her head in disgust. The place reeked worse than it had when they had to stay there during the war. Kreacher appeared before her looking quite distressed, bowing low and looking ashamed at the state of the place. "Kreacher is pleased to see Mistress Ginny," he said when he looked back up at her. "Kreacher, what is going on here?" she said, looking around at the mess. Kreacher had tears form in his eyes. Kreacher is ashamed, but Master Harry has forbidden him from cleaning any more. Ginny looked at the old house elf in shock. Maybe things were even more troublesome than she thought. "Where is he?" Ginny asked, her eyes blazing. "This way, mistress, he is in the parlor. I'm afraid he has passed out again." Ginny and Kreacher had just started up the stairs when they halted at the scene before them. Harry lay in a heap on the landing. He was unconscious and bleeding heavily, having landed on a fire whiskey bottle, shattering it into his chest. They rushed to him and turned him over onto his back. Luckily most of the cuts were superficial. "Should Kreacher take Master to St. Mungo's?" the distressed elf asked. "No, Kreacher, I think it's better if we handle this ourselves," Ginny replied sadly. knowing that the press would have a field day if they found out Harry had fallen down the stairs drunk and injured himself. Kreacher looked relieved at Ginny, knowing how bad it would have been if he did take Harry to the hospital. With Kreacher's help, Ginny got Harry back up to the parlor. It was in slightly better shape than Harry's bedroom. Calling it a pigsty would have insulted pigs. They got his wounds cleaned, healed and bandaged as best they could, and he was now resting comfortably on the couch. Ginny sat beside him in a chair she had pulled over so she could be right next to him. She was giving him a good look and didn't like what she saw. He was pale and pasty. He had lost a lot of weight and his look reminded her of how he looked after spending time at his relatives during the summers. She was staring at the 2 new scars on his chest and shaking her head. While Harry had told her of his adventures while off hunting the Horcruxes, he had never shown her their after effects, and she wondered if he had purposely downplayed some of the aspects of what he had gone through. First was the large oval that she surmised was the one left by that horrid locket. He had told her it had hurt him, but never said how much. The result was horrifying to say the least. The second was a new second lightning bolt scar centered over his heart. Though he had told her what had happened in the Forbidden Forest when he went to Riddle, he had never told her it had left a physical mark. During the long hours of the night while she kept vigil, she had cleaned up the parlor to some extent. The first thing she had done was banish all the fire whiskey bottles, starting with the full ones. She had then straightened up some so that the room at least looked passable and opened the windows to air out the place. She had Kreacher clean the hall bath when she had needed to use the loo. It was in as deplorable condition as the rest of the house. After he had done that, she ordered him to get some rest as it looked like the following day was going to be a long one, once Harry awoke. Ginny awoke, hearing Harry calling out, "Damn it, Kreacher, where did you put the fire whiskey?" "I got rid of it," Ginny said sternly. Harry sat up and looked at Ginny in horror, then he looked ashamed. That was short-lived as he turned away and vomited. Ginny was instantly by his side, vanishing the sick and wiping his face. "What have you done to yourself?" she asked lowly. Harry leaned into her embrace, sobbing, "I've missed you so much." Ginny cradled him into her body, running a hand through his grimy hair, tears coming to her eyes, realizing just how broken Harry truly was. When Harry's sobbing finally subsided, she helped him rise. "Come on, Harry," she said. "Frankly, you stink and we need to do something about that." She helped him to the hall bath and stripped him down. Seeing he was barely able to stand, she stripped down to her in knickers and pulled him into the shower. Harry seemed barely conscious, not even noticing Ginny's state of undress. She washed him and shampooed his hair, finally getting him clean after who knew how long. Kreacher brought her clean clothes for the 2 of them and Ginny then sent him off to make some broth for Harry's breakfast. She then asked him to clean Harry's bedroom so that she could get him some place more comfortable than the parlor. Kreacher smiled at her and hastened to comply, happy to have someone in charge that would let him clean once again. The next several days were extremely hard as Harry went through withdrawal. He had periods of delirium and the shakes, sweating profusely. All during that time, Ginny, with Kreacher's help, tenderly took care of Harry as he struggled with cleansing his body of the poison that he had ingested. During his coherent periods, Ginny got him to tell her about all that he had been through. It was hard for the 2 of them, often bringing tears to both of their eyes as they worked through all that had brought about Harry's turning to drinking to ease his pain. It was at the end of the week when an owl appeared bearing a note from her mother. McGonagall had finally contacted her after not hearing from Ginny. Ginny was actually surprised it had taken her mother so long to contact her, but the letter explained that Harry had blocked off the flow and denied access to everyone. All the Weasleys had been concerned about Harry, but from the letter Ginny could tell they didn't know about the extent of Harry's problems. Ginny had Kreacher open the flow to allow flow calls, but she didn't have him open it all the way. She didn't want anyone coming over and see Harry in his current state. She knew he would have been mortified if that had happened, and she didn't want anything to interfere with his recovery. Once she was done reassuring her mother and broke the connection, she got a frantic call from Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Minister of Magic. She told him Harry was sick and that she was there taking care of him and she'd have Harry contact him as soon as he was feeling up to it. Though he looked at her questioningly, like he knew there were things she wasn't telling him, he accepted her explanation and told her to contact him if she needed any help at all. Ginny thanked him and informed him that it would be quite a while before Harry would be ready to return to work. Before he could say anything, she broke the flow connection. After Ginny was done with her flow calls, she headed back to Harry's room. Well, in effect, Harry's in her room. Since the second night when Harry was having a hard time, he asked her to lay with him, so she did. She hadn't slept anywhere else since. Not that they did anything but sleep, except share a chaste goodnight key every evening. At first she did it because it was easier to take care of Harry through the night, being right there when he awoke, either from the effects of withdrawal or because of having nightmares. Now it was because they preferred to sleep in each other's arms, both finding comfort sleeping with the one they loved. The next week passed quickly with them having some long and heartfelt and heartbreaking conversations. In one sense Ginny had to force him to talk, but in reality Harry knew he needed to, and he was glad it was Ginny he was talking to. There were some things he knew he'd never have talked to anyone else about. Ginny still restricted access, much to the annoyance of her mother, but she knew it was for the best. It was as the third week came to an end that Ginny decided that Harry needed to get out of the house. She knew that it would be next to impossible to do so anywhere in England, and so with Creature's help she booked a holiday to the south of France. That was where they currently were, laying on the beach and basking in the sun. Ginny looked appreciatively at Harry. He was finally gaining a bit of color and no longer looked like death warmed over. He was also eating well and put back on most of the weight he had lost. All in all, he was looking much better. Knowing that even though his eyes were closed, he wasn't asleep, she impulsively leaned over and gave him a quick key before laying back down. She was taken by surprise when he rolled to her and gave her a much more emotionally laden one. She opened her eyes and found herself staring into Harry's remarkable emerald orbs. She was happy to see how bright and happy they looked. "Thank you," he whispered, leaning down and keying her again. "You're welcome," she said, pulling him hard to her. "I'm glad I could help fix what was wrong." Harry lay back down so Ginny rolled to snuggle into his side, feeling contented like she had never done before. She thought briefly about whether or not to return to Hogwarts to finish the year, though she doubted she'd pass more than half her newts at this point. Not that it mattered to her, she had found out she had a tryout with the Holyhead Harpies and she didn't need any newts to play professional Quidditch. As she lay there listening to the comforting sound of Harry's heartbeat, she knew she was where she needed to be, with Harry, and she decided then and there that was where she would remain. They had weathered a trial and in the end it brought them closer together, and now they had a life together that lay before them and she couldn't wait to get on with it. Harry arrived at the Burrow for Bill's and Fleur's wedding, vowing to avoid Ginny at all costs. She was just too dangerous and devious for his own good. At first he thought he was being quite successful as he barely saw her around at all. Sure, she was there at dinner that night, but she sat at the far end of the table so that they didn't interact at all. Even that night in the parlor when the family all sat around talking, or in Ron's case, trying to entice anyone into a game of chess, she kept her distance and headed off to bed early. It wasn't like he wasn't noticing her. It seemed no matter where he was, her tantalizing fragrance filled his nostrils, making his head spin and a certain part of his anatomy react most embarrassingly. Luckily no one seemed to notice his discomfort, or if they did, they didn't say or do anything. He was sure if either of the twins had noticed, he'd have been toast, as they would have never let something like that go. All in all, it looked like his plan was working. That was until the next day. Fate, or some devious person, brought all of that to an end. As one of the things he volunteered to do to help clean up before the wedding, he had offered to take a lot of spare items up to the attic. Normally heading into the attic was a recipe for trouble, as the Weasley family ghoul lived up there, but for some reason, the ghoul seemed to like Harry and tended to leave him alone. Harry had just carried 2 boxes of miscellaneous items up into the attic when he heard the door close. At first he thought one of the twins, or both of them, had locked him in there as a prank, but he soon found out it was someone else who was involved. He knew who it was almost immediately because her fragrance preceded her into the enclosed space. He gulped as his body began to betray him, reacting most vigorously. He was about to call out to her when she appeared and his voice froze in his throat. She was standing at the top of the stairs, wearing things he thought should be illegal for someone as beautiful as her to wear. He recognized her shirt as one she had worn frequently about a year ago. Though still beautiful, she had kind of outgrown it, mainly in the way it fit across her chest. It now hugged her curves in an almost obscene way, highlighting that area of her anatomy. She had also left a couple of more buttons unfastened, leaving a wide expanse of her creamy skin in view, and with so much skin exposed, he could tell she wasn't wearing a certain piece of female clothing that usually encased her growing attributes. The shirt was an amazing deep cobalt blue that contrasted nicely with her white skin and red hair. Then there were the shorts she was wearing, a contrasting red color. Though many say redheads should never wear red, the fact they weren't near her hair and that they were offset by the blue made it work so well. They were also a size or two too small, seeming like they were painted on her. Harry knew his eyes were bugging out by the small smirk that graced Ginny's face. It took several moments before his brain could re-engage so he could react. He momentarily considered throwing himself out the window to escape, but as she began to move towards him he knew that he wouldn't. It was like a sailor drawn to the sirens as he found himself walking to meet her. When she was right before him, so close that he could clearly see every fascinating freckle that decorated her face, he tried desperately to formulate what he wanted to say. Ginny beat him to it. "Why have you been avoiding me?" she whispered softly, her voice so low and gentle it seemed to caress him physically. Well, what makes you think I've been avoiding you?" he stammered at her, his voice rising an octave. Ginny smiled at him a bit sadly. "Harry, I know you, so don't try and lie to me." Harry tried to look away from her mesmerizing eyes but found he could not. He seemed like a bird frozen in front of a predator, waiting for the strike to come. "I'm sorry," he finally whispered when he found his voice again. "I thought it best." "Better for who?" Ginny asked, her eyes taking on a sad look. She then slowly reached up and gently touched his cheek, sending shivers down his spine at the intensity of the feelings it invoked. He felt a fire spring up where she touched him. Though it didn't burn, it certainly inflamed him. "Ginny," he said intensely, though he wasn't sure if it was in protest or imploringly. The next thing he knew she was in his arms and they were keying, and what a key it was. He thought that they had shared some pretty intense kisses before, but this one so far surpassed any of them that it was as if they had only kissed each other on the cheek like brother and sister before. Without realizing what they were doing, they moved back and tumbled onto an old couch that was being stored up in the attic. Hands roamed over both bodies, each trying to touch as much of the other as possible. Without realizing it, soon Ginny had unbuttoned Harry's shirt and had it half off his shoulders. Ginny's shirt was off completely, leaving her top exposed completely to hairy hands and mouth. Somehow her shorts were half over her hips and her silky knickers were free to be explored. Both were breathing hard, panting and beeping, heading into dangerous territory where they had never ventured before, but that both seemed hell-bent on reaching as soon as possible. Suddenly they heard a door bang open. "Harry, Harry," they heard Molly cry. "Are you up there?" Both looked at each other wide-eyed for a moment. Harry quickly placed a finger before his mouth, begging Ginny to remain quiet. "Yeah, I'm up here," he called out to Mrs. Weasley, praying she wouldn't come any closer up the stairs. "Are you all right, dear?" Molly called. Harry quickly sprang up and headed quickly to the railing that protected the stairs, not bothering to take the time to button his shirt. He leaned over the railing, breathing a sign of relief seeing the Weasley matriarch still at the bottom of the stairs. "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley," he said with a strained smile. Molly looked at him in concern. "Are you sure you're all right? You're looking a bit flushed. Maybe it's too hot up there and you should come down." "I'm fine, really. It is a little hot but I'm just about done," he said hastily. "Okay dear, but come down soon. In fact, if you're not down in 5 or 10 minutes I'll send Ron up to help you," Molly said with a smile. Harry's eyes widened in panic. No, that's okay, I promise I'll be down soon." Molly glanced at him a little funny, but then smiled. "Okay, just don't be too long," she said before turning back and heading downstairs. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and headed back over to Ginny. She was now sitting up, her shorts back in place, and she was putting her shirt back on, though Harry did get to gaze at her beautiful beeps again before her shirt came down and covered them. He flopped back down on the couch next to her. That was close, he said lowly. Then he glanced at her, their eyes meeting and they burst into laughter. Yes it was, Ginny smirked, but it was so worth it. Harry smiled at her, agreeing silently, but then he thought about what they had almost done and his smile disappeared. Ginny, he said emotionally. Ginny gave him a sad smile. I know Harry, we almost got carried away. Well, we did get carried away and I know what would have happened if we didn't get interrupted. Harry looked at her frightened, knowing what she said was true. I never meant to take advantage of you, he said fearfully. Ginny rolled her eyes, sighing deeply. Harry, in case you didn't notice, I was just as willing as you were. But, no buts, Harry, we both know it was mutual, she said gently. She then reached out, caressing his cheek and keying him tenderly. Maybe now isn't the right time, but I want you to know that someday I want us to finish what we started, she whispered. But I broke up with you, he protested softly, tears coming to his eyes. Ginny gave him a sad smile but shook her head. I don't accept that, she said softly. I know you have to go off and do what you need to do, but know this, I will be here waiting for you to return to me and I fully expect to someday continue this. Harry looked at her and smiled wanly. Whatever did I do to deserve you? He said emotionally. Ginny's eyes sparkled and her smile widened. I don't know what it was, but it must have been something terrible. Harry laughed lowly, smiling back at her. Yeah, it must have been. Then he leaned over and keyed her, a key of promise that he would do everything in his power to fulfill her wish. I love you, he whispered. I love you too, she whispered back. They both sighed. I guess I'd better get downstairs or your mother is going to send Ron up looking for me and that wouldn't end well, he said regretfully. Yeah, Ginny agreed. Not that I'd let him hurt you, but then Mum would get involved and we both don't want that. I definitely don't want to have that conversation with her. They both stood and hugged hard. As Harry stepped back he looked at Ginny hopefully. Save me a dance, he asked. I'll save most of them for you, she replied softly. With one last quick hug and key asterisk, they headed downstairs, Harry going first, making sure that the way was clear. They separated on the landing where Ginny's room was. I'll see you soon, Ginny whispered. Harry smiled at her. I look forward to it, he replied. Harry sat and watched as Teddy played with his 3 children and smiled. Teddy had fallen into the role of big brother naturally. Right at the moment he was helping them with their flying. Though Harry had taught them all how to fly, it never hurt to have them practice as much as possible, and since Teddy loved flying as much as him and Ginny, it was great that he could spend time with them refining their skills. Lily really needed it as she had just began to fly, being just dive, and though you could see how natural she was on a broom, it was always good when someone was there to point out things and help them when they had a problem with a particular maneuver. Ginny came over and sat on his lap, just having brought out a tray of drinks and snacks for everyone. He's really good with the children, she said with a smile, watching Teddy keep rein on her brood. He should be, Harry said with a laugh. You had him changing nappies since he was 6. He wanted to help and who was I to deny him, Ginny replied. Teddy noticed that Ginny had appeared with the drinks and snacks, so he called to James and Albus as he steered Lily over in their direction. He smiled mischievously and dove hard at his surrogate parents. He skidded to a stop right in front of and frowned. I was sure I could make you flinch, he said unhappily. Just laughed at him. You'll have to do better than that, Ginny said. You're talking to 2 of the best flyers that ever went to Hogwarts, let alone that I used to play professionally. Teddy lost his frown and sighed. I should have remembered that, he said as he grabbed a glass of pumpkin juice. By then the 3 Potter children had joined them, and as Lily went to grab a drink, Albus bumped her out of the way. Albus, Teddy scolded the young boy. Lily was there first, and besides, what have I told you about ladies going first? Sorry, Teddy, the young boy said contritely. I'm not the one you need to be apologizing to, Teddy said in disapproval. Sorry, Lily, Albus said, stepping back to allow Lily to go first. Lily huffed at him but gave Teddy a brilliant smile. She grabbed a goblet of juice and a couple of biscuits before she bounced over and sat on Teddy's lap. Thank you, she said sincerely. You'd think he'd have learned by now. Well, he is only 7, Teddy said with a smirk. You've never acted that way, Lily countered. Teddy laughed. Trust me, I wasn't always like this. Your dad had to sit me down and explain things to me. Plus he and your mum taught me well, and let me tell you that took some doing. Lily looked at him incredulously, eyes wide. But they're raising him too. Teddy laughed again. Yeah, but James is a bad influence. It took him longer than me to learn that lesson. Watched the two, smiling at them. Teddy always had a special connection with their daughter. Though he loved all their children, he had a special place in his heart for Lily. You're the best, Lily said, hugging Teddy. You're my girl, Teddy replied, returning her hug. Lily rolled her eyes and giggled. Everyone knows it's Twar that you fancy. Teddy blushed deeply but got a dreamy smile on his face. As much as he liked to deny it, he knew what Lily said was true. Laughed lowly at Teddy's discomfort. The whole extended family knew about his feelings for Bill's and Fleur's daughter. Lily jumped up off his lap. Are we going to fly some more? She asked hopefully. That's up to your parents, Teddy replied, though he was sure what their answer would be. Lily looked at with puppy dog eyes, a look that was purely Ginny. Laughed. Go. Have fun, Ginny said with a smile. In a flash all four children grabbed their brooms and rocketed into the sky. Harry began to nibble on Ginny's neck, causing her to beep. While the kids are occupied, let's you and I head inside for some quality adult fun, Harry whispered into her ear. Ginny gave Harry a quick intense key before bouncing off of his lap. Race you, she said as she took off for the house. Harry smiled, hot on her heels. Harry Potter found it kind of odd that all three of his children at about the same age noticed something and asked the same question. This year it had been Lily who had asked the question that both her brothers had asked. It actually surprised him because Lily had always been a bit more perceptive than either of her brothers, and he had kind of expected her to ask the previous year. Harry grabbed a butterbeer and went out back and sat staring at the night sky. Unlike the same night so many years ago, tonight the sky was crystal clear and the stars were shining bright. The moon was just a little more than half full, providing a soft silvery light. He wasn't sitting there long when Ginny came down and joined him. She sat close and rested her head on his shoulder and sighed. Will I ever get over this? She asked softly. Harry placed an arm around her shoulder and gave her a gentle squeeze. Over it? I don't know, but I think in time it will get easier, Harry said softly. Even in the low light of the half moon he could see she had been crying. Ginny sniffled. But it's been 15 years already. I know, Harry answered. It was not like he'd ever forget either. But I can tell that the past few years haven't been quite as hard as before, and I think that will continue to happen. Ginny snuggled closer into his side. Did Lily come ask this year? She asked curiously. Harry gave a soft sad chuckle. Yeah, she did. And it was exactly what her brothers asked when they were 5. Ginny questioned. Yup, Harry said, turning his head to look at Ginny. Each has asked the same thing on this day when they were 5. Why is Mummy crying? And you answered her just like you did James and Albus when they asked. Ginny said. Harry nodded. I didn't see any reason not to. I think they all needed to hear about their Uncle Fred even though they have never met him. Ginny gave a small smile, though her eyes still held her sadness, and she asked him, even though she knew the answer, she just wanted to hear it out loud. What did you say? Harry gave her a small smile, knowing what she was doing. I told her even though he looked exactly like Uncle George before he lost his ear, they were different in personality. Both were pranksters and did virtually everything together. Fred tended to be the more creative of the two, coming up with a lot of their ideas and letting George figure out how to accomplish them. That's not to say he wasn't better at some things. Fred was the wand guy and George the potions maker. They complemented each other perfectly, even going so far as to occasionally finish each other's sentences. Ginny gave a small laugh in spite of herself. Is that all? She asked lowly. Nope. He was also like George in the fact that together they could be incredibly sweet and kind when they wanted to be. Though known as pranksters, they could also go out of their way to help someone who really needed it. Ginny snuggled a bit closer into Harry's side. He really was a great guy, wasn't he? Yeah, he was, Harry replied, giving her a key on the top of her head. Ginny glanced up at the sky and saw how late it really was. I think I can get to sleep now, she said softly. "Will you come up and hold me?" she asked quietly. "You know I will," Harry said, picking her up bridal style. Harry knew as he carried Ginny up to their bedroom that the night between May 1st and May 2nd was always going to be a rough one. While he had mainly made his peace with the loss of everyone, his wife was still having trouble with the loss of her brother Fred. Though she tried to hide it, she still couldn't stop the tears, and each of their children had figured out that May 1st was a bad day for Mummy. It was amazing how quiet and good they could be on that day. Harry gently laid Ginny down before he changed and crawled into bed with her. She curled against him, snuggling close, and gave a small chuckle as their dog Griffin crawled up and curled up in the crook of her legs. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you for handling the kids and for taking care of me, and most of all for telling them about what a great person Fred was." "It's my pleasure," Harry replied, giving her a soft key. Ginny returned it, letting Harry's love fill her. With a soft sigh, she drifted off to sleep. Harry spent a short time watching her, wishing he could take the pain away, but knowing it would leave in its own time, no matter how long that took. With one last key to the top of her head resting on his chest, he joined her in slumber. Harry Potter was spending the day at the play park with his godson Teddy and his son James. Not that James was doing a lot of playing. At only 6 months old, the most he did was sit in the child's seat of the swing set and let him or Teddy push him gently, causing the baby to squeal with delight. Who cared if some of the old biddies scowled at him because the boy went rather high? Harry had cast a sticking charm on him so he couldn't fall, not that any of the muggles knew that, of course. Teddy was currently swinging in the next swing, a normal one, as he had just turned 6 recently and was growing like a proverbial weed. Luckily for Harry, Teddy had chosen to make his hair match his, messy, sticking up all over and as black as night. It was far better than when he had been younger and turned his hair some really interesting colors. His favorite for a time had been turquoise. The looks he received from most of the mums at the park let him know they disapproved, though the envious looks from some of the fathers made him laugh. They were just getting set to head back to Andromeda's for lunch, and he was putting James into the pram when out of the corner of his eye he saw a little reddish-gold blur heading his way. "Grab him!" someone yelled. Harry's seeker-honed instincts kicked in and he reached down and snagged the little puppy. It looked up with big brown eyes, the color of which reminded him of guineas. As he stared into its eyes and cuddled him to his chest to keep better control on the squiggling, squirming puppy, it reached up and licked him on the face. Harry couldn't help but laugh as the puppy licked him again and he got a better look at it. Its ears were as big as its head and its red tongue was lolling out of its little mouth from having been running so hard. An older man approached carrying a leash with a little collar attached. "He keeps slipping his collar," the man said as he came over. "He's a quick one and I thought sure he was going to get away. Thanks for catching him." Harry saw over the man's shoulder an older woman who had a much larger version of the dog following behind. She had a condescending look on her face as she watched the man trying to put the collar back on the uncooperative puppy. The man chuckled a little at his wife's look. "I'm just not as fast as I used to be," he said with a shrug. Harry held onto the little puppy who was now settled comfortably in his arms. "I'm Bob Wainwright and this is my lovely wife Cynthia," he introduced himself and the woman. He reached down and petted the dog his wife had. "And this is Bella. She's much better behaved than that one," Cynthia said with a laugh, pointing to the puppy Harry held. "What's this one's name?" Harry asked, looking at the now sleeping puppy. "We call him Leo, but the families that adopt them usually name them themselves," Bob explained. "So he's looking for a new home?" Harry asked, his eyes lighting up. Cynthia laughed, seeing Harry's look. "Oh, yes, and he's the last of the litter," she said, her eyes dancing at the look in Harry's eyes. "How much?" Harry asked, interested in the little pup. He and Ginny had been talking about getting a pet for a while but hadn't gotten around to doing anything about it yet. "Well, he's a purebred bloodhound," Bob explained, "and normally we've been getting £150 for them, but seeing he's the last of the litter and we haven't had anyone interested in him, I could let him go for 100. Harry glanced at Teddy, who was staring at the puppy, gently scratching it behind the ears. "What do you think, Teddy?" he asked with a smile. Teddy's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. "We'll take him," Harry said with a smile. Though they really should have been leaving for lunch, They all sat down and Bob and Cynthia told Harry all about bloodhounds and what he could expect. While Teddy held the squirming puppy, Harry dug out his roll of pounds and paid the couple. They made arrangements to meet back at the park after lunch so that the Wainwrights could bring some of Leo's toys and favorite blanket to give to Harry. Ginny and Hermione were shopping in Diagon Alley, though they were just really window shopping as they were just enjoying a day out by themselves. Ginny was so grateful that Harry had taken James to spend time with Teddy. They were passing in front of Magical Menagerie when movement that Ginny saw out of the corner of her eyes drew her attention. There, standing with its front paws on the glass, was a small black and white kitten that was staring at her. As Ginny bent close to get a better look, the kitten batted at her with one paw and meowed loudly. Ginny couldn't help but smile. There was just something about the little kitten that drew her to it. "Let's go in here," she said happily. Hermione raised an eyebrow, but Ginny wasn't paying any attention, already heading inside. As she approached the display, the little kitten came bounding over, begging to be picked up. Ginny scooped it up and cuddled it to her chest, and the kitten butted her face with its head, purring contentedly. As if by magic, a salesperson appeared at her side. "She's part Weasley," she said. "Very intelligent and fiercely loyal." Hermione appeared a moment later, giving Ginny an indulgent look, but she was smiling nonetheless. Ginny just looked at her, a little defensive. "Harry and I have been talking about getting a pet, and this little one is perfect." "Well, you know how much I love Crookshanks, so as long as Harry is okay with it, you know I don't have any objections," Hermione said with a smile. Ginny cuddled the kitten close and nuzzled the kitten. "I'm sure Harry will love her," she said happily. She went to the counter and bought the kitten along with a carrier, kitten food, a few toys and treats. "What are you going to name her?" Hermione asked as they left the store. Ginny looked down at the now sleeping kitten and smiled. "Magic," she said softly. Ginny heard Harry come in the front door, so she scooped up Magic and headed into the parlor. "Look what I got," they both said at the same time. Both stopped and stared at the other. Harry holding the puppy and Ginny doing the same with the kitten. Suddenly they both burst out in laughter. After a moment they sat down on the couch and exchanged their charges, each cuddling their respective new pets, oohing and awing over them. "So what's this little one's name?" Ginny asked as the puppy crawled up and began to lick her face. "Well, they called him Leo, but Teddy and I decided to change it to Griffin," Harry said, explaining how he had acquired the puppy. "And this one?" Harry asked as the kitten curled up in his lap and began to purr. "Magic," Ginny replied and told Harry about her buying the kitten. Harry glanced over at James, who was asleep in his pram right next to the couch. "Our family is growing," he said with a smile. Ginny looked at him with a coy smile. "Maybe it's time we think about adding another two-legged member," she said seductively. Harry's eye lit up as he looked at his wife. "You sure?" he asked, slightly surprised. Ginny nodded at him, her eyes glowing with desire. Harry set the kitten down next to him, where it promptly curled up and went to sleep. He got up and placed Griffin's blanket by the fireplace, where the puppy went and curled up and fell asleep too. Ginny looked at James sleeping in his pram. "Well, it looks like all the children are asleep," she said, rising and taking Harry's hand. Harry picked Ginny up and keyed her soundly before carrying her off to the bedroom. No time like the present to start on adding to the family. Ginny Potter was getting changed into her Quidditch gear before practice when the team captain and manager came storming into the locker room fuming. "What is it this time?" whispered Andrea Walters, one of her fellow chasers. Ginny just shrugged, lacing and tying one of her boots. She really hated them as they came all the way up to just below her knee and look forever to lace comfortably. "I have no idea and I'm not going to ask," she replied, finally having her first boot laced and starting on the second. Just then one of the equipment girls came by, shaking her head. "The rumor has it that Gwenog may call off practice because we're one seeker short." "Why's that?" one of the new beaters asked. "Well, Doc won't approve Sam for flying and the third string girl hasn't signed her contract yet," the girl said, before heading off. Samantha Matthews was their top world-class seeker. Ginny sat there for a moment before she began to chuckle. "You think this is funny, Weiss, Potter?" Gwenog growled, still having a problem remembering Ginny's married name. "Oh, no," she said a little embarrassingly. I was just thinking of something. Tell me, I could use something to laugh at after the morning I've been having, the captain said. Ginny blushed. Well, I thought it would be kind of funny if Harry came and played, well, you know, she said, hemming and hawing. Gwenog actually got an interested look in her eyes. Do you think he'd really come and play? She asked speculatively. Everyone nearby was staring at her in shock, Ginny most of all. But he's he, she said in surprise. So it's not like I'm putting him on the roster, Gwenog countered, now looking at Ginny intently. We just need him for a couple of days at the most. I can't just bring in anyone who might leak our new formations, and I'm sure Harry would be trustworthy. When Ginny just looked at her like she'd lost her mind, Gwenog said, How soon do you think you could get him here? It took a moment, under Gwenog's intense stare, before she put her mind in gear. Well, he has this week off and was just going to hang out today, so I'd think he could be here in 5-10 minutes depending if he's dressed yet or not. Get him here, was all Gwenog said before she stomped off. Ginny sat there stunned for a second before jumping up and heading for the flow. One didn't keep Gwenog Jones waiting if one wanted to keep in her good graces. Harry stood there staring incredulously at Ginny and Gwenog Jones. You want me to play Seeker? He asked, looking confused. Yes, Gwenog said like she was talking to someone extremely dim. Harry waved his hands vaguely in the area of his chest. Aren't I lacking in certain attributes? He asked, bushing a little. Gwenog just rolled her eyes and began walking away. You explain it to him, she said in exasperation. Ginny hastily explained to Harry about what was going on as she directed him down the hall towards the visiting team's locker room. He first looked at her bewilderedly, as she had woken him up and yelled at him to grab his broom and get to Holyhead Stadium immediately. Hastening to comply even though he had no idea what was going on, he had arrived a bit disheveled and groggy as he hadn't had his morning tea yet. He really needed some caffeine. Ginny took pity on him, thrusting one of the bottles of Coca-Cola she had because she liked the cold Muggle soda for after practice, at him. Harry took several large swallows and, looking a bit more awake, he had Ginny repeat everything one last time. Once he got it, he looked at Ginny with a little concern. What he was staring at was her practice uniform. Someone in the front office decided that they'd be rather, shall we say, skimpy. The jersey, if you could call it one, was very form-fitting and left the midriff bare. The other half of the uniform was a pair of short shorts. Of course there were the long socks they wore, but those were barely seen out of the tops of the ridiculously high boots. The only thing they were really good for was selling posters of the players wearing them, and Harry hated that Ginny's poster was the top seller of any of the Harpies. Ginny laughed at him, staring at her, knowing what he was thinking. Let's find something a little more appropriate for you to wear, she said. What they came up with suited Harry fine. Ginny had one of her old game jerseys that still had Weasley on the back. With a little Engorgio charm, it fit perfectly. The pants were a pair of game pants from their reserve keeper, a big burly woman from Lancaster who liked to challenge blokes in pubs to arm wrestle. She rarely lost. With his clothing and some borrowed Quidditch gear, Harry was outfitted in no time, and he appeared on the pitch just a little after the rest of the team. He actually blushed at the greeting the team gave him, making many crude and suggestive comments till Gwenog shut them up, reminding them he was Ginny's husband. Not that that did a lot of good. They did tone it down a little, but that was offset by including Ginny in the comments. He was surprised when she didn't blush but gave as good as she got. Gwenog finally got them sorted and they took to the air. Harry was a little disappointed that he wasn't playing against Sam, their starting Seeker, but their second-team Seeker wasn't any slouch either. She was good enough to play professionally after all. He took a little ribbing as he got used to riding his broom under game conditions, as it had been since Hogwarts since he'd played in a real competition. That wasn't to say that the Weasley family games weren't competitive, but only Charlie really had the skills to play professionally, and he was usually in Romania, so Harry didn't play against him often. Once Harry got his legs back under him, he had a blast. He often left his counterpart befuddled and confused with the moves he was making. He only used one Wronski feint, not wanting to hurt the woman as she was a harpy after all. But she had learned her lesson, barely avoiding plowing herself, so she began to give Harry a bit more free room. Harry, like when he flew for Gryffindor, mainly ignored the other seeker, choosing instead to concentrate on finding the snitch, and he was having fun doing it. The professional standard snitch was, shall we say, leagues above anything he'd ever gone after before. Ginny though it funny when she heard Gwenog's offhand comment, "I wish he had TS. Content edited for publication." Though he didn't have everything his own way, he did catch a full 3/4 of the snitches. After practice he was dragged along out to the local pub by the majority of the players, and they made him an honorary harpy. That did almost create a fiasco, as one of the players thought it would be fun to charm beeps onto him, but you don't fire unknown spells at the man who took down Riddle with impunity. Harry had his wand out, a shield up and a return spell fired before the girl could blink. It was only Ginny casting a shield charm to protect her that saved her from serious time in St. Mungo's. Everyone learned their lesson from that quickly. Don't mess with the Potters. Even Ginny earned some looks at how fast she had protected her teammate. To them she had always just been fiery, competitive, fun Ginny, not the lioness she showed herself to be. Because after she saved her teammate's hide, she lambasted her in a manner that made Gwenog proud and a little envious. Once things had calmed down, everyone returned to having a good time, though Ginny sat closer to Harry than she normally might do in the circumstances and keeping a wary eye out for any more mischief. Things worked out so well, Harry spent the remainder of the week playing Seeker as the Harpies practiced. Sam did come and watch and kidded, maybe a bit seriously, that she was glad she didn't have to fly against Harry. By the time the week ended she was cleared to return to flying, and the third-string Seeker had finally signed her contract and arrived at the stadium to join the team. That night as they snuggled into bed, Ginny asked if he was sorry that it had to end. Harry keyed her tenderly and looked her in the eyes. "While it was a lot of fun, it was also a lot of hard work, and I'm glad that there's only one Harpy in this house. I'd much rather watch you play than play myself. I love watching you fly and couldn't do that if I was playing too." It took a moment to realize that Harry was telling her the truth. While he loved playing Quidditch with the family, he did it for the fun of it. Even for her, playing professionally took something away from the game, and she knew he really did love watching her fly. Keying him deeply, she thought he deserved a little reward. Luckily the next day was Saturday and she didn't need to be up early, as it appeared it was going to be a late night. Not that she was complaining, and she doubted Harry would either. Harry, Ginny, James and Albus in his pram, with Griffin on his leash, were enjoying the early morning in the park. Normally they would have had Teddy with them, but he was suffering from a cold and Andromeda thought it best if he stayed home and rested. Harry was actually secretly relieved because Teddy could be a real handful when he wasn't feeling well. Though he would never say anything, he thought Ginny looked rather relieved too. They tended to like coming to the park early cause they avoided much of the crowds. Albus really liked swinging in the toddler swing, and Harry didn't have to feel guilty about letting him swing to his heart's content without some other parent standing there staring, wanting a turn for their child. Harry smiled as Albus tried to stand and look around. At 14 months he was already speaking some and had recently started to toddle. Albus smiled and pointed at their dog. "Riffen," he said gleefully. The dog came over at the sound of his name and tried to jump up at Albus, his tongue licking out widely. Harry laughed loudly at their antics, but uncharacteristically. Ginny was quiet. Harry glanced at her, wondering if something was wrong. Though smiling, she had a strange look on her face. "Are you okay?" he asked with concern. Ginny smiled at him reassuringly. "I'm fine, really," she replied. "My stomach is just bothering me a little. It's nothing to be concerned about." Harry looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Though Ginny wasn't one to downplay things when she was really feeling ill, she usually had a cast iron stomach and ate things that would have turned his stomach. Silently vowing to keep an eye on her, they made their way into the park. James and Albus immediately wanted to get to the swings, so while Harry took care of them, Ginny sat nearby playing with Griffin. Harry was pushing James in one swing and Albus in another when he heard the sound of retching. Turning and looking at Ginny, he saw her wiping her mouth. She grabbed a bottle of water from the things they had packed, rinsed her mouth out and then took a swallow to clear her throat. "I knew there was something wrong," Harry complained. Ginny rolled her eyes and looked at him exasperatedly. I'm fine, really. It must have been something I ate or something. Really, I'm feeling much better now, she said, staring at Harry, daring him to disagree. Harry knew he needed to tread lightly, knowing if he suggested cutting their visit to the park short he'd be in for an argument. James wanted down, so he set him on the ground, grabbing Albus as James headed off for the playground equipment. James's first stop was the children's slide, and he hurriedly climbed the short stairs before sliding down, squealing gleefully. With his help, Albus also had fun on the slide, though Harry looked around to make sure no one was watching and cast several cushioning charms to make sure they wouldn't get hurt if they fell off. All the while he was playing with the boys, he kept a close eye on Ginny, who was once more playing with Griffin. Luckily she seemed to be feeling okay, but he still worried a little. Ginny joined him with the boys and they spent a wonderful morning as a small loving family. As the morning progressed, the park became busier, and as noon approached, decided to head to a nearby small pub for lunch. Harry was glad to see Ginny had no trouble eating lunch or seemed not to be bothered by her stomach the rest of the day. However, his concern grew later in the week when in the morning when he was showering and Ginny burst into the loo to vomit. When he pressed her, she admitted that she'd been not feeling well every morning, but that it passed quickly so that she hadn't mentioned it to him. Harry had had enough, so while Ginny was getting ready for the day, he called Molly and arranged for her to watch the boys. He didn't tell her why, not that Molly asked, she was just chuffed to be able to spend time with her grandsons and spoil them. Though Ginny complained, she soon gave in to Harry's gentle pressure and concern. He really was just worried about her and wanted to take care of her. So it was mid-morning when found themselves at their Medi-Wizard. He listened patiently while Ginny explained about what she was going through. He gave a small snort and shook his head. He had Ginny lay down on the examining table and drew his wand. He chuckled at the results, causing to frown at him, not seeing what was so humorous about the situation. He told Ginny to get dressed and he'd meet them in his office. It didn't take long and they were seated looking at Healer Stoneham, perplexed. He didn't seem overly concerned and seemed to relish drawing things out. "If I remember," he said with a grin, "when you had James you had a picture-perfect pregnancy. You breezed through like it was nothing." Nodded, not catching on right away. "Then when you had Albus, you were struck with wildly raging hormones," he continued with a grin. Stared at one another, wide-eyed, the reality of what the healer was saying starting to sink in. "You've hit the trifecta," he said with a laugh. "You mean," Ginny said in surprise. "Yes, you're pregnant," he said. But, I've been taking the potion," Ginny protested. Though she and Harry had been talking about having another child, they hadn't decided on when yet. "Like anything else, they aren't 100% effective, though you are a rarity," the healer said jovially. Ginny turned to Harry, who was just sitting there with a stunned look on his face, but before she could get too worried a huge goofy grin broke out on his face. "We're having another baby," he whispered, looking at Ginny. Ginny nodded her head, a smile breaking out on her face too. "Yes we are," she said happily. "So do you want to know what you're having?" Healer Stoneham asked, his eyes sparkling. Harry shrugged but Ginny nodded. "You're having a girl this time," he said with a smile. The healer then gave Ginny some instructions as a refresher, as she had just had Albus about 15 months ago. The surprised but happy couple left the office and decided to have a small intimate lunch to celebrate the news. Afterwards, due to the fact that Molly was watching the boys, they decided to have a bit more private and much more intimate celebration at home. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.